Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. We wouldn't have hit over 2,000 subscribers without you. I also want to let you know the Discord server you voted for is open. You can suggest stories, vote on what gets narrated next, or just hang out and talk. It's free to join my way of giving back for getting us here. The link is in the description. Today's story is part 1 of Crimson Wind Red Dream. Summary. Escaping a hostile village mob at just 7 years old, Naruto Uzumaki stumbles upon a hidden chamber containing a legendary blade sealed away by ancient entities. Bound to the spirit resting within the weapon, Naruto begins secret training under the blade's guidance, evolving into a calm, tactical prodigy long before his academy peers even touch a kunai. Master of a deadly wind-attuned sword and shinobi arts, Naruto sets out to put his own fingerprint on the shinobi world as a true wind lord, surrounded by a close-knit circle of trusted allies who see him for who he truly is. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Tsukun08, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1: The Beginning. Elemental Countries. The land of shinobi and kunoichi. These countries are ruled by the ninjas and daimyos of the 5 great countries. Hai no Kuni, or Land of Fire, said to be the strongest of the 5 and winner of all 3 great ninja wars. Led by the Hokage, or Fire Shadow, who resides within Kanehigakure, village hidden in the leaves. Kaminari no Kuni, or Land of Lightning, is led by the Raikage, or Lightning Shadow, ruled from Kumogakure, village hidden in the clouds. Kaze no Kuni, or Land of Wind, led by the Kazekage and ruled from Sunagakure, village hidden in the sand. Mizu no Kuni, or Land of Water, led by the Mizukage and ruled from Kirigakure, village hidden in the mist. Finally, Tsuchi no Kuni, or Land of Earth, led by the Tsuchikage and ruled from Iwagakure, village hidden in the stone. Each of these are complemented by their own daimyos. Kanehigakure is seen as the most peaceful of the villages despite its bloody past. The Sandaime Hokage was an old man nearing his 2nd retirement. He fought in 2 of the 3 ninja wars and came out of them named the Professor, for his ingenuity and knowledge of ninjutsu. His predecessor and successor, the Yondaime Hokage, gave his life to defeat the greatest enemy Konoha had ever faced. The Yondaime was hailed as one of the strongest shinobi to ever grace the elemental countries. He was nicknamed Yellow Flash, for the telltale yellow light of his signature move, the Reparations. He gave his life to stop the Kyuubi no Kitsune. The Kyuubi was destruction incarnate. It would level cities and mountains with single swipes of its tails. This brings us to the start of the life of Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Time skip, 7 years later. October 10th. Konoha is enjoying great weather. The sun is shining with some clouds to provide cover for the lovers resting in the parks. Merchants are covering the streets with merchandise they have acquired to sell. Overall, a very pretty day for everyone except one boy, though he is only 7 years old. Naruto Uzumaki is scrounging in the garbage cans behind the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. He stands at a mere 3 foot despite his age. He wears rags with hints of what appears to have been an orange jumpsuit. His dirty hair looks almost black with the filth he has been forced to live in. His face is adorned with 6 whisker marks, 3 on each cheek, which would give him a cute look should any woman look twice in his direction. Underneath his rags, the sight of a malnourished and underfed body can be seen, along with numerous scars. The thing that would capture any traveler, for any native would not look long at this boy. The very sight of this boy's eyes can cause the soaring of a person's soul, or the flinching of a person's heart. When the boy is happy, his bright blue eyes would bring joy to all who would care to look. When he is sad, the people would flinch away from the hurt, the sorrow, the loneliness reflected within the boy's eyes. Naruto always scrounges around here on his birthday because they have the best food in town. He thinks of it as treating himself on his most miserable day of the year. He giggled when he thought of his treat. Most other stores would run him off even if it was the trash cans, but the Akimichis would leave him alone most of the time. Naruto was hurrying through the food to eat so he could go to his hiding spot before night fell. For some reason, whenever night fell on his birthday, the mobs would come and look for Naruto to hurt him worse than they did every other month. During his birthday month he received beatings almost daily, whereas in other months it would be more like once every 1 to 2 weeks. This had happened since he was thrown out of the orphanage when he was 3 years old. So for 4 years he has been living on the streets. He has become quite attentive and very resourceful and has almost thrived, if one could thrive while living on the streets. But now he has to hurry. Naruto was wandering about in a section of the city he was not in often when he smelled something wonderful. "That smells delicious," Naruto thought. So he walked around until he could determine the source of the smell. He came upon a ramen stand with a sign reading, "Ichiraku's," and he immediately went to the trash cans to see if he could salvage anything. Naruto was so absorbed in his rummaging that he did not notice the sun, and when Naruto finally realized there was none thrown away, he looked up to see the sun setting. Naruto immediately began to make his way as stealthily as he could to the forest where he would hide in the night of his birthday. He was almost to the Hokage monument when the mobs found him. "It's the demon brat! Get him!" yelled a random mobster. The shinobi within the group grabbed Naruto and tied him up so he wouldn't escape, and the crowd began to exact their vengeance on the poor 7-year-old. "I haven't done anything to you!" "Why?" Naruto yelled through his pain. "Haven't done anything! Haven't done anything! You killed my father! Now we are gonna finish what the fourth started!" salivated the villagers. Naruto took the beatings, each blow more painful than the last, each adding on to the already numerous scars on his frail body. They poured salt on his wounds to make the scars inflame and left him to die. Their final act was to crucify his hands and legs before walking off, hoping he would bleed to death. No one would finish the poor boy off, thinking he was too evil to allow a swift death. Naruto managed to trick them into thinking they had crucified his left hand, but he had not been. Even through the pain, Naruto's cunning mind managed to keep him alive as it had these past 4 years. Naruto plucked the kunai from his legs and arm, not a whimper being heard from him, and proceeded to limp off in extreme pain so as to hide from the next mob. Naruto limped into his cave. He considered it his own since he found it when he was 5 and has used it the past 2 years as a sort of safe house for when he needed a place to recover from his occasional beatings. Although he claimed it, he never explored it fully because it gets so dark further and that Naruto was not inclined to go further. Once Naruto entered the cave, he collapsed upon the makeshift bed of leaves he has made. Naruto awoke hours later feeling better but sore. It was raining outside, he saw, and moved further into the cave to get away from the lashing of the fierce wind accompanying the storm. Deciding it would be better to sleep the storm out, he fell asleep again in a drier spot. Awakening once again, Naruto had full mobility and hurt very little. He had always healed fast, but Naruto never questioned it after seeing the Sandaime lie whenever he was in the orphanage about it whenever he asked. Suddenly, lightning flashed outside and Naruto heard a cracking sound from further in the cave. Deciding to finally search the cave since he did not have anything else to do, Naruto dusted himself off and began his trek further inside. Naruto had been wandering around in the dark for quite some time. He always had superb night vision, so he had not tripped and hurt himself yet, but he was wondering how deep this cavern went. So Naruto continued on but started to notice little things different from regular caves. How the floor evened out, the walls and ceilings became smoother and more defined. Soon enough Naruto came upon a door with a weird symbol upon it. Naruto was not very good at reading or writing, but he was certain this was not kanji, and wondered what he had found. Being the curious 7-year-old he is, he attempted to push upon the door. Once Naruto's hands touched the door, the sigil on the door began glowing a bluish-white aura and flashed. Naruto's hand remained stuck to the door as the sigil flashed repeatedly. Naruto was reviewing his entire life up until this point. The ignorance of the villagers, the matrons at the orphanage not feeding him, seeing the old man, living in squalor and filth for 4 years. All the way up until today's beating which had surpassed the others. Suddenly, a voice bellowed. Never has one as pure been born. To hold such a burden yet remains so pure. You may pass. The doors swung wide and Naruto's eyes widened in their sockets at the blast of air that blew past him. Not at the strength of the blast but of the smell. It smelled of fresh rain, of the springtime flowers and of honey. Not of musk and death, as one would expect of such an old cavern. Naruto stepped into the massive cavern to see stone pillars reaching the ceiling many stories higher. Lighted orbs lighting the pathway all the way to a raised dais. Naruto began his walk through the underground cavern, not noticing the wind pick up around him and shooting gusts into the dark. When Naruto reached the dais, he could feel the ancient entity standing guard over the stairs leading to the top. The figure spoke in that same calming yet yelling voice. What brings you here, young one? I was simply looking for a place to sleep away from the villagers. I did not want to be hurt any longer and decided to explore the rest of this cave since the storm is too fierce for me to return to the village anyways. Naruto responded in wide-eyed fascination. The figure looked at Naruto and spoke. If you had power, what would you do with it? Naruto's eyebrow furrowed. He thought long before trying to answer the entity. While the blue-eyed person thought the entity was impressed. He showed wisdom well beyond his years even considering his lifestyle, and was not brash like many before him. Finally Naruto spoke. I would make it so no one could hurt me. Only to protect yourself would you seek power? The specter spoke again, seemingly frowning. And so that when others recognize me I could protect them. Of course. Naruto spoke as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The entity chuckled. Ha! Even though some persecute you, you would still protect them? Ludicrous. But I can see you speak the truth. You pass my test. Wield kamikaze well, young one. With that the entity faded away, but not before speaking his final warning. All is not as it seems. Look deeply, and your blade will never fail you. Naruto pondered the final warning before beginning his short trek up the stairs to the dais. When he crested above the final step, he could see a depression further within the circular dais. When he finally reached the edge of the depression, he gasped. Sitting within the depression was a ring of stairs leading to a stone table. Upon the stone table, a blade sat with its sheath nearby. It sat humming. Naruto was dumbstruck at the beauty of the blade. As simplistic as it was a sight to behold. The kanji on the sheath read kamikaze or divine wind. Naruto slowly made his way down the short flight of steps to the sword and made to grasp the handle. Before touching this blade, beware your heart. A voice spoke. Only those strong of heart, and sure of their strength, may wield me. Be careful lest you fail like countless others before you. Naruto faltered but for a moment and spoke. I have never failed in anything I have set myself to. I have lived a life of hunger and sadness. I am worthy of wielding you kamikaze. And grasped the blade's hilt. The entire area flashed before dimming back down. Congratulations. I accept you as my master, Naruto-sama. Please use me as you will. Kamikaze spoke. Naruto was surprised. The voice sounded in his head instead of outside. Please do not be frightened. I have simply integrated myself into you by accepting you. No one else may wield me unless both you and I deem them worthy. However, only you will be able to wield my full potential. You are the first to ever gain my power. I am honored to be in your service, Naruto-sama. Naruto was stunned. He just gained a beautiful blade, but he did not know how to use it. He could finally defend himself against his enemies when they would attack. Naruto began to wonder why this sword was hidden away and what sort of powers it might possess. Naruto-sama, my powers will awaken as you grow more powerful. I regret to inform you that you cannot use me to protect yourself or anyone else until you have trained with me. But do not worry, I am, as you can see, sentient, so I will train you in the ancient and lost art of the wind style that comes along with myself to complement my powers. Sweet! So what can we do now, kamikaze? Naruto almost yelled. We will have to train you physically so you can handle my techniques. Your natural affinity is wind, so we together will make you a wind lord. Are you left-handed or right-handed, Naruto-sama? Questioned Kamikaze. I write with my left hand and can throw stuff with it more accurately, but my right arm is stronger, answered Naruto. Ambidextrous. Amazing, you really can pull out my full potential. That, however, is a long way off. As a side note, please think your answers to me so that people do not think you are crazy, Naruto-sama. We will need to get you some better clothes, a well-balanced diet, and some training weights. A nice place to sleep would do better than what you have now. For now, let's see if we can't find that old man who was nice to you, stated Kamikaze. Time warp. Earlier that same day, Kurenai Yuhi, Chunin of Konoha, was returning from a horrible mission. She had been sent on a simple high C-rank mission with another Chunin to transport a package from Kaze no Kuni to Konoha. The trip to the sand village was uneventful. It wasn't until they were only a day away from Konoha on their return trip that things went to shit. First, the team had come across some bandits that decided Kurenai would be good fun and attempted to subdue them. They were no match for the Chunin's superior skills, but with their number they managed to wound her partner. She managed to dress the wound and keep her companion from dying, but then a missing nin from IWA, which still had a high grudge from their last war, decided that two weakened Chunin would be easy pickings and engaged them in combat. The missing nin managed to kill Kurenai's teammate, and assumed it was easy street to subdue Kurenai. However, Kurenai is known as the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha even at her young age of 14. She was the foremost Genjutsu expert, and would not be taken down easily. She defeated the, as she later found out, B-rank nin and sealed his head into a sealing scroll. Deciding that she needed to rest before continuing her journey, Kurenai found a secure place to sleep and fell into a sleep full of the nightmares or kunoichi being captured. Luck was not on Kurenai's side, however. She woke up 1 hour later tired and cranky from an unrestful sleep and hearing voices of bandits near her. Knowing she was weakened from all her fighting, she waited until she saw an opening to the treetops. Once she had a clear shot, she took off in the treetops running from the bandits. Unfortunately, one of the bandits saw her and the group of 3 genins started chasing her. In her tired state, Kurenai only got to the outskirts of the forests of Konoha before her chakra gave out, and she was forced to the floor and running on adrenaline. The genin quickly caught her, and after a brief taijutsu fight, in which Kurenai broke one of the genin's noses, the genins had captured Kurenai and were getting ready to enjoy their spoils. One of the genin said, "So the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, what a ice queen indeed, look at those eyes. I have never seen anything like it." Indeed, Kurenai's eyes were a curious shade. Red eyes marked her with her flowing black hair that reached to her mid-back and budding C-cup breasts, which would only get fuller. Following her dress of bandages down to her toned ass and legs that seemed to go on forever. Kurenai was one of the most sought-after women within the village, however she had turned down advances for the exact reason that she is about to be raped for. They only wanted her body. Kurenai thought. Shit, of course I have to come across perverts left and right today. This is the 3rd time for Kami's sake. Can't there be any decent men left in the world? If you're gonna do it, just get it over with. Kurenai then spat in the genin's face. All of the genins gained a malicious smirk on their face. Don't worry, you're gonna enjoy this by the time we are done. I doubt it, retorted Kurenai. Shit, to think I lose my virginity to these assholes, then I die. Fuck! And with that the genin began their advance. Naruto was walking out in the forest after having taken an alternate route when finding his original way blocked. He had Kamikaze slung over his back because it was currently too big to be tied to his waist. Naruto was heading north to Konoha when he began hearing strange grunting noises. Naruto-sama, I suggest we see what is going on over there, and quickly, Kamikaze stated, knowing what those sounds probably meant. Marking how urgently Kamikaze said it, he drew Kamikaze slowly so as not to make too much noise and gripped it tightly before moving forward. After walking a few steps, the noises became louder, and then he heard a loud feminine scream. Immediately, rushing forward, he pushed aside a part of a bush to look into the clearing ahead but not be seen himself, and was shocked at what he saw. There in the clearing was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, being manhandled by 3 but naked men. They were in the process of ripping her clothes off. He saw the fear in her eyes and immediately knew if he did not do something he was going to regret it. So he started to formulate a plan when Kamikaze spoke up. Naruto-sama, I can help you take out these vile beings if you allow, but this will drain me and I will not be able to do it again for some time. Do you wish to do it? Asked Kamikaze. Naruto replied without any hesitation. Do you think, Kamikaze, if I cannot help her, then how can I help myself? Kamikaze hummed in response and told Naruto. Indeed, you are the correct wielder for me. You know nothing of the other person, yet you are willing to sacrifice your power for her. Astounding. I shall grant your wish. She will be saved. With that being said, Naruto's eyes changed. Naruto's blue eyes changed to a menacing red with slits for pupils. However, these slits were not normal, they were in the form of an curve similar to an S but not quite. Instantly Naruto's vision improved and Naruto could feel his body moving more fluidly than he ever thought possible. Naruto charged into the clearing right as the genin managed to grab the rest of Kurenai's dress off. They were stunned that this little kid moved on them. Before they could blink, Naruto had the one who was stroking himself in preparation castrated and decapitated. While his head fell off, the other 2 genins took their stances and one yelled, "You little twerp! You killed our friend. We are gonna beat you dead!" And with that they charged. Naruto waited their charge out, and ducked easily under the first fist, and rolled to the left, putting the first attacker between himself and the second while thrusting his sword forward much faster than a 7-year-old should, and impaling the first attacker. As the first slumped down, the second was contemplating what kind of monster Naruto must be to move like that while being so young. Kurenai was shocked. She could not believe this young boy had come out of nowhere and managed to kill not 1 but 2 genins and has almost saved her from being raped by them. Her belongings and the package are still in her pouch, so she was just staring in awe at this dirty boy handling 3 genin like he is a jounin, and they are greenhorns. Naruto was getting tired and he knew it. Moving at speeds his body shouldn't be able to, and using as much energy as he had on his malnourished body took a toll on him. He knew that he needed Kamikaze to finish soon so he didn't pass out. The 3rd genin was just trying to figure out how to beat this kid. He eventually decided that a long-range attack was best against the sword user, so backed up and started doing hand signs as fast as he could to activate his jutsu. Seeing this, Kamikaze smirked after recognizing the jutsu and said to Naruto, "Would you like to try my most basic power, Naruto-sama? It would be most effective against the current jutsu being employed." "Sure," Naruto answered and closed his eyes, concentrating on the energy source Kamikaze told him to activate. Kurenai's eyes widened as he watched the young boy's eyes close as the enemy finished his hand signs and put his hands up to his mouth. "Run!" she screamed. The 3rd genin smirked as he fired his fireball straight at the young boy, sure that he could not dodge or block this jutsu. "Fire style, Grand Fireball no Jutsu." Naruto concentrated solely on the energy source, barely heard the goddess call or the enemy's jutsu. He finally found it and pushed it into Kamikaze. Kamikaze smirked, if such a thing was possible, and said, "Release the energy, Naruto-sama, and call out your attack." "Benny Dash," Naruto said as the fireball beared down on him, and the goddess stared in shock as Naruto's eyes snapped open and a red aura surrounded him. "Kaze!" The genin's smirk faded as he watched the red aura gather around the raised blade of the boy, and with a single downward swing of the blade he sent a crescent of red energy through the fireball and straight at him. With his surprise, he was too slow to move out of the way and was sliced clean in 2. Kurenai, seeing the threat terminated, stared at the smiling boy holding his sword and had to ask herself, maybe there is hope for men after all. Still, where did he come from and where did he get such a powerful blade? She could feel herself giving out. The stress of almost being raped 3 times and the long run were taking a toll, and now that the adrenaline was leaving she could feel herself falling asleep. "Hey, are you alright, Megami-chan?" Kurenai blushed at the nickname given her by this young boy who saved her life and virtue. "Hey! You're a Konoha ninja, do you need help getting back?" Naruto asked. "My name is Kurenai Yuhi, Chunin, I am returning from a mission, but I can feel myself going out. Please take me to the Hokage and don't forget my belongings," she said as she pointed towards her pack. Then she fell forward unconscious. The last thing she remembers is 6 whisker marks on the boy's cheeks, and him managing to appear right next to her as she fell forward. Naruto saw Kunai fall forward and rushed to grab her. He was tired, but he would persevere for her sake. He laid her down and took the rags off his chest, which were still pretty tied together, and managed to cover her breasts, and downstairs, as Naruto would say. He wondered how he was going to get to Konoha without hurting her. He could not just leave her here. So using his cunning mind again, he lashed together some big branches with strips from the dead guy's clothes. He took all their weapons and scrolls and loaded them up with kunai, and started to drag kunai on the sled to Konoha. Time skip 3 hours. Edge of Konoha. The Hokage had finally gotten out of that damn office. His only reprieve from there had been when he checked in on Naruto when he would be brought into the hospital, but he never had the time to stay until the boy woke. He got regular reports from Anbu watching him at the orphanage, but something had been fishy of late. Naruto was looking skinnier and unhealthy. He was considering getting Naruto an apartment to live by himself while he was enrolled within the ninja academy. The Hokage sighed. Ever since that damn law 4 years ago in which the Hokage had 3 times the paperwork, he has not been able to keep as close an eye on Naruto. Yes, the reports do say he has been doing okay, but that is only from reports, no actual interaction. He finally got that damn law revoked, and he would be damned if he let Naruto be by himself any longer. He was walking around the edge of the forest to calm his nerves when he heard a rustling in the bushes. Hiding his kunai under his robe, he waited while watching the bush. Waiting. Out from the bush came a boy around Naruto's age with black hair and blue eyes. Wait a moment. Yes, there they were, the whisker marks on his cheeks. "Naruto!" the old man exclaimed. Then he took in the rest of what he carried, a sword slung across his back, a sled carrying exhausted but otherwise unharmed kunai, packs from what appeared to be other shinobi, and rags covering his body. The Hokage's eyes narrowed seeing all of this together. "I believe we need to have a talk, Naruto." "Hi, Aji-san," Naruto said as he fainted weak from 3 hours of pulling a teenager and being underfed. "This is only the beginning." Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 2,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 2: Explanations and Reparations. The Hokage rushed to stop Naruto's fall and managed to catch the black-haired boy before he hit the ground. The Hokage sighed. "What happened to you, my boy?" The Hokage decided he could question Naruto later and checked his and Kunai's vital signs. Satisfied they were only unconscious, he gathered up little Naruto in his arms and made a whistle with his teeth. Immediately 4 Anbu appeared. These are the best of the best. The Hokage's personal guard that leaves him at no time and switch off with 4 others. Kneeling in front of the Hokage, they await their orders. They answer to no one but the Hokage himself. "Take Miss Yuhi to the hospital for an exam and see to it she gets the rest she deserves." "Hi, Hokage-sama." 2 Anbu grab Kunai and shun her to the hospital while the Hokage walks with Naruto to the Hokage tower. Upon arrival, he is swamped with aides and ninja asking what Naruto had done, and claiming he had done something to the festival this night. The Hokage, having had enough of these ludicrous proceedings, spikes his killer intent, will be KI from now on, and speaks. "The next person to speak a lie about little Naruto tonight will be on the executioner's block tomorrow morning. Do I make myself clear?" bellowed the old man. The crowd dispersed faster than Naruto running for food. The Hokage sighs, he is doing that a lot more lately, and proceeds to his office where he can continue watching the fireworks celebrating the Yondame's sacrifice and wait for Naruto to wake up. While he is waiting, he looks through the pouches he found on the sled. He sees the package that Kunai had been sent to get. He had honestly thought that to be an easy mission and was hoping to get Kurenai some more missions to get her to Jounin so he could have some genjutsu classes with her. Noticing the pouches seem a little heavy, he searches through them and comes to the conclusion it was 3 genins and that Kurenai had a sealing scroll for heads in hers. Quickly unsealing the head, he went about locating if the IWA nin had been in the bingo book, the book for missing nins and their capture reward. Recording Kurenai down for the B rank nin and the C rank completed, he turned his attention to Naruto and the sword laying on his back. Looking closely, he noticed the sword was actually a ninjato. It was slightly curved but was double-bladed, sharp on both edges. The tsuba, or guard, was the weirdest the Sandaime had ever seen. The connection between blade and hilt seemed to be a whirlpool of sorts, but not of water but of wind. The cloth wrapped around the hilt ensured a firm and easy grip. Attempting to get a better look at the blade, the Sandaime attempted to pull the blade but had to remove his hand when the wind picked up and almost cut his hand off. Frowning slightly, the Sandaime sat back in his seat to contemplate this new development. Seeing Naruto's face in sleep made him soften, and he looked over Naruto. His hair looked blackened with dried mud, dirt, leaves, and what appeared to be something else. His arms and legs sported numerous scars and scratches, no doubt from his trek within the woods. However, it was his chest area that made the Sandaime seethe and start to radiate ki. You could see Naruto's ribs, each were clear as day. The scars here were much worse than his arms, and his breath rattled within his lungs as if taking a breath caused him pain. The Sandaime wondered what else he had missed if his own ANBU had not ensured he get fed properly. Time skipped 3 hours. Naruto began to stir, and the first thing he noticed was that he was on a comfortable sofa. He froze, trying to figure out what house he was in this time. However, before he could do anything drastic, Kamikaze spoke up. "Naruto-sama, you were picked up by the old man, remember?" "Hi," Naruto answered. Naruto cracked his eyes open and saw the old man silently smoking on his pipe. His eyes holding a smoldering fury Naruto had rarely seen in him, and he noticed the old man had not seen he was awake yet. Naruto sat up and put his biggest smile on and looked at the old man. He hadn't changed a bit in 4 years. "Hello, Ji-san." The Sandaime chuckled, seeing nothing could keep the poor boy down, and favored him with a small smile. "Hello, Naruto-kun." "Ji-san, where is Kurenai-chan?" Naruto questioned curiously. He was genuinely concerned for the young woman's life whom he had saved. "Kurenai-chan, is it?" the Hokage thought. "I had her taken to the hospital once you have arrived. You have been out for 3 hours, Naruto. I need you to be serious and tell me what happened. Should I tell him that you can talk, Kamikaze?" Naruto thought to the sword. "Perhaps it would be best to keep me out of this conversation. Tell him you found the sword within the cave, but do not tell of your trials. No one else will be allowed, and so there is no harm done," answered Kamikaze. Giving a mental nod, Naruto turned to the Sandaime and began his tale. 1 hour later. "Then I saw Kurenai-chan collapse, and I made the sled and dragged her all the way home." The Sandaime was gobsmacked. This boy took out 3 genin with this new sword, which only he seemed capable of wielding, but was obviously not a Kyuubi trick, for its power was bluish-white, not red, and wind, not fire. Not only that, he had been beaten today and shrugged off such severe wounds in hours. Yes, the Sandaime was speechless for about 5 minutes afterwards and decided he would have to talk to Kurenai to get her version. "Well, Naruto, we should get you to the orphanage. Even though you are so late, they should still have your bed for you." Naruto cocked his head to the left a little bit with a confused expression on his face. "Aji-san, I have not been to the orphanage for almost 4 of my birthdays now," stated Naruto with a serious expression. Once again, the Sandaime was speechless. Naruto had not been in the orphanage for 4 years. Where had all those orphanage reports come from then? The ANBU only really made reports when they found him beaten so badly they took him to the hospital, otherwise they ignored him. The Sandaime knew this but figured with the matrons Naruto would be fine for first aid and a place to live. "Naruto, where do you live right now? How do you get food?" Dreading the answer. "Aji-san, I have a nice corner of an alley about 3 blocks from the wall and a cardboard box that keeps the rain out," As for food, the restaurants and all groceries kick me out, so I scrounge around the dumpsters when I get hungry, and on my birthdays I manage to get some barbecue from the big people's trash can," Naruto explained. A single tear fell from the Hokage's eye as he heard of the horrible life his adopted grandson had been living. He should have been in a loving, caring environment. Instead, the council and villagers, even some of his own shinobi, had ruined his childhood. Steel came to the Hokage's eyes as he contemplated what he would do in the coming days. His will of fire rekindled at the injustice of Naruto. He was going to ensure Naruto got what he deserved. The Hokage turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, is there anything you want?" Naruto thought for a moment, and after conversing again with Kamikaze, he stated, "Some money for food and clothes and some training weights so I could train to be a ninja. A place to sleep would be nice too, Aji-san." The Hokage blinked, then blinked again, and his eyes softened. "Very well, Naruto, I will have a new apartment set up for you. You will get a monthly stipend from me every first Tuesday of the month. Come see me and I will give you money. In a few days we will go buy you food and groceries for the new apartment. Until then I want you to stay with me while I take care of things. Okay?" Naruto thought for 1 second, then nodded his agreement and spoke. "One last thing, Aji-san." Anything else, Naruto?" the Hokage asked. "Yes, please do not tell Kurenai-chan who saved her. Inform her that it was a random swordsman who simply wanted to help," Naruto said. The Hokage's eyes widened at the request and at the thought-out excuse, and then narrowed. "Why?" the Hokage asked. Naruto responded, "I see how the villagers and shinobi look at me. I know not why they hate me so, but a beautiful woman such as Kurenai does not need to have such hate thrown on her for simply trying to thank the one who saved her. I do not need her thanks, and I do not want her pity. Please tell her this excuse for me so she may go on with her life and not have to be lumped with me." Another tear fell from the Hokage's eye yet again at the maturity shown by the blonde in the past few hours. "All right, Naruto-kun, I agree," the Hokage sighed with a heavy heart. "Let's get you to a hot spring to clean you up, then we can go to bed, nay." It took 2 hours of scrubbing to get Naruto's hair back to its golden blonde color, and Naruto managed to clean his wounds. After crawling into the first bed in 4 years, Naruto fell into the most peaceful rest of his entire life. Safe under the Sandame's watchful eye. Time skip next morning. Kurenai woke within the hospital. What happened? I feel horrible." As she began reviewing her memories, she recalled the horrible mission and became depressed for allowing her comrade's death, but then came upon the awkward young boy who had saved her. What was that weird weapon he carried with him? That strong, ferocious aura that exuded from him as he was enraged from those bastards' actions. She wondered where he went. He was an interesting person, and he obviously got her home. Finally, she shot up wondering where he might be. Seeing her heart rate increase and all the beeping on the machines went crazy, Kurenai managed to calm herself down so as not to have doctors rushing to her. She relaxed as a nurse came in and decided to get some information. "What time is it and when did I get here?" questioned Kurenai. The nurse softened her gaze upon Kurenai's questions and answered. "You were brought here late last night. You must have been quite exhausted to have slept through the night and well into the morning. It is my understanding that you ninja are up early, and sleeping till almost 10 in the morning is a little late for you." Kurenai was a little shocked at how long she slept, but guessed after everything that had happened in the past few days she was a little more exhausted than she thought. After coming to this realization, she questioned, "Who brought me here and when can I be released? I must make a report to Hokage-sama." The nurse expressed some surprise at the first question and answered, "You were brought here by the Hokage's personal guard ANBU, and you should be able to check out around lunchtime once the doctors have cleared you. You weren't really hurt, just a few scratches and some chakra depletion." Satisfied with the answer, Kurenai laid back to wait for the doctors to release her. 2 hours later, Kurenai was on her way to the Hokage Tower to deliver her report and inquire as to where her savior had run off to. She felt a need to at the very least thank him and find out his name. After a short time of talking to the secretary, she presented herself before her commander and saluted him. Noticing the room surrounding her, she noticed the 4 pictures of the previous and current Hokages, as well as the sofa with accompanying table for drinks or leisure. The big wooden desk with its back to the most impressive view of the village besides the top of the Hokage monument. The Hokage watched as Kurenai went through the motions of greeting him as according to their stations. He was curious what her story would reveal. "Hello Kurenai, how are you feeling after such a rough night?" Kurenai answered. "I am fine, Hokage-sama. Thank you for your concern. Should I start my report now?" With a simple wave of his hand, the Hokage motioned for her to continue. About 40 minutes later. "Then I introduced myself to the young man and asked him to please get me to you and that I was going to pass out. Now here I am. Do you by any chance know where the young boy is so I can thank him for his efforts?" The Hokage's eyes flashed sorrowfully before responding. "He was a wandering swordsman who left town this morning saying that he expected no thanks for saving such a woman as you. Saying that rapists are the lowest of the low and that the only worse beings are child beaters." Kurenai was stunned, and it showed on her face for a full 5 seconds before she regained her sense and stopped her thoughts. She was sure the boy would want something in return, but he just helped out of what appeared to be the kindness of his heart. He then left before even seeing if she would do anything. She felt a pang of sadness at not being able to thank the boy. Then she started to think about him, and became suspicious. There couldn't be that many swordsmen with whisker marks on their cheeks, and she resolved to find this boy and find out more about him. The Hokage, sensing the direction of Kurenai's thoughts, said, "He asked that you not seek him out to thank him and simply to move on with your life and try to forget such a traumatic experience. He did check on you before he left the village and wished you well in your life." Kurenai hid her shock this time well but still had steel in her red eyes as she replied, "Very well, Hokage-sama, thank you for relaying his message." The Hokage nodded as he continued on his work. "Kurenai, the missing nin you brought in was a B-rank nin, and you will be compensated for the mission as well as the nin because your swordsman brought the package along with you." Kurenai responded, "Thank you, Hokage-sama, if that is it, I must be going. I have a prior engagement that I hope I can still make." With a final wave of his hand and a dismissed, Kurenai left the Hokage's office. "Was that good enough?" Sarutobi asked. "Hi, Aji-san. She will not recognize me when we go get my new clothes and with my hair clean." "Arigato," Naruto answered as he moved out from the secret room he had been hiding in when they were informed of Kurenai's approach. "I have one more appointment before we can go get your new outfit and apartment. Would you like to stay or would you like to go back in the room?" questioned Sarutobi. "I am going to sit on the sofa," Naruto answered and sat on the sofa swinging his little feet with his sword on his back, acting as the 7-year-old he really is. The Hokage smiled briefly before asking the secretary to bring in his last appointment of the day. In walked a teenager about Kurenai's age. She was just as beautiful as Kurenai and was hailed as the leader of the resistance within Ichiraku to fight the bloodline wars. She had red hair down to her knees in the back and a bang that covered her left eye, leaving on the right to actually be seen. Her dress fell around her in folds, leaving little to the imagination yet seemingly at the same time hiding much more. Her green eyes sparkled with a sharp intellect. She greeted the Hokage. "Hello, Hokage-sama, and thank you for seeing me," she said with a smile. She noticed Naruto and went a little starry-eyed over his cuteness, but remembered her purpose here and returned her attention to the leader of this village. "Hokage-sama, I am here on a diplomatic mission to request aid for our forces in combating the bloodline wars that have started up within Kiri so that we may keep the bloodlines safe." As Meitarumi, as Naruto found out by listening in, was speaking with the old man pleading her case, he took the time to note her posture and the aura surrounding her. He noticed she had the same posture as many of the masked people who would occasionally help him when he was hurt. He assumed she was powerful, and going by the smell of burnt rock and moisture surrounding her, she was deadly. He had always been able to smell things pretty well and had written it off as a regular thing considering he had no one else to compare himself to. The Hokage sighed and responded to the latest of Mei's points. "I am sorry, but we cannot afford to help you with your war at the current time. Please accept my dearest apologies and I hope all goes well with you." Mei was downcast but became angry and said, "For a village that flaunts its bloodlines, you don't want to help others with their problems, I see," and proceeded to walk out of the office. However, something blocked her path. Naruto, sensing her anger, and her intention of leaving stood in the doorway and spoke to her when she almost knocked him over. I hope you live, Mei-chan. You are a strong and deadly woman. Please take my hope that you will win such an awful thing within your home and come out safe and sound. Please do not be mad at Aji-san. He is just keeping his home safe just as you are doing. Naruto smiled up at her. Mei's eyes softened and she spoke. Don't worry, I am just frustrated. What is your name, little one? Naruto, Mei-chan, that is my name. Mei chuckled at her newfound suffix and said, Well, Naruto-kun, live long and I hope to see you again as well. With that, Mei left the village. The Hokage smiled, seeing Naruto's unnatural skill to bring even the worst of enemies together at work. Come on, Naruto-kun, let us get you some new clothes and find out how much money is owed to you. The Hokage's eyes grew steel when he mentioned money. He had sent money every month to the orphanage for Naruto, and had been doing so automatically for the past 4 years. It was time to learn where Naruto's inheritance money had been spent. Sarutobi grabbed the deed for the apartment complex he bought specifically for Naruto, and motioned for the little boy to follow him. The Hokage took Naruto to a shinobi-only store to meet an old friend of his that he was sure would not discriminate against him for the burden Naruto carried. As they walked, they entered a shinobi-only district, which coincidentally is where Naruto's new apartment was located, so the Sandaime could have a closer eye on Naruto. While they were walking, the Hokage decided to question Naruto. Naruto, have you considered what you want to do in life? Naruto pondered for a few seconds and answered. I want to become a shinobi, Aji-san. One so powerful I can protect all my precious ones and all the ones precious to them as well. The Hokage's eyes softened and he replied, Then I shall have to send you to the academy, Naruto. It is not easy and you will be a year younger than the other applicants. We will be extending the curriculum a full year once this year starts as well, so you will not graduate until you are 12, Naruto. It is a hard life filled with misery and death. Do you still want to attend? It hurt to be so brutally honest, but the Hokage had to be sure Naruto wanted this, because even though he could do many things should the council wish it, Naruto attending the academy could prove to be hard to negotiate. The council has gained too much power as of recently, and it would take years for the Sandaime to revoke some laws and get the Hokage's power back in the correct hands. Naruto responded without hesitation. I will become the most powerful shinobi to protect the people I consider precious. Then let us get you what you will need for school. It will start in a few months, and you need some supplies to go. The Hokage replied. They arrived at the store and Naruto was not impressed. It looked like a shack. The Hokage chuckled at Naruto's look. All is not as it seems. But before he could say anything, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Naruto spoke up. Aji-san, is there a genjutsu somewhere near here? The Hokage's eyes widened and he decided he would have to have Naruto's sense tested to see if he was developing extra sense for some reason. Hi, Naruto-kun. The store is under a genjutsu so that only ANBU operatives may enter. It is a rule only those who can break the genjutsu may shop here, but I am going to allow you to shop here because you managed to detect the genjutsu at such a young age. Naruto was ecstatic to be able to shop where the elite of the Hokage could and ran to the door before walking inside along with the Sandaime. Once inside, Naruto was stunned at the cleanliness of the store and how modern it looked compared to the outside. He saw row upon row of kunai, shuriken, ninja wire, explosive tags, and even different swords to be used. He finally came full circle to see the counter, and the older man residing behind it looking at Naruto with a critical eye. Naruto flinched back seeing this, and after gathering his courage glared back at the man as if daring him to try something. The older man suddenly laughed and spoke up. So, Naruto Uzumaki finally decides to grace my humble abode. Nice to meet you, young man. My name is Kurisu. I was wondering when you would get around to scoping my shop out for some pranks on our favorite ANBU. Naruto beamed at the praise given by Kurisu and was glad to have someone who did not outright glare at him for some reason unknown to him. Well, I had to work my way up. Wouldn't want me getting caught now, would I? Kurisu chuckled at Naruto and said, You, my boy, are going to be great, I can see it. Especially with the Sandaime behind you. Pick up whatever clothes you need. I will get your academy package ready, as I can guess you are attending the academy, and we will work out what will need to be paid for. One last thing though, what are you doing with such a blade? Naruto responded with complete awe and respect. Well, Karisu and I found this blade named Kamikaze in a cave not far from town. He is very helpful. I like this one. Naruto-sama, please return here and converse with him some more. Perhaps he can help with your training. Kamikaze spoke. Hi, Kamikaze. Karisu smirked and said, Off with you now and pick out some true shinobi clothing. I have your weapons ready with your return and some new books. Naruto walked off within the store and browsed around. After a little time figuring out what he wanted, he finally picked out some basic ANBU style clothing to last his training and figured he would buy another set of clothes when he graduated. So garbed in regular ANBU issue clothing, he emerged from the clothing room no longer in rags, with his hair hanging longer than normal making its way down his back. He made his way back to the counter after throwing away the rags. When he stood before the counter, the Hokage and Karisu both were very pleased with his choices, and Karisu spoke up. Very good. Most your age would go for flashy colors, but you chose practical stuff. Hey, race your academy set, but I have real kunai and shuriken that will be ready to use when you reach the appropriate skill level. The books are standard academy issue with some notes scribbled on the side by real shinobi. I keep very few books here, but the ones I do are more educational than anywhere but the Hokage vault. Now for payment, let me see. Naruto waited with bated breath while Karisu started ringing things up with his register. Tell me, boy, where will you go to shop after you are finished here for your shinobi needs even while in the academy? Naruto was a little taken aback but replied, I would like to shop here, Karisu and I-san, if you don't mind, that is. Karisu pondered for a moment and said, Then think of this as an investment. Should you shop here for the rest of your life, I will give you all this equipment, and will only sell you the best equipment from now on. What say you, Naruto? Naruto responded with tears in his eyes. Hi, Karisu and I-san. Could I get some more sets of these clothes? Naruto asked. Of course, Ototo. Naruto's eyes widened before hugging the older man and being sent on his way. The Sandaime knew he had picked the right place to bring Naruto, and knew that Karisu would keep an eye on him should his ANBU fail. The Sandaime decided to show Naruto his apartment, and let him get settled while he would go track down the orphanage to gather his money. So while he led Naruto to his apartment, he was taken by surprise when he noticed Naruto now wore a mask similar to Kakashi Hatake. Now the Sandaime was known as the Professor, for a reason, and instantly deduced that this was to serve two purposes. 1. Keep the villagers from recognizing him so fast without his whisker marks. Naruto stood out far less. 2. Keep Kurenai from learning his identity and being persecuted. He smiled at Naruto's ingenuity and came upon his apartment. Here we are, Naruto. This apartment is yours. Here is your key and don't lose it, okay? Naruto's eyes widened as he took in the spacious living room that he now owned. It contained a built-in sofa depression area, 1, with a flat-screen TV and a fireplace for cold nights. A king's chair, 2, as well. Across from the entrance, another doorway led to a small kitchen with a stove, oven, microwave, and refrigerator. The pantry and fridge were stacked with healthy foods for Naruto to recover on. On the opposite wall of the TV, a small hallway led to 2 bedrooms, one slightly larger than the other with adjoining bathroom and a hallway bathroom for guests. Naruto's eyes watered yet again as he took the sight in and hugged his Aji-san before he tested the rug within the bedrooms and sofa depression. Naruto, I need to take a short trip, and when I get back we can go get dinner, okay? Sarutobi said. Hi, Aji-san! Naruto yelled as he enjoyed bouncing on his new queen-sized bed that was like a lake for Naruto's little body. Naruto-sama, I suggest we take another bath to finish the process from yesterday and get ready for dinner. We will have to check that book you took for training. Naruto remembered that he took a book of seals written by his hero, the Yondaime, to help him while hiding as Aji-san talked to Kurenai. Naruto smirked. Hi, Kamikaze. The Hokage shined to the road leading to the orphanage that Naruto stayed at previously. He could feel his anger increasing in waves, but he held it down so as to get what Naruto was owed. He walked into the orphanage and asked to speak to all the matrons since the little ones are eating dinner. All of the senior staff, the younger staff were hired after Naruto was kicked out, where assembled the Hokage, spoke. Where is Naruto Uzumaki? I did not see him with the other children. The matrons paled. They had been told the Hokage would not have time to see Naruto until he was 8, and could be thrown out of the orphanage for being too old, as he would be attending a school and not the orphanage's problem anymore. But now here the Hokage was a year early, and none of them knew where the boy of 4 years missing had gone. Hokage-sama, that boy is sleeping upstairs. He needs his rest after all. He is tired from his long day. The Hokage could feel the ire rising and said, Then one of you take me to him. I have an important matter to discuss with him. Trying to stop a disaster, the eldest of them there said, Hokage-sama, could it not wait for a few days so that the boy could sleep? Surely it is not so important as to awaken the boy. The Hokage finally had enough. Why can I not see Naruto? Is it that you do not know where he is? The matrons flinched. The Hokage spoke in a calm, deadly voice. No, you know not where he is because none of you have seen him in 4 years, have you not? For 4 years you have neglected to tell me you have lost the boy I had placed in your care. 4 years you took his money without giving it to him, and have used it to buy others things he would need to survive. You will find all of his money and return it to me by the end of the day. I do not care if you must sell your personal belongings or your bodies to accomplish this task. It will be done, or I will have you executed in the village square for child abuse. You owe me a total of 15,000 ryu 3. You will have it by the time I return, or you will suffer the consequences. Do I make myself clear? The matrons shivered at the ki being exuded and simply nodded before rushing off to their bank accounts to scrounge up the money they had been stealing for 4 years. The Hokage shined to Naruto's apartment, and finding him cleaned up, took him to eat at the Akimichi restaurant Naruto had told him he treated himself to on his birthdays. Naruto ate as ravenously as he did the night before and was content, returning Naruto to his home after having walked around the village for a few hours. He shined to the orphanage for his final act of the night. The matrons were waiting for him with the money in an envelope. He checked the money and said, Very well, you will keep your lives. The collection let out a sigh and smiled, thinking that was the extent of their punishment. However, you are all fired and will be sentenced to life in prison for no less than 15 years. Snapping his fingers, the matrons were all escorted away with looks of shock on their faces by Anbu. Sarutobi found the newer matrons and informed them of their promotions, and shined to the bank to deposit the money in the account for Naruto. Having finished his reparations, the Hokage finally made his way to his bed and fell asleep. Across town, Kurenai was sitting in a bar with her fellow friends. Yugao Yuzuki, a chunin Anbu with a heavy fascination for the sword arts or kenjutsu, and Anko Mitarashi, a chunin, who was the ex-apprentice to the snake Sannin Orochimaru, hated for being associated with him and supposedly being a spy despite the way he left her. Kurenai had related the tale of her mission and was gauging her friends' reactions. Yugao was looking starry-eyed at the thought of such an attack that could cut through jutsu, and Anko was thinking of the boy who saved her. So, what are you gonna do, Nai-chan? Anko asked. Kurenai sighed and responded, I want to find this boy. He is obviously very skilled and a good person. I would like to ask you guys to keep your eyes and ears peeled for such a person while on your missions, and I will do the same. Yugao immediately answered. Didn't he ask you not to look for him? Kurenai answered. I don't want to apologize to him, I just want to find out if he really helped only out of the goodness of his heart. Yugao said. Well, count me in, I want to find out what attack he used. It sounds amazing, Anko replied. Me too, I want to see what kind of person would do such a thing. Kurenai sighed and said, Thank you guys. I am getting tired of all these perverts going after us just for looks. We will find this guy, and who knows, maybe he will stay here in Konoha if he turns out to be good. Unfortunately, none of the women would hear anything about this mystery boy for almost 6 years. Back to Naruto. So what do you think, Kamikaze? That will be most beneficial to the style I will be teaching you. You will have to work on your handwriting, but if you can apply the seal, it will make you exponentially more powerful without hindering your growth. Naruto smirked, looking at the seal the yondaime used to train his body to handle the narration technique, and could feel himself getting stronger already. Naruto was ready for training. Chapter 3 Training and Academy Times. Time skip 5 years. Naruto cracked his eyes open and beheld his apartment. 5 years it had been since he acquired Kamikaze, and he began his training under the Sword Master. Good morning, Kamikaze. Good morning, Naruto-sama. How are you feeling after last night? Kamikaze replied. Last night he had stepped up his training to figure out why he could not do that blasted Bunshin no Jutsu. Kamikaze had said that it was because he held too much chakra and could not fine-tune it enough yet to make the clones. It was like putting your finger in front of a fire hose. I am fine, thank you, Kamikaze. Naruto responded as he reviewed his training exercises. He knew the leaf floating, tree climbing, and water walking exercises and could do them all while combing the leaf floating with the other two, but just could not seem to control his vast chakra reserves enough. Deciding to ponder it later, Naruto got up, stretched, and made his way to the kitchen to eat breakfast before going out in the dark, since it was only 5 o'clock, and running his usual laps around Konoha before the populace gets up and sneers at him. He had used the same morning routine after getting settled within his new apartment. He would wake up each morning around 5 o'clock. Do physical training, running, push-ups, sit-ups, and stretching while winding down. He had learned the exercises from Kurisu. Kamikaze had been right. Kurisu was a retired S-rank ANBU. He was feared in many small countries but kept a low profile so as not to attract attention. Kurisu gave him the control exercises, stating that, with your chakra reserves you are going to need them. Naruto was a little surprised but accepted Kurisu's help yet again. He had bought all his clothes and supplies from Kurisu and was surprised when the ANBU just accepted that he was a fixture there. When one customer sneered at him, Kurisu threw him out and told him to inform the rest of the ANBU to stay away if they cannot act civil. Needless to say, because Kurisu's store was the best, rivaled only by the Higarashis, none of the ANBU complained, and some actually came to like the blonde when he wasn't pranking. After training himself into the ground for about 5 hours, he would sit down and review some of the chakra theories and history taught in the academy until lunchtime around noon. He would eat lunch made by himself, after learning how to cook again from Kurisu, although Kurisu's foods would always be spicy. He would train with Kamikaze in the wind style. The style was not so much a style as it was a way of moving. Being one with the wind was the theme of the style. A few set stances, but it was a style meant to be flowing and erratic. You would react to your enemy's moves and expound upon the basic stances. It required a heavily agile body, unmatched reflexes and speed. Power was not necessary, but the training Naruto went through increased his strength to a respectable level for his age. Naruto's creative mind would, as Kamikaze put it, within battle cause a strategist to cream his pants with one glimpse of his thoughts. After training with Kamikaze, he would wind down with a look through the book of seals he had borrowed from the Hokage, whom had not seemed to notice the book was gone. The most ingenious seal that Naruto thought had ever been created, the resistance seal. The resistance seal, when applied correctly, would make it seem as if walking through air was as if walking through water. It would apply resistance opposite from the way you were moving to build up muscles and reflexes, making it the perfect seal to use for Naruto's styles. Naruto made sure not to overmake muscles so that he could remain agile and fast, not being weighed down by bulky muscles. The seals seemed to almost know this, and Naruto's body was streamlined like a runner. Not bulky but hard muscles lying underneath the skin. Recently he had realized he was probably the fastest person within the village when he removed the levels of his resistance seal. This seal surpassed the gravity seal because it did not weigh down on the body, thus it did not prevent growth, which Naruto had already been lacking. Naruto now stood at a proud 4 feet 10 inches, one of the tallest of his age group. Even within his current class he was taller than almost everyone else. In his class few had what it took to be ninja, and even of those only 3 stood out as actually making it. Tenten Higurashi, one of the only non-fangirls within the academy. She could hit a moving target from across the training field. It was easy to see she would become a weapons mistress. Naruto took an interest in her for her love of sharp, pointy things, but she had never seen his sword. He was not allowed to bring it to school. Rock Lee, although being dead last, definitely had the guts and determination to be the taijutsu specialist he was training to become. Just looking at his hands proved his dedication. Finally, Rookie of the Year, or as Naruto called it, stick up my ass, Neji Hyuga, acclaimed prodigy that was able to master the Juken, the Hyuga's fighting style. Naruto had stumbled across the modified caged bird seal that the yondaime had been trying to make, and after gathering some materials started to expand upon it. Once he became a genin, he was rather sure it would only take a few months to make a seal that would allow that rift to be bridged. Naruto made his way to school for the genin test that he was to take today. It was finally the day he would be able to make genin and get further training in the ninja arts. Kurisu had given him some low-level jutsus to learn, but nothing with kick enough to do anything besides causing some minor discomfort to other shinobi. He had mastered many of the wind jutsus fast, just as Kamikaze said he would, and could not seem to get really anything above a D-rank fire jutsu. Fire seemed to be out of his grasp, though wind and surprisingly lightning seemed rather fond of him. Unfortunately for him, both of those types of jutsus were in short supply in the land of fire, and he wound up with only 3 C-rank jutsus, and nothing above it. Although 2 of the jutsu could be upgraded to a B rank if he pumped more chakra into them, though he wasted a lot of chakra doing so. Naruto arrived at the academy, and took his normal seat as the rest of his class filed in. He ignored the opening speech from the teacher, and took his test when it was handed to him. He scoffed at the questions they were asking. Honestly, could anyone really fail this test? Turning his test over and closing his eyes, he took a nap while waiting the 45 minutes for the test to end. After that, he went to the target practice and waited in line to be called up. He reached for his kunai and shuriken and flung them all one by one towards the targets, hitting the targets each time. Next, he went to the taijutsu sparring mats and stood in front of a chunin that scowled at him. Naruto smirked in his head. If only I could show my actual taijutsu. Yes, Naruto had come up with a bastardized version of the hummingbird style used by the yondaime in conjunction with the narration. The book he stole seemed almost like a journal of yondaimes. It had clues to the actual katas, but not a comprehensible amount of data, so Naruto used what he could. His mind came up with a style based upon it, and it was as deadly as the hummingbird style if he did say so himself. Although every time he would try to use it in his spars, the teachers would beat him and tell him that he was using the wrong style and make him use the academy style. So he gave up trying to use his own style and decided to hide it along with some of his other abilities. After all, deception is a ninja's best weapon, right? After losing to the chunin, who had not been holding back, he made his way to the ninjutsu portion of the test, hoping that he would not have to do the clone jutsu. He walked in and saw a chunin with a large scar across his face. He recalled this was Ichiraku-sensei. He was a nice person who only disliked Naruto when he pranked, and not that seemingly blind hatred the rest of the village held. Okay, Naruto, I need you to do the kawarimi, henge, and bunshin no jutsus. Crap. So much for not having to do the clone. Ah well, might as well give it a shot. Naruto had been able to do the clone jutsu once every 100 times or so, and not come out with a totally dead clone, but one that could pass for a few seconds. He just had to hope he could pull it off this time. He did a sealless replacement, and finished the henge beautifully. He concentrated his chakra and put as little as possible into it, and with a muttered, "Bunshin no jutsu," the smoke revealed 2 dead-looking clones. Naruto hung his head and walked out of the door. I am sorry, Naruto, but there is always next year, Ichiraku said as he left. Naruto left the academy, seeing no reason now that he had failed and had to wait another year to try the test. He headed to the Hokage monument to think he was always calmest there. Naruto-sama, you mustn't let this get you down. There are other types of bunshin, are there not? Kamikaze questioned once he had arrived in his usual spot on the yondaime's head. Hi, Kamikaze. But I cannot gain access to the jutsu library because of the librarians. Ji-sen said he could not help because he cannot show favoritism, and Kurisu has helped so much I do not want to rely on him. Naruto thought back. How about those ANBU who always chase you after a prank? Wouldn't they know the techniques? Questioned Kamikaze, pulling Naruto out of his depression. The pranks, he had kept doing them to test his stealth and speed. He could honestly say he was nigh undetectable when he wanted to be. Only 4 ANBU seemed capable of catching him. One was a dolphin mask that he could swear seemed familiar. He still couldn't figure out how they did it. Indeed, they would know the techniques. In fact, they would know the strongest of them. Kamikaze, my dear sword, what do you say we plan 2 more pranks? One for the ANBU and one for my graduation in a year. Naruto chuckled evilly as he gained that mysterious glint in his eye that made everyone in the village shiver from the wrath of the prankster king. Naruto had already infiltrated the ANBU headquarters when he was younger just to see if he could do it. He had played pranks on everyone in the village to point out weak spots in the village's defense. He had a folder for the Hokage to use as leverage should he ever need it to keep himself safe and be viewed as worthy to the village. When he makes genin, he plans on giving it to the old man to improve the village. He came up with this plan about a year ago after he had infiltrated the Hyugas and one of them threatened him afterwards, but they couldn't prove it was him. He decided to be cautious. After all, he had not gotten this far being careless. Right now he needed to survive the village itself. After planning and acquiring his supplies, Naruto stole from the stores for what he needed. It helped his stealth, and he could not eat if he did not. However, he would only steal from the stores that threw him out. The ones that even overcharged him he would leave alone in respect for them. With this policy he had plenty of money for his shinobi equipment. He had already replaced his original outfit many times when he hit his growth spurt. Even with this spending, Naruto had about 12,000 ryu saved up from what he originally got, and his monthly stipend. He was also in the process of making an anti-rape seal. After hearing Kurenai's account, he had immediately decided if he would stop rape. He was curious on why his henges were real. He had wondered about it, but once he realized it, he found this would be the best way to save Kunoichi from their fate worse than death. He had 2 problems with it currently: where to get the chakra for the technique for, and how to make his process into the seal. He almost had the seal done, but the chakra was proving a hard thing to find. He figured once he could figure this out, he could market it, and gain money in an honest and very good way. Naruto snuck along the rooftops in his prankster outfit. He wore his usual ANBU attire, but he had a few additions and a better mask. The mask covered most of his face, and changed his hair back to the black color. He carried his kunai and shuriken, blunted just to make the chasers, if there were any, try to dodge, and if they failed it did nothing more than bruise. Naruto never threw it at a person's face, so the only danger was a male. He never had to use these unless those 4 ANBU found him. He also carried Kamikaze with him strapped across his back, with his left hand being the one to pull the blade because he added another sensor on top of Naruto's already enhanced senses. He had been tested by the Hokage for enhanced senses and had found out he owned senses rivaling the Nin dogs of the Inuzukas. That's better than the Inuzukas themselves. He was about a block from the ANBU headquarters when Kamikaze spoke up. "Naruto-sama, there is a team returning to your left." Naruto nodded, having sensed them almost the moment Kamikaze spoke up. He hid in the shadows and watched as they entered the compound. Naruto had stumbled across this place a year ago, and had located the 2 guards always posted there rather easily. One guard was across the street drinking from a bottle of whiskey that was expired about 10 years ago. The other was always sitting in the all-night cafe eating the same dango and reading the book that went out of style about 3 years ago. Naruto snuck past the guard's watchful eyes and reached the roof of the compound. Naruto had managed to steal some basic blueprints from the records office while he had been visiting the old man. So he knew the library with the jutsu was located somewhere near the baths, oddly enough. The exhaust system to keep the scrolls fresh and the baths were connected. Naruto found the vent leading into the compound and slid himself into the tight space. He had hinged himself smaller than normal so he would not make that much noise. It was risky to use even this little amount, but he would make way too much noise if he was his usual size. He managed to crawl all the way to the hallway leading to the library. He avoided a few traps but did not want to risk going in through the ducts to the library for fear of advanced traps he might not be ready for. So after checking that the coast was clear, he dropped down and released his hinge to stop his chakra output. He made his way to the library and opened the door. While not much security yet. What Naruto didn't know was that the ANBU were getting a new commander tonight, and most were at the naming of said commander. He quickly located the Bunshin section of the jutsu. Ah, here we are. Naruto looked at the collection and wondered why he hadn't thought of this earlier. Quickly grabbing the last scroll titled Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he copied it down with a jutsu he had learned from Kurisu. Kurisu did this for any popular scroll. It copied the scroll from your original to the blank scroll. Rolling the scroll back up, Naruto decided to take a few seconds to check the lightning section and the wind section if he could. He found a few B-ranked lightning and 2 B-ranked wind. Deciding he had overstayed his rather generous welcome, he snuck back to the hallway and made his way to the changing rooms. He put sneezing powder in all of the masks there, first the males then the females, and turned to leave when the door opened to the shower. Heat rolled into the changing room as Naruto turned around to face the person who had caught him. His breath caught in his throat as he beheld the beauty standing in front of him. She had purple hair down to her mid-back. Her D-cup breasts sticking out from the cold compared to her shower. Her chest and groin were covered by a single towel. Her thighs and legs well toned as all ABU were. Stopping his ogling, he finally looked into the woman's eyes and, noticing her amber eyes narrowing in anger, decided to beat a hasty retreat. He quickly said "Kai," and disappeared in a flash. "Gomen na Murasakiheim, Purple Princess." He hit her in the back of the neck with the butt of his sword and knocked her out. As she fell, the towel she had been holding fell loose and Naruto was treated to her, flashing him. Quickly bashing down his forming inner pervert, he covered the beauty again, and hinged himself back into his smaller form, and re-entered the air ducts. He climbed his way out, and headed home for a good night's rest. Time skip. Next morning. Yuga woke up with a headache. She quickly put her guard up when she then realized she was in the ANBU infirmary. She started to wonder why she was here before she realized what had happened. She shot up and checked for her clothes. She noticed she was garbed in the regular infirmary gown, and looked around for her clothes. Noticing them on the chair next to her bed, she put them on and walked off to find her captain to report the disturbance. As much as she wanted to keep the embarrassment hidden, if an unknown managed to infiltrate the headquarters, it needed to be known. Finding her captain and quickly explaining the situation, she was taken to the commander's office. Standing in front of the commander, she was confused as to why she would be taken to the commander for this. Sure, it was important, but something else must have gone down for her to be involved. "So Miss Yuzuki, you had a run-in with the unknown assailant last night within the ANBU changing rooms and were knocked out almost as soon as you noticed he was there?" "Hi." The assailant had black hair, blue eyes, was about 13 to 15 years of age. Carried a shuriken and kunai pouch on his left leg and had a sword resting along his back. Yugao answered swiftly and respectfully. "Interesting. I assume he is the one for all the ruckus this morning. He a worthy prank if I do say so myself." The commander mused. "Prank, sir?" Yugao asked. "Yes, prank. You see, after my inauguration last night, every ANBU who put their masks back on immediately started a sneezing fit that would not let up for several hours. It seems this assailant only knocked you out because you caught him in the act, so to speak," the commander replied. "You are dismissed, but if you ever catch this young man, please give him my thanks for brightening up the ANBU's days. It has been many a year since I have had such a good laugh." Yugao saluted and left the room, getting her clean mask back, and was wondering how she could catch such a worthy person. That sword was no toy, it was radiating power, and he radiated skill that should not be found in one so young. She was excited in finding this guy. Now that she thought about it, that sword seemed familiar for some reason. After pondering it for a bit, as she walked back to her apartment, she came across the hilt of the blade. Wait a minute, black hair, a sword with a swirl on the hilt. This was Kurenai's swordsman. But why would he be pranking the ANBU? He was supposed to be a wandering swordsman. Putting that out of her mind, now that she thought about it, his eyes did flash red when he disappeared. She was sure this was that boy. Now she had to tell Kurenai that he lived here now and that he had gotten better. She was to meet Kurenai and Anko tonight anyways. Perhaps she could spar with him. Time skip. That night. Kurenai was in good spirits. She was due to take the Jounin exams in 2 months, and her genjutsu had never been better. She kept finding these random notes that would give her good ideas to come up with good genjutsus. She was now ranked a high B-rank ninja. Her body had filled out, and she could tell she still had some more growing to do. Her breasts were C-cup bordering D-cup. She had grown taller but only really in the legs, so her breasts seemed a bit bigger than they actually were. She was still the ice queen of Konoha. Only one person had she found decent enough to date, and that had been Asuma Sarutobi. She was still seeing him on and off, but she could not see doing anything past being friends at this point. She walked into the bar she and her friends always met at. She was looking forward to seeing Yugao. She had been so busy with ANBU lately they had rarely any time to hang out. Enko was still her exuberant self, and had managed to get into the TNI division of the ANBU. She was a Tokubetsu Jounin, 1. She had taken to wearing a mesh shirt with a tan overcoat that did little to hide her body. She flaunted it to say, "Fuck you," to all the villagers that scorned her. Kurenai was sad for her friend, but Enko would never want pity. So she was the best friend Enko could want. She was hoping to become a Jounin sensei for Hinata Hyuga's sake. She had met her when she was still a Chunin and knew she had confidence issues. She also wished to impart her knowledge onto the younger generation to get some genjutsu into their heads. If she passed the Jounin exams in 2 months, she was going to request a team. Turning her attention back to the present, she noticed her 2 friends waiting in the same booth they always had and made her way over. "Good evening, Yugao-chan, Enko-chan." "Good evening, Nai-chan." Enko responded as exuberant as ever. "Good evening, Kurenai," Yugao said with a smile. They were all wearing civvies, drawing the attention of almost every male within the bar. Kurenai sat down and ordered her food along with Yugao and Enko. All ordered sake. Kurenai got some yakitori, Yugao some tempura, and Enko some dango. After their food had been delivered, they sipped their sake, making some small talk until Yugao spoke up. "I believe I have something that might interest you, Kurenai." Kurenai's eyebrow rose as a signal to show she was interested, and Yugao complied. "Last night I was taking a shower after returning from my most recent mission. I finished my shower and walked into the changing room. The rest of the ANBU were welcoming our new commander." Pausing to take a sip of sake, she saw she had their full attention, and continued. "I open the door and I see a boy about 13 to 15 years of age snooping around within the changing rooms. At this their visages go to hatred. They do not like perverts, as all women have a normal radar against them. I observed him for a second before he turned around. He had a sword strapped to his back with a swirl for the tsuba. This had Kurenai's full attention. He had black hair that fell to his mid-back tied together to form a kind of mane. When he turned around I caught a flash of his eyes that were blue." Kurenai's eyes fell. Another dead end. She had looked for years. She no longer looked actively, but still occasionally asked around. As did her friends. However, upon noticing me he said "Kai," and his eyes flashed red before he disappeared and knocked me out. At this their eyes widened. The swordsman seemed to be back within Konoha. But what would he be doing within ANBU headquarters? Was he a pervert? Yugao saw the thought process and said, "I do not think he is a pervert. When I awoke this morning I heard of a prank that had been played upon all the ANBU operatives, that all of them had sneezing powder put within their masks." At this Kurenai's face turned to mirth, and started to chuckle at Enko's face. She had been caught by the prank and swore whoever it was would pay. Yugao chuckled as well at her friend's face. "So Kurenai, it seems your swordsman is no longer wandering. If you manage to find him, I would like a match. He came across as one with skills far beyond his years." Kurenai nodded and the night continued. Kurenai went to bed that night thinking of the noble boy who had rescued her so many years ago. Time skipped 2 weeks. Naruto had been trying to find some time to train in the last 2 weeks. He had always hidden his jutsu training from the old man. Deception. It hurt, but Naruto knew if something happened and he was alone, he would need people to either underestimate him or not have the correct information. In the past 2 weeks the old man had been here almost daily, and if not him, Kurisu would stop by. He finally allayed their fears. He was depressed and assured them that he was going to graduate the next time. Finally. A day to myself. Now let's check out that Bunshin Jutsu. You know they only do it because they care. Kamikaze said. So Naruto unsealed the Kage-bunshin and began reading the jutsu. Kage-bunshin. A ranked genjutsu. This jutsu was deemed forbidden by the Nidaime Hokage for the extensive use of chakra it uses. This clone takes half of the original's chakra and makes a solid clone that can fight and recon in place of the original. However, the clone is very fragile, requiring very little actual force to dispel, unlike the water or earth clones. Everything learned within the life of the clone is transmitted back to the original, and all remaining chakra is returned. Then it listed the single hand sign need for the jutsu. Naruto was stunned. This was the perfect jutsu for him. He had extra reserves according to Chris and Kamikaze. This would also help on his control. He could study at the library at the same time. Amazing, the possibilities were endless. He quickly got to work on using the jutsu. About 4 hours later, at about 5 in the afternoon. I got it! Naruto shouted as he looked at his fully formed clone. Congratulations, Naruto-sama, now we can definitely pass next year, Kamikaze stated. Naruto gave a mental nod and decided to train until sundown. He was in the forest behind the Hokage monument. No one ever came near here. So with a cry of Kage-bunshin no jutsu, 150 Narutos appeared. Okay, I want group 1 of 50 working on tree climbing while combining the leaf floating exercise. Group 2 of 50 working on water walking while combining with the leaf floating. Group 3 of 20 working with cutting those leaves for wind chakra. Group 4 of 20 work on lighting these light bulbs I had. Group 5 of 10 take Kamikaze 5 using your left hand, 5 using your right, give me stances, thrusts and slashes upward and downward. Muscle memory worked with the clones also. Naruto summoned 5 more clones. Henjin to someone else and go read in the library. 1 take anatomy, we need to finish that seal. 1 find cookbooks. Another elemental theory. Another look up clan laws. Another read the most current laws to date. The 5 clones dispersed and Naruto began physical conditioning after upping his resistance seal to level 4. The Yondaime had been on level 8 when his body could handle the Narration. With Naruto's hyper recovery, his body was fixing itself faster, and thus his progress with the seals surpassed the Yondaime's. A few hours later, Naruto had decided to head in for the night with all of these clones training. He told them to dispel, and unfortunately for him, he had not specified to dispel themselves in groups, and they all dispelled at once. Naruto was immediately knocked unconscious. Mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes to a sewer. The water was only about ankle level. There were 3 types of pipes along the walls. One was glowing bluish-white, this was the smallest. The largest was reddish-orange. Finally, one that was slightly larger than the bluish-white glowed a healthy crimson with streaks of gold. Confused as to where he was, he spoke out. Hello? Naruto-sama! You are all right, Kamikaze responded. Naruto felt his back for his sword and felt him there as a comforting presence. Where are we, Kamikaze? Naruto asked. We are in your mind, Naruto-sama. I occupy a space within your mind as the wind, free and flowing upon a meadow of grass stretching as far as the eye can see, but there is this corner of your mind that I dare not venture. There is an ancient entity that I cannot face without you, Kamikaze replied. Naruto was officially spooked already. If Kamikaze was unsure of himself, then this entity was powerful. Well, Naruto said, might as well find out what that seal on my stomach holds, Kamikaze? That's right, Naruto was almost a seal's master himself. He knew that the seal held something, but the only clue he had to go on was demon. He had his theories, but Naruto was never one to make wild guesses, so he kept it to himself and figured the old man would tell him when he thought he was ready. However, if he had made genin and not been told, Naruto might have demanded the answer. Naruto started his trek towards the ancient entity. As he continued, he noticed a heavy air. It swirled around with a maliciousness Naruto had not ever felt. The chaos was getting insufferable, yet Naruto went on, and finally came to a room with no ceiling in sight and huge bars kept shut with what appeared to be a single piece of paper with the kanji for seal on it. So my container has finally decided to visit me after all these years. A malicious chuckle filled the air. Naruto asked. Who are you? Who am I? Surely they have told you who you carry, worthless Nin-gen! The voice bellowed, Ki choking Naruto before he regained his senses. Without showing it, the Kyuubi was impressed. Not many could withstand its Ki without debilitating consequences. If I knew who you were, I would have called you your name. Do not insult me. It seems we are stuck together. Let us act civil for now until we can resolve whether we will be friends or not. Naruto responded. Friends? The Kyuubi scoffed. Who would make friends with a demon? Naruto flinched, memories from his childhood flashing before his eyes. Peace, Naruto, I am here, I am your friend. A sentient sword and a powerful one at that, very impressive, Nin-gen. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki, my name is the Demon Lord of the Foxes, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto nodded, his suspicions confirmed before asking. Is there a reason for attacking my village? Need a demon a reason to cause death and destruction? The Kyuubi said, a grin hanging on its lips as it revealed itself in all its glory, its 9 tails swinging wildly with its reddish-orange fur. No. But I can see through your mask. I wore one for most of my life before making my few friends. Please tell me the real reason. Naruto said, immediately knowing a fake answer from a lie told to prevent pain. The Kyuubi's eyes narrowed. Very good, Nin-gen, but you have not earned the right to know of the truth. But I would ask a boon of you if you will. Put your hand upon the cage. I wish to see the life my pampered container has lived. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Why would you think I led a pampered life? The Kyuubi responded. That was the last thing your yondaime, I believe it was, said before he sealed me. See him as the hero he is. Naruto's eyes widened before going to their usual apathetic state. Very well, Kyuubi, but know this. Try anything and I will lock you up in a tighter cage than this, and you will never see the light of day again. Kyuubi was impressed he had the balls to threaten it. Kyuubi chuckled. Very well, Nin-gen, I will not try anything on word of my demon self. That is something no demon is willing to lose. Naruto nodded, satisfied with the Kyuubi before starting toward the bars. Kamikaze spoke up. Be careful, Naruto-sama, what Kyuubi may not consider harmful could actually be harmful to you. Naruto continued his trek, confident and sure. He laid his hand on the bars and said, Come, Kyuubi, see the life I have lived and see if you respect me after this. Kyuubi laid its paw along the bars and viewed Naruto's life. When the transfer was finished, Kyuubi roared, its 9 tails lashing the bars, trying to get out the cage. Let me out! Those child beaters! They will pay! What rubbish! Humans can be more demonic than the worst demon! The Kyuubi continued on its tirade of the villagers before Naruto spoke. Stop, please! The Kyuubi's eyes softened and spoke. Nin no Kit, calling you a part of the human race is too high an honor for them. Your life has been the worst I have ever seen. Within Makai it is considered taboo to harm a child, and these villagers have deliberately harmed you. State one request, and I will grant it if it is within my power. Naruto thought long and hard for a request, and decided. Kyuubi, could I hold on to the request for a later date? I am content within my life right now. The Kyuubi was a little surprised but nodded. Very well, Kyuubi, I have seen what I had hoped. Most stories do not show you as overly bloodthirsty, and your yokai has healed me many times when I was young. With that being said, Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated. The seal flashed, causing the Kyuubi to cover its eyes, and when it opened them it saw a beautiful meadow with oversized game for it to hunt, and a miniature Konoha for it to destroy. The Konoha has a one-time only policy. Once it is destroyed it will stay for a little bit but will disappear. Your one chance on revenge, because I doubt I will let you out. Kyuubi was overjoyed it would finally get some sunshine, and it was not stuck within sewage water. Also, I have given you access to my senses, so you can feel the outside world again. When you are ready, please tell me what really happened the night of your attack. The Kyuubi noticed that trees now represented the seal, and they acted as bars to separate it from him. The Kyuubi nodded, and Naruto sat down to wait until he woke up. As Naruto faded away some time later, Kamikaze returned to the wind and spoke to Kyuubi without Naruto hearing. We have an amazing master, do we not, Kyuubi-sama? Kyuubi simply looked at the wind before curling up and catching the first sunshine it could in 12 years. Time skip 1 year. Naruto thought about all that had happened in the past year. He had mastered the Kage Bunshin and used it to increase his control. He had learned about weapon balancing and was currently in the process of learning to use kunai, after which the final was Saban balancing. His chakra control was still shot, which he learned that was due to Kyuubi's chakra being inserted into him. Kyuubi could do nothing about this, but in return for this knowledge of why the Kyuubi was feeling a bit weaker, it taught Naruto a small demonic genjutsu which hid Kamikaze's notable feature, and kept it so that not many villagers would look twice at Naruto, making it seem as if Naruto was unimportant. Naruto had been relieved when it worked because he was scared that the ANBU operative might be friends with Kurenai, if only you knew, and wind up putting Naruto in a mess. Naruto was a little suspicious at first because of the Kyuubi actually offering to help, but Kyuubi had made it a point to say not to expect this often, and that having access to his sense more than made up for it. Naruto also noticed a sharpening of his senses even further than before, and when questioning Kyuubi it simply replied, "It must be a side effect of me having access to yours." He had gotten put into Ichiraku-sensei's class. It was filled with clan heirs. He had read all the most recent laws of Konoha, so he could not be blindsided by the council for their blind hatred. Kyuubi had asked if Naruto held any resentment at all, and he replied, "A bit. I am not sure how to completely forgive them for being simply idiots, but that is also why I can almost not blame them. They are simply too ignorant to see past their hurt." Naruto was mainly angry at the villagers for denying the last wish of a Hokage. Such a thing would be disgraceful to any of the past Hokages, but these people hailed the Yondaime as a hero but did not take his last words to heart. The clan heirs were actually a good batch of shinobi with a couple of regulars that could make the cut, unlike his last class. First was Choji Akimichi, the clan he had always scrounged his treats from. He found out later, he was a jovial soul who would always be seen with a bag of chips within his hands. He was a laid-back fellow who would only really get going if someone called him a fat ass. Next was Shikamaru Nara, the clan of geniuses. He was the epitome of lazy genius with an IQ over 200 and the only one within the class to have seen Naruto as something beyond dead last. He was a formidable opponent, and the only one who could play Naruto to a standstill, or beat him in shogi. Something Chris had taught him the basics of. Next was Shino Aburame, clan of bugs. He was much like Naruto. Actually, his clan was not well liked for something within his body, so he quickly befriended the quiet, logical child and built a camaraderie. He had yet to tell him of his burden, but he was sure Shino suspected something, for his bugs would be wary of Naruto if he would be in a bad mood. Next was Kiba Inuzuka, clan of Nin dogs, trackers and all-around decent shinobi. These led the Hunter Nin division in conjunction with the Aburames. Kiba was loud, brash, obnoxious, and ignorant to a fault. However, he was loyal and courageous, everything a dog would be. You could say he was the Nin dog, and Akamaru, his Nin dog, was the human, but he was a good person overall, if a bit of a pervert. Next was Sakura Haruno, no clan, just a councilwoman on the civilian council. She was a fangirl through and through, but had a smart head on her shoulders that would lead her far into the Nin field if she put her mind to it. Naruto nicknamed her Howler Monkey. Whenever someone mentioned Sasuke, she would go off on how great he is. TCH fangirls. Another was Ino Yamanaka's clan of Mind Walkers. Another fangirl, though not as bad as Sakura. She was nowhere near where she could be within her own training. Another was Hinata Hyuga, clan of nobility and Byakugan within Konoha. She was a weird one. She was shy, timid, and nice. Almost everything Hyugas are not, she was. She was the only one Naruto would not consider a fangirl, but she was nowhere near her actual level of strength because of her kindness and crush on himself. She had only known him a year, but Naruto knew if he was on her team he would have to break her heart so she could function properly. Finally, the emo king himself, the council's golden boy, Sasuke Uchiha, clan of the Sharingan. It allows the user to copy any ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu it sees and use it as your own. When Sasuke was 5, his older brother had murdered the rest of his family except him and left him as a self-acclaimed avenger. Naruto felt sorry for the boy for losing his family, but was pissed on how he ignored the adoration of his fangirls, expected everything to be handed to him on a silver platter, and was only gaining power to kill. All in all, Naruto did not like Sasuke Uchiha one bit. Ichiraku-sensei walked into class and after using his demon head no jutsu, got the class to quiet down. He passed out the written test and Naruto answered it as easily as he did the last year. Laying his paper face down, he drifted off to sleep as he saw Shikamaru doing the same. He woke up to Ichiraku's yelling and headed out to the target practice. He got in line for the practice and waited for his turn. When Sasuke's turn came up, he grabbed all of them with his hands, 5 shuriken in one and 5 kunai in the other, and flung them all at the same time. He hit every bullseye. Naruto, sure he was going to pass, walked up right during the applause, grabbed all of them with his hands and without looking at the targets flung them at the targets. Ha! You can't even hit the bullseye! Sasuke smirked. Ichiraku-sensei, could you check where the kunai and shuriken landed, please? Naruto said in a calm voice. Ichiraku rechecked the weapons and gasped. You were not aiming for the bullseye, were you? No, Ichiraku-sensei. Naruto passes this with extra marks. After getting yelled at by fangirls, Ichiraku explained. Naruto did not hit the bullseye, that is true, however, each of his hits would be deadly to the enemy, and your enemy will not always allow you a free shot. Sasuke ground his teeth. Lucky shot. Naruto failed the taijutsu yet again because of Mizukage-sensei, the same from last year, not allowing his own personal style, and not holding back. Naruto was nonplussed. He was sure he was going to graduate. Naruto walked into the ninjutsu portion of the test and listened to his instructions. I need you to use Kawarimi, Henge, and Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto, to pass you must show each. Hi Ichiraku-sensei, can it be any Bunshin? Naruto asked. Ichiraku just nodded but narrowed his eyes at the question. Naruto replaced himself with Mizukage-sensei. He hinged himself into a perfect example of the Sandaime pipe and all. He hinged into Sasuke, brooder look and all. Finally, with a soft cry of Kage Bunshin, 5 Kage Bunshin appeared next to Naruto. You passed, Naruto, congratulations! Ichiraku said, sincerely surprised about the Kage Bunshins. Naruto placed his headband upon his head and walked back to sit in the classroom. Ichiraku walked back into the room and said, Okay, everyone, please report back here in 2 days' time for team placements, and to find out who is Rookie of the Year. Dismissed, the young ninja dispersed into the crowds of waiting parents, and Naruto went home with a smile on his face at finally being a ninja and take that first step to his dream. Chapter 4: The Unmasking. The Hokage sighed looking at the team placements. This flawed system seemed to hurt more than help. Indeed, because Naruto had come in at the last year instead of being mid-class as he had been trying to do, instead of excelling, he had wound up tied with Kiba Inuzuka for the dead last position of the class. No doubt due to tampering by the academy, but the Hokage had no proof, so he had to accept it. He did not expect more than 3 teams to pass the final test, but the question was who would get those teams. Kakashi Hatake was one. Sarutobi was considering his son for the Ina Shikacho's 2nd generation. That left 1 spot to fill. The Hokage went and looked at the list for the Jounin sensei and chuckled. Oh! This will be interesting. A drop of blood fell from the Hokage's nose before he wiped it and decided on the teams. He would let people plead their case later, but he was rather happy with the way he had the teams, and only someone with a very good argument would change them. The Hokage mused as he waited for more of his damned paperwork to arrive. The past 6 years had been good to Konoha. He had managed to wrest most of his power back at this point, though the council still held too much power. He had an iron grip when it came to enforcing the laws now. He chuckled as he thought of the pranks Naruto had played, and hoped the boy realized that it was twofold. He was pretty sure he did, but Naruto was one of the people the Hokage had a hard time reading since he acquired his blade and began living on his own. Oh, he could get a bead on what Naruto was thinking, but he always managed to surprise him. That Inbyu prank was hilarious. He sighed as he looked out at the Hokage monument when it shimmered and, wait a minute, shimmered? All of a sudden the Hokage monument was covered in paint for the Hokages. A tree painted on the first face, a sweat drop on the second, a nosebleed for the third, and for the fourth, a yellow streak across his nose. Sarutobi was amused and angry at the same time. Funny for his grandson's skill and angry for showing him as a pervert, and nothing more. Then a primate shimmered onto the third's face. Sarutobi nodded his head as if that settled the issue and started to laugh. Time skipped that evening. All of the Jounin sensei had arrived -1. The Hokage was waiting for this person and had told him to be here 3 hours earlier, so when he arrived 1 hour late the Hokage sighed and said, "Welcome, Kakashi." Kakashi's eye narrowed. "You told me to come earlier than the actual time, didn't you?" The Hokage chuckled. "Now why would I do something like that?" Whistling innocently, before sporting a grin that had some of the former ANBU flinching. "Now then, let us get on with the team placements, shall we? Please, if you have any preferences, state them now." Kakashi spoke up. "I would like Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki." Many were surprised who would want the demon boy. The Hokage narrowed his eyes. "Why Naruto?" "Because they have a form of rivalry, and it will spur them both on, but Sasuke must remain stronger for it to work," Kakashi stated. "So you would intentionally weaken a potential ninja just for the betterment of another?" Pathetic Kakashi. "Sasuke is granted, and Naruto. I will see." Kakashi seemed taken aback by the venom in the Hokage's voice before nodding and sitting down to read his favorite little book. Only to cry out, "My eye!" Someone had changed out his precious smut with yaoi. There was a chibi Naruto with AV sign. All the females chuckled when they noticed it, and made notes to treat the boy nicer next time they saw him. Asuma spoke up. "I would like to request the next generation Inashikacho." "Very well, any objections?" None of the Jounin spoke up, so the Hokage nodded and jotted it down. "Granted." The Hokage looked up and noticed someone he was hoping for. Kurenai had made it to her Jounin rank, and she was willing to take on a team. She stepped forward and said, "I would like Hinata Hyuga. The rest of my team, I would prefer a tracker team." The Hokage nodded, then a small smile graced his face. "Any objections?" Kurenai was a little worried when the Hokage smiled. That usually meant he planned something, and with him being the guiding force for the strongest ninja village in the land, that was something to be wary about. No one spoke up, and the Hokage smiled a bit wider. "Granted," he said with some enthusiasm. He chuckled pervertedly in his head. Oh, did he have the best prank? The rest of the pickings went by fast with no one of particular interest until they were finally done. The Hokage was pleased with all of his Jounin except Kakashi. That remark about Naruto reminded him too much of what Naruto had already gone through in life, and said, "Okay, the decisions have been made and the teams are." Time skip next morning. Naruto awoke from his peaceful slumbers with Kyubi and Kamikaze. "Morning, Kyubi Kamikaze," he thought. The fox replied fastest, "Kit," and Kamikaze right after. "Good morning, Naruto-sama." He was in a good mood. Today was when he would find out what his team was. But this was a bad omen to Naruto. Whenever he was in a good mood, something always happened to send it down the toilet. Now Naruto was by no means a pessimist, but he believed that very good mornings were really only okay when you had someone to share it with. Somewhere within the city, an Imizu no Kuni for women sneezed. Deciding to just enjoy it while it lasted, he started on his usual morning ritual but did not do as much training as normal so as to get that new outfit he had promised himself and to be ready for whatever his team training may entail. After breakfast, Naruto made his way to Chris' shop yet again. He had told Chris pretty much everything about himself. He was his closest confidant, and he could count on Chris to help him should he need it. As such, he knew about all his pranks and honestly roared with laughter at what he did a year ago. Walking into the store and greeting Chris. "Ohio Chris and I-san, ohio otuto," Chris replied back. "Coming to get your new wardrobe?" "Hi," Naruto responded. Chris pulled out a long black box and set it on the counter. "Consider this a present from me to you for graduating. It has repair seals and growth seals, so it should be nigh indestructible." Naruto took the box and opened it. Inside lay a beautiful coat. It was black with some streaks of crimson on it. Upon its back rested a Kyubi surrounding a sword with wind whipping it up, seeming almost as if the Kyubi was protecting the sword while at the same time riding the wind. Naruto was stunned with the intricacy of the needlework, and hoped he never broke this. That is ninja silk made from neem spiders, so only the hottest fires will burn the cloak. Wear it with pride. I have set aside some of the money you paid when you came here and have saved up to make this for you, with you paying half. Arigato Nisan, Naruto said. Naruto ventured further into the store to pick out compliments to his new coat. Choosing a mesh shirt to go underneath a crimson shirt made with lightweight metal links within the shirt. Black cargo pants with a place for his kunai and shuriken and a hidden pocket for some saban. He grabbed some sturdy sneakers to house his feet. He always wondered why a ninja would wear sandals when he would be attacking with his feet. Unfortunately, boots were too heavy, but these lightweight sneakers with a steel woven tip made him a bit toe heavy, but it would have to work for now. So wearing his new outfit, he stepped out of the changing booth and donned his new cloak. It reached down to about mid-calf and did not obstruct mobility. All in all, he was very pleased with his new outfit. He paid for his outfit and ordered about 5 more like it and headed off to school. As he walked, he received weird looks, but few were of hatred. They were wondering who would wear the 9 tails on his back, but he was proud of it. Damn straight you're proud, Kyubi remarked. Naruto smirked behind his face mask. He had finished the anti-rape seal and got the old man to test it, and he had some punk named Jiraiya to look over the seal. It had been accepted as a revelation, but he had not announced when it would hit stores or even that he was going to sell it. None of the women had been told of it yet to avoid a riot because Naruto refused to sell it yet. He had finished its testing days ago, and was finally cleared to get it start selling. He found chakra holding seals within the Shiki Fuin and modified them to hold chakra so the henge/transformation would last up to a month. It may not save all of the women, but it would save a good amount. It worked by storing chakra in it when it was applied and had a one-time usage. Once activated, it would remain active until the kunoichi decided to cut it off. Because of the small amount of chakra a henge takes, the small henge could last a month before dispelling. Once the technique was stopped or dispelled, you had to reapply the seal to have access to it again. As a side note, it was able to be turned off. It activated when a person tried to invade the kunoichi's pussy or ass, or if the kunoichi activated it. The seal would sense the intrusion and automatically activate should the kunoichi have it turned on. This kept them from being raped while knocked out. It would knock the person back with a small burst of chakra and engage the henge. No side effects have surfaced, and it was hailed as genius even by Jiraiya. The caged bird seal was next on his list after that. Naruto liked seals, but too many could become a problem within the world. He would make some for his family home and the like, but that field was too dangerous to tamper with. Naruto arrived at the academy. He made quite the imposing figure. He had grown a few inches in the last year, making him a flat 5 foot with his cloak billowing in the wind, his face mask covering his mouth and cheeks, and the hilt of his sword, the swirl is hidden by that demonic genjutsu, sticking up from his right shoulder. Some of the students avoided him outright, and he smirked underneath his face mask as he made his way to the classroom for what was, hopefully, the final time. When he walked in, all of the class froze, stunned at the new appearance. He had never come in so blatantly obvious. Trying to look more like me, adobe, Sasuke said, trying to bring some of the attention back to him. No, if I were, I would cut my hair to look like a duck's ass, Naruto responded quickly. Now that he was a genin, he could let loose a little because the council could not touch him. The rest of the class snickered after looking at Sasuke's hair. Sasuke nedded and turned around to continue his brooding, satisfied his fangirls had returned their attention. Naruto sat down next to Shikamaru and Shino. Morning, Shino, Shika. Shino and Shikamaru looked at Naruto and responded, morning, before going back to their usual quiet selves. Naruto looked around and waited for Ichiraku to get here for the team placements. He hoped he would not get the Uchiha or any of his fangirls. God, they were annoying. He noticed Hinata's blush and really hoped he would not be on her team either. He would break her heart to make sure she stayed alive, but he did not relish the idea of hurting a woman. It is for the best, Naruto-sama. She cannot remain the way she is if she is to survive, Kamikaze remarked. Kill or be killed, Kyubi simply said. While Naruto had been musing, Ichiraku had entered and started his speech on what it means to be a ninja and all the responsibilities it entails, and he finally came to the team placements. So I wish you luck in your new careers. Now Team 1 will be. Naruto tuned him out and felt sorry for the ones who were going to fail the next test for Genins. He was sure the Jounins were to test them because the academy test did not make a ninja ready for the rigorous life of ninja. Team 7 will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Kiba Inuzuka. Ignoring the cries of true love prevails and two head smacks against the wood, Ichiraku continued. Team 8 will be Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's head picked up. Shino Aburame. Naruto nodded at his new teammate and comrade, happy so far. And Hinata Hyuga. Thump. Everyone turned to see Hinata passed out on the floor. Naruto groaned and looked at Shino. Shino seemed amused at the turn of events with a hidden sadness at what Naruto was going to have to do. Shino was one of Naruto's only friends, them being the old man, Chris, Shika, and Shino. Naruto was close to Choji, but he was more of an affiliate than a friend. So he knew what Naruto planned for their new teammate. Team 9 is still in circulation, so Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, and Shikamaru Nara. Your Jounin senseis will be here shortly. Good luck once again. With that, Ichiraku exited. Kurenai was walking to go pick up her team when she thought back to the team placements. Author Yami-style flashback no jutsu. The teams will be. They were shocked when they heard Kakashi was not getting who he wanted. It was the first time he had actually requested somebody and he was being turned down. Kurenai was quite happy. The way he talked about Naruto showed he did not care at all. Kakashi spoke up. Why is Kurenai getting him? She did not even request him. The Hokage narrowed his eyes, angry he had been questioned as to his methods after his earlier outburst. Because she will treat him fairly, not merely as a stepping stone for another. What is your ultimate rule, Kakashi? Kakashi bowed his head in shame when he thought about that and said, Hi Hokage-sama. Kurenai spoke up then. I am happy, however. What does Uzumaki-san bring to a tracker team? The Hokage chuckled. I see none of you read the report I sent out, eh? I had hoped one would notice. He has since advanced further than a Nin dog. This set the Jounin ablaze with jealousy at such high sense that they had to train for years to reach. He will be the perfect addition, and Kiba will balance out Team 7 while giving them what they need, a tracker and close combat expert. Naruto will become your ninjutsu expert, and with Hinata's Juken and Shino's bugs combined with your genjutsu, it is an all-around perfect team setup. After the Hokage's explanation, no one had a comeback for why she should not have him. You are all dismissed. Kurenai, please stay a moment. Kurenai nodded her assent and waited while the others filed out. The Hokage put up a privacy seal and said, Now that no one can hear us, let me hear your opinion of Naruto. Kurenai responded almost immediately. I see no wrong in him, Hokage-sama. His pranks brighten our day, and if he were the fox, why would he do such things? He is simply a misunderstood boy who is yearning for attention and guidance. The Hokage stared at her a full 3 minutes before sighing and saying, I am glad you feel that way. I am aware you are friends with Anbu Nico, correct? Kurenai nodded. Please bring her with you when you test your teams. She will not have any missions for a few days. Naruto is much stronger than he appears. He has a sword that I think Nico might find interesting. That mischievous glint back in his eye. The Hokage said, You are dismissed. Kurenai turned around and walked out, wondering about the enigma that is Naruto. Author Tenchi style, flashback no Jutsukai. She continued on her way with Yugao in regular Jounin attire next to her, carrying her sword. After explaining to Yugao the Hokage's suggestion, she immediately agreed, happy to see someone so young interested in swordplay. They walked up to the door with the rest of the Jounin sensei and proceeded to enter. Naruto watched as the door swung open and in walked 11 people. His eyes widened as he took in the last 4 though. Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja, son of the White Fang, and so-called prodigy or Konoha. Asuma Sarutobi, son of the old man, wielder of trench knives and the only other winged user within Konoha, part of the 12 ninja guardians who protect the Fire Lord. But it was the final two who had him sweating bullets. Murasaki-hime, who he had found out from Chris, was Yugao Yuzuki, and his own Megami-chan, Kurenai Yuhi. He caught like a deer in the crosshairs. Kyubi was amused by the predicament. He was not expecting to have both of them here as Jounin-sensei. He watched as they scanned the room and waited with bated breath as their eyes passed over him. He had removed his own genjutsu, but his sword's hilt remained hidden. They did not linger on him, and he let out a sigh of relief, which quickly turned into curses to the old man, for he was sure to have set this up. "Teammate, please follow us," Kurenai said, and motioned for them to follow her and Yugao. "Damn, now I can't use kamikaze. Do you not think it would be okay? Perhaps she has done as you asked and put it behind her," Kamikaze remarked. Naruto responded, "Perhaps, but I will still try to refrain from using you if that is okay, Kamikaze. I am not happy, Naruto-sama, but you do it for the right reasons. I will accept this for now, but should you put yourself in danger, I will not hesitate to take control of your arm and pull myself. Consequences be damned." Naruto was a little surprised at Kamikaze, but accepted nonetheless. He got up with Shino and Hinata and headed out to their senseis. Once they were outside, Kurenai turned and said, "Meet us at Training Ground 8 in about 20 minutes. And both she and Yugao shined away. Naruto made a pointed look at Shino. "Keep Hinata busy for the 20 minutes. Was the silent message Naruto sent, and Shino nodded as Naruto shined to the two women to inform them of Hinata's crush and how he was going to break it. Kurenai and Yugao appeared in the training grounds area. It was an all-around training area with some rocky places, a forest, a small waterfall, and a meadow. Not 1 minute later, Naruto shined in as well with a little burst of air. Both Jounin were stunned that he could do such a high-level technique already, but hid their surprise well. He turned to them and smiled, or it appeared he did, and spoke. "Unfortunately, we are probably going to get off on the wrong foot. I am about to do something that must be done to allow this team to succeed. Shino is taking care of the preparations, but you must not interfere until I give the signal." The Jounin were surprised. Here was a genin telling them what to do. Kurenai spoke up. "What are you going to do?" Naruto smiled sadly and said, "Break a girl's heart." At that moment, Hinata walked into the training ground, followed closely by Shino. The Jounin were stunned at his declaration, and he spoke up saying, "Well, maybe we should introduce ourselves." That snapped them out of their stupor, and they started the introductions. "Yes, well. I am Kurenai Yuhi. I like genjutsu, Anko-chan, Yugao-chan, and romance novels. I dislike perverts and that orange book that shall remain nameless. My dream is to be the foremost genjutsu master in the world and to see you get to Jounin," Kurenai said. "I am Yugao Yuzuki. I like kenjutsu, Anko-chan, Kurenai-chan, and mystery novels. My dislikes are the same as Kurenai. And my dream is to become a kenjutsu master and pass it on to my kids," said Yugao. "You will call us Kurenai-sensei and Yugao-sensei. Now, Shino, you're up." "I am Shino Aburame. I like Naruto, bugs, and learning about different types of bugs. I dislike those who kill bugs for no reason. My dream is to become clan head and help Naruto achieve his," Shino said. I am Hinata Hyuga. I like lavender and—" She glanced at Naruto. "I dislike perverts and the caged bird seal. My dream is to abolish the caged bird seal and become clan head." Imagine her stuttering. Hinata stuttered out and Kurenai smiled at the shy young girl. Naruto sighed as he caught her glance. "I am Naruto Uzumaki. I like foxes, kenjutsu, ninjutsu, and seals. My dislikes are perverts, rapists, and child beaters. My dream for the future is to become the strongest shinobi in the land to protect all my precious peoples." Kurenai blinked and smiled softly at her team. She got a good bunch. Now it was time to test them. But before Kurenai could speak, Naruto beat her to it again. "Hinata, if there were another test for genin to become genin besides what was taught in the academy, what would it be based on?" "Shino?" After a few seconds, Hinata's eyes widened at her answer, and Shino nodded. They said in unison, "Teamwork." He smart kids at Kurenai-sensei?" Kurenai was flabbergasted. He deduced there was another part of the test, and completed it all without even being given the test. Who is this kid? Definitely not the dead last of the academy. Now Hinata, what would you say would be the best teamwork a team could come up with? Naruto questioned. This put Kurenai on edge. She knew of Hinata's crush, and was hoping Naruto would not crush her. Shino put himself in the way and shook his head at Kurenai, a clear indication not to interfere. Ano. I am not sure, Naruto-kun. Hinata stuttered again. Naruto steeled himself and said, being able to kill one another. Hinata seemed confused until Naruto took a taijutsu stance that had Yugao gasping. Yugao recognized that style even if it wasn't the true style. It was the fourth style. Where did he get information on that? It should be locked up in the Hokage vault. Naruto lunged forward as fast as his seals would allow, and started to fight Hinata. He went for a right hook. She blocked and spun away to get some distance, and took her stance and hesitantly activated her Byakugan. What are you doing, Naruto-kun? Hinata stuttered. I am breaking you of your naive ways, Hinata, and allowing you to fight to your full potential by killing you. With that, he put his deadly taijutsu to actual work for the first time, accurately dodging her Juken strikes because she would not attack any vitals and delivering debilitating strikes on his own. Kurenai and Yugao watched transfixed and horrified. Naruto was actually hurting his teammate. Nothing too hurtful, but she was clearly going to be hurting in the morning. Finally, after a nasty roundhouse kick, Naruto stood looking down on Hinata. You are weak, Hinata. You allow others to walk all over you and will not fight back. This team will not continue with you as you are. You must be willing to attack and kill. A ninja is destined to kill. It is our lot in life. If you are afraid to take a life, then you do not belong within the shinobi ranks. He then leaned down and cupped her chin and pulled her eyes to his. That is what makes you weak and what makes you strong. Your kindness is rarely found within a human. Draw strength from it. Allow yourself to be kind to those around you. Use that kindness that makes you want to protect someone to kill your nice side within battle, Hinata. You must be able to strike me in the heart with a Juken strike for sparring with me while ignoring my vitals means you will ignore the vitals on a bandit. What happens when that bandit you are fighting turns around and kills me because I trusted you to have my back but you held back not wanting to kill? Do not relish in killing. Simply do it because you must. Your crush for me is built out of adoration. Adore yourself. Climb to your peak and become the serious kunoichi you are destined to be. Hinata stood with tears in her eyes and said, Hi, Naruto. She would not call him Naruto-kun, not after that. Kurenai was angry that he had been so brutal, but what he said seemed to have worked, and Shino lowered his bugs. I am sorry for resorting to such extreme measures, Hinata, but for this to work, I need you to focus. Do not love me. I am incapable of loving you. I will not allow myself to. I have noticed the hatred of my village just as you have, and you know your father would never allow it. Try Kiba, he is a bit of a pervert, but if you make him yours he will be loyal to a fault. Hinata nodded, still crying but with determination shining in her lavender orbs. Satisfied he had accomplished what needed to be done, he walked up to Shino and said, Arigato. Shino punched him in the jaw. Don't ever hit your comrades again and I will consider it thanks enough. Shino was not happy he went further than he had planned, but he accepted it. His logical side said it was for the best, but he needed to get that out of his system. Hi, Shino. Naruto was not angry, he knew what Shino was thinking. Kurenai just shook her head. It seemed she got the crazy bunch. But they will be great, she was sure of that. Already showing a camaraderie that was rarely seen even within Konoha. Alright, since I have seen Hinata's fight and Naruto's taijutsu. Shino, come spar with me. Taijutsu only. I wish to see where you stand. About 40 minutes later. Kurenai was breathing slightly fatigued while Shino was sweating bullets. Stamina was not their strong suit. Enough, Yugao, would you like to test Naruto's blade? Yugao nodded, her eyes shining. Naruto thought. So much for not using you kamikaze. You ready? Hi, Naruto-sama. You have only used me to kill some worthless bandits since those genins. This will be a true test of your skills progress. Naruto walked to the edge of one training ground and asked, "So what are the rules, Yugao-sensei?" Yugao pondered for a moment. "Kenjutsu only, no jutsu." Naruto raised his eyebrow at the little limitations and said, "Very well, let us begin." He got into his stance, his body completely relaxed, and unsheathed his sword with a slight shing sound mirrored by his opponent. His sword point facing towards the ground. He whispered "Kai," and released the level 5 resistance seal down to level 3 so he could survive the coming ordeal. He said, "Whenever you are ready, sensei." Yugao took in his stance. It seemed to be full of holes in defense. Obviously an amateur swordsman. She watched him careful. He remained still, only really moving when the wind would blow across the training ground. They stood there for 2 minutes before Yugao moved, dashing across the meadow at low chunin speeds. Naruto saw her coming a mile away. He had already moved his weapon into the block before she swung. She came from high and stroked down to come across his chest in an arcing pattern. Their blades collided with a resounding clang, 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 clang. Every attack she tried on him, every skill was blocked. She decided to step it up. Moving to low jounin speeds, he seemed to be slowing down, and managed to block most of the cuts, but he would always avoid the hits. A downward slash blocked. A thrust parried and thrown away. A horizontal slash backstepped and stepped up into her guard. He was showing skills of a kenjutsu master. Indeed, according to Kamikaze, Naruto has almost completed his own style of wind style. Once mastered, it would be unable to be copied for the erratic movements required, and should someone try to copy without the proper training, it would result in horrible muscle pains and possible tearing. Finally, after 20 minutes of straight kenjutsu, Yugao stepped back. She was breathing slightly heavy but could see Naruto was only slightly winded, that legendary stamina of his holding out. She admired the blade and could say it seemed familiar. All of a sudden Naruto's eyes turned red and he looked into the trees to his right. "Yugao-sensei! Protect Hinata, Shino, get with Kurenai-sensei!" As soon as he shouted, 2 nins came out of the forest. One wearing a scratched headband from IWA, looking to be a jounin by his attire. The other was wearing a scratched headband from Kumo, looking to be a chunin. Well, well, well. Look who we have here. The Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, Kurenai Yuhi. Swords mistress Yugao Yuzuki. And some frightened genin. The IWA nin scowled. "You killed my brother, you bitch of a mistress," looking fiercely at Kurenai. "I will bring the Byakugan back to my village, and I will be hailed as a hero. Perhaps I will be allowed to father the first of the new Byakugan." He finished with a perverted leer at Hinata, who shrunk back. How the hell did these guys get within the city walls? Naruto thought was he gauged his opponents. Naruto spoke up and said, "Well, you have about 5 minutes before the ANBU get here, so let's get started, nay? I will take a Kumo nin, Yugao-sensei stay next to Hinata till this is finished. Shino assist Kurenai in her battle." They all nodded and went to their respective jobs as they faced off. The chunin sneered. "You think you can take me, little boy? I was fighting battles before you were sucking bottles." Naruto shook his head. "Enough banter, let's get this started. Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough." Blowing out of his mouth, he sent a large wind at the chunin, who just stuck to the ground and retaliated. Raiton Kaminari Saji, lightning surge. The lightning spread across the ground, going after Naruto. Naruto jumped back and avoided the attack. He sent another jutsu at him. Futon, Rankuden, spiraling fist. The ball of compressed air went flying at the enemy, and Naruto came charging right after it with his sword drawn. The enemy nin jumped and dodged the jutsu, but came down to Naruto, attempting to slash him on his downward arc. He quickly put his hand guard up and blocked the strike, starting a fierce close combat fight. Naruto sent another slash his way. The enemy nin, using lightning manipulation, put some electricity in his hands and went to grab the blade, expecting his chakra-enhanced gloves to catch it. He screamed a few seconds later when he noticed how the blade dispelled his lightning and cut right through his hand. "Nice work, Kamikaze. You have advanced well to defeat a chunin at this point, Naruto-sama." Once he realized the nin was still screaming, he promptly took advantage of the situation and beheaded him. Confident he has dispatched his enemy, he turned around to look at the other fight going on. He cursed in his head and disappeared with a kai and a burst of speed. A few moments earlier, the fight had been going well, with Kurenai stopping the Jounin with her genjutsu, and Shino sucking him dry of chakra with his bugs, when it all changed. They heard a scream from the other ninja, and their opponent seemed to sense the genjutsu at the same time. He broke the genjutsu, and after spewing a fire dragon jutsu on all the surrounding bugs, proceeded to make hand signs. Kurenai tried to catch him in another genjutsu, but he finished his jutsu right as she did, and it did not catch in time. So now Kurenai and Shino were staring down a fast-moving spike of earth with fire rolling around it, making it seem like a flaming bullet. Kurenai knew she did not have the speed to dodge or pull off a kawarimi, and stood there looking in abject horror at how she was going to die on her first day as a sensei. I wonder what that swordsman is doing now. That's when someone showed up in the path of the bullet holding a sword high. Naruto cursed, as he had wanted to keep this a secret. His crimson aura flowing around him, unknowingly dispelling the demonic genjutsu. He swung his sword down like he did so many years ago and spoke the name of the attack, Benekei's. It sent the wave cutting through the bullet and saving his sensei and friend, and because of the genjutsu cast by Kurenai, slicing the opposing Jounin's arm and leg off. He screamed and fell down to his knee. Naruto ignored the 3 gasps behind him, 2 from recognition, 1 from the brutality, and walking over to the enemy, beheaded him as he did his comrade. Sighing once more. Looks like the fox is out of the bag, Kit. Though I have to say you have quite the devious mind to account for every interaction but a fight here, Kyubi said before laying down for a fox snap. He pulled down his face mask. No reason trying to deny it now. Damn you, old man, I am sure you set this up. He turned around to face the music. Kurenai couldn't believe it. Here was the swordsman who had saved her so many years ago, living right under her nose. It was the pariah of the village. Then another thought occurred to her. The Hokage lied to her. He knew he was here and told her otherwise. Oh, she was pissed. Yugao was transfixed on the blade. It had appeared in her dreams a few nights in the past year. She would always wonder who it was who could prank Anbu with a sword. She had suspected Naruto, but he never had a sword with him, so she could never verify it. That swirl and that attack, such grace and definition. Oh, she had to know more. Hinata and Shino were just in awe of the attack and seeing their teammate kill 2 higher-ranking ninja. Hinata was wondering if she could get as powerful. Shino was wondering if he had always been this powerful and if this was the reason for his bug's skittishness. Naruto turned around and Kurenai and Yugao gasped yet again at the red eyes shown by their young charge. Hello again, Megami-chan, Murasaki-heim, been a while, has it not? Naruto spoke, having a deeper voice than normal with his battle mode activated. Whenever Naruto had activated this state before, he would gain speed and strength as well as better eyesight. After contacting Kyubi, he asked if it was its chakra he was tapping into, but Kyubi said it wasn't, so he just chalked it up to a bloodline or something, since he could not accurately account for another power source. Shino and Hinata were a little confused as to the names until they saw the looks of shock on their sensei's face. Naruto, I believe an explanation is in order, Shino stated. Naruto sighed and said, Hi, follow me, we will go to the Hokage's office. What I have to say should not be heard by the wrong ears. All of them just nodded as Naruto deactivated his battle mode and his features returned to normal. He sheathed kamikaze and they all shined to the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Naruto and his team shined into the office and Naruto glared at the Hokage. I know you had something to do with this, you old geezer. Damn it, I had a reason for that request. The Hokage blinked and then took in the state of the team and said, What happened? Yes, I put you with Yugao and Kurenai, but nothing else should have happened. After explaining the stuff on the team training ground and handing in the 2 heads which gained them a C rank and A rank missing Nin bounty, the Hokage shook his head. I had hoped you would have built a little bit of your relationship before having to discard with your pretenses, though I think this will be good for you. Kurenai spoke up before anyone else though and asked, Why did you lie to me about him, Hokage-sama? Me too, Yugao pitched in. The Hokage turned his eyes to Naruto with a questioning glance. Naruto sighed and scratched his head. Because I told him to. Kurenai turned a hurtful gaze on him, and Yugao was just shocked he wouldn't want recognition for what he had done. I suppose I should start at the beginning. Let's get some food and get comfortable. This is going to be a long story. Are you going to tell them everything, Naruto-sama? Kamikaze spoke up. Hi, if it is okay with you. I must trust these people, and they have proven trustworthy so far. Just be careful mentioning you can speak with me. These people, even the Hokage, are fearful of what they don't understand. Kyubi informed. I will leave out talking to you and just say I met you and you threw me out the mindscape. Keeps with your demon persona, right? He said with a little bit of sarcasm and returned his attention to the people sitting around the Hokage's office with some food on the table. Sighing one last time, he began his tale. Gigi put up a silencing barrier. Please, after pausing for the glow of the barrier. It all started on my 7th birthday. Then I passed the exam and am now assigned to your team. Should you not wish to work with me anymore, I will understand. The Hokage waited in bated silence to see what his teammates would do. Shino spoke up rather fast and said, So you are hated for what you carry as well. It makes no difference what you hold. You have saved the village every day you draw a breath. You will always be my first and best friend. Having said that, he bumped fists with Naruto, and he waited patiently for Hinata's decision. Hinata finally spoke up after about 2 minutes of silence. Naruto, that is a lot to take in. Though it is amazing what happened to you when you were younger. I would be proud to call such a brave person as you as my friend. Surprising even herself by not stuttering. Naruto laughed, happy for his first few friends' acceptance, and said, Well, Hinata, it seems my lesson is working rather fast, eh? He turned to the 2 elder women within the room, and his eyes saddened for having hurt them. They had been looking for him, but he was trying to save them pain. Gomen Megami-chan Murasaki-heim. I had tried to hide from you in an attempt to keep you from pain, but it seems all I did was compound on it. Yugao spoke up. Damn right, you little blonde swordsman. Well, we will have to have an all-out kenjutsu battle to the end of time to figure out whether I should forgive you. She turned away from him with a small smile on her face. Kurenai was still trying to digest everything he had said. Well, I guess I could forgive you, but can we talk after this? Naruto nodded and said that he would take her to his apartment later. The Hokage then spoke up. So Naruto, you did not think it prudent to tell me you had a sentient sword, eh? Naruto smiled sheepishly. That you had also taken the book of seals written by the Yondaime. That you had made contact with the Kyubi. Naruto flinched at each accusation but turned to his Hokage and said, I was not a ninja at the time and I was not required to inform you. I needed an edge should the civilian council find a way to go around you, Gigi. I am sorry. He hung his head. The Hokage sighed. All of that is true, and stealing the Book of Seals is a serious offense. However, I think we can overlook it in light of recent events. Good job, Naruto, in protecting your team from those missing neens. I would like to see your taijutsu, and if I can, I will get you the actual hummingbird style, since you are obviously the only person within the village who can use it. Naruto's eyes lit up and he said, Hi, Ji-san. Naruto paused, remembering something. So Ji-san, my seal is ready to be sold, correct? Hi, Naruto. Good, Kurenai-sensei, Yugao-sensei. Hinata, come here a moment. Naruto reached into his pouch and took out 15 anti-rape seals. Kurenai-sensei, after hearing your account of how you were almost raped 3 times in a single day and looking over the seals of the Yondaime, I decided to make what I call an anti-rape seal. I had made my sexy jutsu off of it, but no one knows the true purpose of that jutsu. It is an actual transformation. All of the women were hanging off his words at this point. This seal I have created, tested, and perfected will be sold in Konoha soon, but I want you 3 to have 5 each. He handed them to them, and after explaining how they worked, Kurenai and Yugao immediately slapped theirs on their necks under their hair. I ask you keep this a secret so people do not come banging on my door. I just finished this recently, and I will get it in stores as fast as possible. They all nodded, amazed at such a thing. I believe that is it for today, and judging by the sun, it has been a long day. We should all head home. Be at the training ground tomorrow at 8 a.m. You all passed, Kunai said. All of them nodded and the Hokage disengaged the privacy seals. Yugao gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek for the anti-rape seal and headed off home with a spring in her step. Kunai chuckled at Naruto's stunned face. Shino and Hinata headed off to the clan district while Naruto walked to the ninja district. Naruto led Kunai to his apartment, and they entered. Naruto asked, "Would you like something to drink?" Kunai nodded to his offer and took a seat on the sofa. She liked how his living room was set with a few pictures here and there. Could use a woman's touch, but it was homey enough. Naruto set the drinks down and wondered what it was she wanted to talk about. "So, was that everything from when you saved me to now?" Kunai asked. "Hi, though I might have changed my words around from in front of Hinata," Naruto answered. "Oh really? How so?" Kunai teased. "I believe the exact words I used were a beautiful woman such as Kunai does not need to have such hate thrown on her." Kunai blushed at his compassion even from such a young age. "You know I wasn't searching to thank you. Not many people would do what you did. Many would have killed the others just to take me for themselves, or would have left me there without risking their own necks." Naruto nodded and responded. "What did Ji-san tell you I said when I saved you?" Kunai thought for a moment before it dawned on her. "That rapists were the worst beings aside from child beaters." Naruto nodded again. Kunai thought to herself a little bit. "He is so young yet he acts so mature. What must he have gone through at the villagers' hands? He is so compassionate it rolls off him in waves. Even with the fox's presence he is not tainted." Naruto spoke up. "I act mature for my age, yes. I noticed you pondering that. Let me say that my childhood was one that necessitated me be very careful. As such I have read many things and learned as much as I can to survive. Some things I know nothing of compared to others. I only hope what I know is enough to keep me afloat." Kunai was struck by his words yet again, and decided to call it a night before her mind took her to a place she was pretty sure it would lead to eventually anyways. So she bid Naruto good night and stood up to leave. As she was leaving she leaned in and gave him a kiss on the cheek opposite Yugao. "Thank you, my little blonde swordsman." Naruto stood there stunned for a second before replying. "Good night, Megami-chan." Naruto closed his door when Kunai was out of sight and they both went to bed thinking of each other and what the future might hold. Chapter 5: D-Ranked Missions and Feelings. It had been almost 2 months since the formation of Team 8 and the revealing of Naruto's secrets to his teammates. They had been doing more D-ranks than the other teams because they were already perfectly situated into their roles. They even took the D-ranks as a training exercise and as a result finished them much faster than should be possible. Naruto would do extra D-ranks so they would have them on the record. They would only take the hardest ones and leave stuff like painting fences to the KBs, Kagebunshin. He would give the extra money to his teammates since his anti-rape seal had literally been sold out since it hit the shelves. His identity behind the seal had been a closely guarded secret. Only the Sandaime and his team knew it was Naruto. Yugao also, but he considered Yugao part of his team. She would always come by when she had time. None of the females around Naruto paid for the seals since he gave them another batch when he finished them. He was planning on buying himself a plot of land and building a house when he got the money he wanted. There was tension building within the team though. Shino and Hinata were the best comrades Naruto could ask for. He worked on a seal for Shino's stamina and Hinata's chakra capacity. He managed to finish them easily and put them on his teammates. Shino could now last in a fight against Hinata, and Hinata's chakra capacity shot up from Genin to almost low Jounin. The tension, however, was between Naruto and Kunai, especially when Yugao would visit. Shino observed this and saw that Naruto knew about it, but he assumed Naruto had a plan because Naruto did not seem clueless as to what to do. He would somehow be able to break the tension until the next meeting. Shino knew, however, there was going to be a breaking point, and it was fast approaching. Hinata was too focused on regaining her skills from being too nice, and could feel the tension just did not pinpoint the course. Hinata had reformed rather quickly after Naruto's killing of her. She started showing more confidence within the spars and managed to land a few hits on Naruto, surprising Naruto himself. She beat Hanabi, her younger sister, in a clan spar and managed to fight longer against Niji, the branch house prodigy, surprising the clan elders and bringing her father's notice to her. Her father had been so hard on her hoping to push her, but it resulted in the opposite effect until Naruto broke her. She had not seen Kiba yet but resolved to herself to at least give the boy a chance. He had been chasing her for years and he deserved it. Fox in position. Angel in position. Kikai in position. Teammate commence capture. Naruto burst out of the foliage, sending a very light gust through the clearing, leading the target to the left of the clearing until a wall of Kikaichu bugs sprung up. The target turned around and looked at its attackers. Hinata and Shino appeared near Naruto. The target looked at them, then jumped at Naruto. Naruto caught Tora easily and the cat started cuddling up to him, purring. Capture confirmed. Ribbon states it is Tora, Naruto said through his radio. This was the 12th time in the last week they had caught Tora. She seemed to like Naruto, so they always took it when they could. Good work everyone, let's head back to the tower, Kurenai replied over the radio. The team walked through Konoha with smiles on their faces. They were content with their usual routine. They would meet early in the morning and train. As soon as the Hokage's tower would open, they would go grab their missions for the day. Do the missions till lunch, and then finish up the missions. Teamwork exercises and finish the day off with some good old spars. Each of them could do the water walking exercise, and Naruto was working on Saban balancing while incorporating kunai balancing into his other known exercises to his KBs. At this point Naruto had about Chunin level chakra control. He was shooting for Jounin level, for him, in which case he would be able to outlast Jiraiya in his sage mode in pure terms of chakra. This was the only downside to his massive chakra. It was so damn hard to control. Naruto's smile, upon seeing the glares of the populace, slowly lost its way until he schooled his expression into neutrality. They still could not track his home down, but the glares did enough damage without him having to find his house. Kurenai frowned seeing Naruto's mask and started glaring at the villagers. How dare they glare at him? He is putting his life on the line as a shinobi. Not to even mention holding back Kyuubi. She was planning out all these evil genjutsus and smirked. Kurenai-sensei, Naruto said. Huh? What is it, Naruto-kun? Naruto's eyebrow raised at the new honorific. She had never really called him that. He dismissed it and said, I had been telling you we are here now, and your smirk is scaring everyone. She looked around and did indeed see how most of the men were straying far away from her. She smirked again. I must have picked up some things from Naruto. Naruto unwittingly thought. Damn! She has picked some stuff up from me. Let's head inside, sensei. With that they all entered the tower. There was a catch board for the Catch the Tora mission. The cat had been tormenting Genin since the start of the Sandame's rule, and the leader board had been put up after the Sannin managed to catch her in 2 hours. To this day only one team had managed to beat that record. The top 10 catches were all under 2 hours. As a matter of fact, some of them was under 10 minutes. Naruto had set up places to meet Tora so he could pet her when she was out. As such, he had a little bit of a schedule he could follow to catch her. All of the top 10 catches had been made by Naruto's team. They walked into the Hokage's office and Naruto immediately relinquished hold of Tora to the fire daimyo's wife. She is going to kill that cat, Naruto thought. The Hokage sighed and said, Good work, teammate, now for the next mission. A light bulb seemed to light up above Naruto's head. Kurenai noticed the light in Naruto's eyes, tried to stop him. No, Naradash, excuse me, miss, Naruto shouted. You're hurting her. The fire daimyo's wife turned to find Naruto pointing at Tora. She raised an eyebrow and said, I think I know how to handle my pets. Naruto scowled and said, Oh yeah? Put Tora down and let's see who she goes to. If she comes to me, you let me show you how she likes to be petted. If you win, I will catch your cat for free for the rest of the month. The fire daimyo's wife smirked. Okay. Kurenai-sensei, could you please take Tora and put her in the middle of the room? Kurenai and the Hokage sighed. Hi. Kurenai placed Tora in the middle of the room and the fire daimyo's wife immediately said, Tora, come here and there is some fish in it for you. Tora looked her owner and took a step. Naruto spoke up. Tora-chan here, girl, making sounds with his teeth. Tora immediately turned around and leapt into the genin's arms. The fire daimyo was stunned. Like this, ma'am. Naruto showed the fire daimyo's wife, gently petting Tora's head and scratching her ears, making her purr. Now you try. The fire daimyo almost crushed Tora when Naruto held her arm. Softly, he led the fire daimyo's wife's hand gently down Tora's spine and Tora started purring. Amazing, the entire room minus Naruto said. Naruto smirked and said, If you treat Tora like that, I doubt she will run again. Thank you, mister. Naruto chuckled. I am Uzumaki Naruto, ma'am. Please treat Tora nicely. As much as I love petting her, she needs a good home. The fire daimyo's wife nodded and made a note to tell the fire lord about this genin. The Hokage chuckled seeing Naruto's legendary politician skills at work. He would be a force to rival in a few years. If that is all, ma'am, I believe Team 8 has earned the rest of the day off. Dismissed, the Hokage said. Everyone filed out of the office. Outside. So should we do teamwork exercises or? Naruto started. I have a clan mission that is starting and I will be gone for a few days, Shino said while he walked to his compound. Ano, father wants to train me in some advanced moves, so I must get going. Gomen na Naruto. With that, Hinata walked off. Just like that, the tension was in the air again. Well, Kurenai-sensei, seems we are being left to fend for ourselves. What would you like to do? Kurenai thought about it for a while. I think I am going to go meet Enko for lunch, then relax the rest of the day. What about you, Naruto-kun? Naruto again quirked an eyebrow at the honorific. Naruto responded while thinking. It's now or never. I was considering asking you to join me for dinner. Kurenai was taken aback. Really, now what would the occasion be for? Kurenai's mind immediately went to the place she tried so hard over the past 2 months to avoid. A date? She immediately slapped herself in her head, but the words were already out. If you don't mind going on a date with someone as young as me, I most certainly would welcome you as my date, Naruto said. Naruto hated to throw such a point into the conversation, but it must be clear before they start anything that could lead to disaster areas for Naruto's mind. If he allows himself to connect to someone but they would never allow it past a certain point. Well, Naruto has so little friends it becomes devastating to lose even one. Kurenai blinked and replied almost without thinking. A man's age has nothing to do with his maturity, Naruto-kun. You are much more mature than most of the men in this village. Naruto took the compliment and said, Then shall I pick you up at 7 o'clock? Kurenai nodded her head and took her leave, heading for Enko, eager to share her news with Naruto. He headed home thinking to Kyuubi and Kamikaze. That was unexpected. But welcome. Kamikaze chimed in. All I know is, Kit, you need some clothes for tonight. This ANBU stuff isn't cutting it. Kyuubi informed her container. Naruto nodded his assent to the demon. He had arrived at his house and decided to tidy up his small apartment. He set about to work and let his mind wander, as he did the menial chores that allowed him to work his finger muscles. Over the past month he could feel the sexual tension between himself and Kurenai. It was part of the reason he did not want his identity revealed, but he could not say he was not enjoying the attention. He had been attracted to the woman even when he was young. He was by no means a pervert, but for some reason he had noticed her even at his young age and pegged her as someone he wanted to know more about. He had thought about her over the years and kept an eye on her, helping her out with little notes for genjutsu ideas, though she didn't know that. He knew that now that she knew about him. He was falling for her. Thought there were 2 things that held him back. One was the age difference. He was not sure she would be able to hold a relationship with someone 7 years younger than her. Another was Yugao. He knew he held feelings for the purple-haired ANBU as well. This confused him, as he was sure that he should only be able to love one of them. Yugao had inadvertently led to the creation of his inner pervert a year ago, when he had been flashed. She still did not know this, but he had dreams of her and Kurenai doing things with him he knew 13-year-olds shouldn't be keen on doing. Yes, there were 13-year-olds who did that, but they were perverts, right? And wanting more than one girl, did that not make him perverse? He could not ask the girls these questions, and he hesitated to ask Kurisu. He felt it would not be proper to discuss this with others, therefore kept it squashed down where only Kamikaze was able to see it occasionally when it would flash across his mind in training. Kamikaze knew that it was natural but did not want to encourage him. He decided to let his user figure it out on his own, and he would help where he could. Trying to explain it to someone like Naruto might only exacerbate it. Naruto, though, for the life of him, he could not seem to figure out why he could not have both of them. It was supposed to feel wrong to love multiple women. It showed in society how men were only allowed one woman to become their wife. Naruto was sure that because of this you were only supposed to love one woman. He had more interaction with Kunai, so he decided to go on a date with her, since she brought it up. But he was feeling a little guilty at not taking Yugao out as well. Still musing over why he could not have multiple loves. He missed the thoughtful expression and slight muttering of the Kyuubi as Naruto continued his cleaning. With Kunai. I can't believe I actually asked him that. She was still in a bit of shock over the fact she just asked out a boy who was 7 years her junior. She could not deny her feelings about the boy. Ever since he had been shown as the swordsman who saved her all those years ago, and that he remained so pure even now was utterly astonishing. His childhood had been horrible. He had not explained much before he got his sword, but just the parts that he did made Kunai cringe. He asked so mature she felt as if she was talking to her father again. She was walking to the dango shop she was sure Anko was going to be at and continued her musings. He was kind, courageous, cute, powerful, and definitely not a pervert because she had yet to see him trying to sneak a peek at her or Hinata during practice. Basically everything she wanted in a man was packed into that little man 7 years her junior. The things he could do with seals were amazing. He managed to bring her stamina up so high that she could actually outlast Kakashi. That had always been her weakest point, and now she could stand long fights. When she first realized she was falling for the blonde after giving him that little kiss on the night she had been assigned him as a genin, she tried to stop her mind from going there, but as she spent time around him and noticed how his aura radiated peace and security, she began to grow more and more attracted to him. She noticed how Yugao was hanging around him too. That did not sit well with her for some reason. Now she stopped denying herself and actually took that step to see what would happen if she went further. She felt a little sorry for Yugao. She had been as deprived of love as she had because of all the perverts honing in on her as well, and decided that she would help Yugao find a guy if things worked out with Naruto tonight. With Yugao. She could not get that little man out of her head. Damn it, she growled in her head. Why is it all the guys her age have to be perverts? There was that hate guy, but ever since she met Naruto he was all she could think about. His aura of peace yet deadliness was only exuded by the strongest of shinobi. He could bring you at ease with his very presence. The fact he had one kick-ass sword that he could talk to did not have any indication as to why she had initially taken an interest in him. She could feel the power rolling off him when she saw him that night in the ANBU headquarters. She could feel the skill he held hidden when he shined onto the training ground the day she had helped Kunai. She tried as hard as she could to keep herself from him, but it only seemed to push her along faster. She knew she fell for the blonde. When she kissed him on the cheek she had known, but she tried to deny it. Tried as hard as she could to say someone 8 years younger could never want to be with someone like her, but her mind would not accept it. So she spent some time away from him that first week doing ANBU missions, but as soon as she got back she felt compelled to seek him out. So she had, and as soon as she walked into his presence she was at peace. More calm than she had ever felt before. His aura was just so damn comforting. Like a blanket that just dulled your senses. She was a little annoyed that Kunai got to spend so much time with him. She almost wished she were his sensei just to spend some time with him. She had finally worked up the courage to make it seem like a casual date. The next time she saw him she was gonna ask him out. If things worked out with Naruto she was going to have to help Kunai in finding another decent guy. She felt a little bad taking Kunai's swordsman away, but he was too much of a catch for anyone to let go. Besides, with his life the sooner he gets some love and the more he gets the better. Dango's shop. Anko was eating her dango peacefully when Yugao walked up and joined her. Wonder what's got her in such a good mood. Shrugging it off as she didn't care and continued to eat her blessed dango. A few minutes later Kurenai walked up in a similarly good mood. While they are both in a good mood, something must have happened. Deciding to get the news. She was a professional interrogator. So what happened that got you girls in such high spirits? Yugao and Kurenai both shared wistful sighs as if they were little girls thinking of a fond crush, and Anko smirked. Oh, this is gonna be good, must be about that blonde gaki. Kurenai and Yugao had informed Anko of all that had happened with Naruto. They felt that since she had been helping them out the most with their search that they owed her that much. She had almost blew a gasket at how horrible the villagers had been, but calmed down when Yugao and Kurenai told her that no one was to know, so the council could not try to hurt Naruto. Anko had yet to meet the boy, but she swore if he hurt either of her friends some heads were going to roll. Yugao and Kurenai looked at each other before turning away with guilty expressions. Yep, definitely about the blonde gaki. Okay, spill. The only reason for you two to act that this is that little blonde-headed man that somehow lives in your apartment complex. Yugao and Kurenai shared a look, and Kurenai nodded to show Yugao should go first. Yugao steeled herself and started her story. She spoke of how she had come to love the blonde little swordsman, how she was initially attracted to his aura, and after spending some time with him she began to see him as something more, even though it had only been 2 months. She tried to deny her feelings, but it didn't work, and he had opened up quite a bit with her, and she was planning on asking him out for a date tonight. So there you have it. Sorry, Kurenai, but I really do like the guy, probably even love him. Yugao ended. Anko motioned for Kurenai to speak her piece. Kurenai started her side as well, starting how she just wanted to know more about the blonde swordsman who saved her life not once but twice. She got him to explain his reasoning behind his actions and came to show his compassionate side. She mimicked Yugao, and saying his aura calmed her down to the point she almost didn't even have her guard up when she was around him for extended periods. Finally, how she tried to deny herself, but he asked her to dinner as friends, and she sort of pushed for something more. Sorry, Yugao, but I have the date with him tonight, and I am going to take it. He is too good to pass up. Yugao's face fell. I want to try to help you find a good person for you too, though. Kurenai said, though she realized Yugao would probably not want her help, not after this. Anko watched all this with a passive face and felt for her purple-haired comrade. There were very few good people within Konoha. Even less decent males around, and with her getting older the pickings were slim, especially because of her ANBU career. It was amazing that they had found this diamond in the rough. Now most thought Anko was a sex fiend that was just a mask to hide her true nature of being scared of others trying to take advantage of her because of her past. So using this mask she actually had a light bulb go off in her head, and before Yugao could make a hasty exit spoke up. Why don't you just share him? Anko spoke her ingenious idea. What? Both Yugao and Kurenai all but shouted. They immediately calmed down when most of the store stared at them. Kurenai spoke up first. Why would we share him? He is not some prize for us to have. Yugao then spoke up. Yeah. Besides, what if he didn't like me? He did ask Kurenai out first. Anko sighed. Getting through to these numbskulls will take some maneuvering. First off, I never said he was a prize, he is a person, but with the shit he has been through, don't you think he deserves a little extra lovin'? Second, he opened up to you, Yugao. According to Kurenai here, he has not told as much as he told to you to anybody but Kurenai. What other proof do you need? He has had a life more horrible than mine, and if I had 2 beautiful women say they both want to date me, I would most definitely jump at it. Anko sat back and watched her friend's emotions. There were 2 ways this could end. Both happy and satisfied, literally that demonic stamina would be put to good use with these girls. Or one heartbroken and the other happy. She hoped it was the former. Yugao thought about it from Anko's suggestion. Does he love me? She asked herself first. If he didn't, then this was a moot point, but if he loved her and Kurenai, then well, it was a win-win in her case. She was great friends with Kurenai. She could tolerate having to share with her best friend. In fact, it might even prove fun. She had always enjoyed Kurenai's company. She had a sharp wit that showed itself around her friends. They enjoyed many of the same things. She had come to the decision she could share with Kunai. After all, she had promised to help her find a guy too, and she loved Kunai almost like a sister. If this provided them both happiness, then it was fine with her. Kunai was thinking at the same time as Yugao. He likes me. I know that, but does he like Yugao too? She thought about it for a moment, and decided that Naruto had to at least like her as a friend if nothing else with all he had told her. Then came the ultimate question. Can I share him? It was true what Anko said about his life. He had led an awful life. She was sure she could provide a loving, caring environment to his life. She loved Yugao like a sister. They both wanted the same guy, and enjoyed many of the same views. She decided Anko was right. Sharing would bring happiness to all of the people. Naruto most of all, who deserved it. She turned to Yugao. Anko watched as they finished their internal debates and turned to each other. I don't mind if you want to try to share him, Yugao, Kunai said. Yugao teared up with happiness and hugged her sister in all but blood. Thank you. Well, I think we should get ready for tonight, Kunai blinked. She had almost forgotten her date tonight. You want to break it to him tonight? Hi. I don't get much time off from ANBU, but the Sandame has said he wants me to spend some more time with your team, so I will be getting a little more vacation time within the city. Kunai nodded and said, Well, we need to go pick out what we want so we can rock him tonight. Anko finally spoke up. I am happy for you two, just don't break him. He is going to be naive in some points. Try to be a bit more understanding, and don't blow up at him. I heard he had a pink banshee from his last year at the academy, and he hated her for it. The trio stood up and after paying for their meal exited the store. They walked for a little bit before getting ready to separate, and right before they did they ran into Naruto, who looked a little tired from what smelled like cleaning supplies. Kunai and Yugao both waved and said, Hello, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up from his trek and smiled. Hello, Kunai-chan, Yugao-chan, Anko-chan. Anko looked confused before saying, How do you know about me? Naruto answered, Yugao-ken and Kunai-chan always talk about you. I hear you have had a rough life. I was on my way to get some formal clothes done since all I have is training clothes. Would you ladies accompany me? I have something I want to show you. Anko immediately threw a kunai at Naruto, but Naruto saw her action and immediately plucked the kunai out the air and turned around, handing it back to her with the handle pointing at her as she shunned Shine behind him. Do not attack me. I just might kill you, he said while staring at her with red eyes. I believe this is yours, he said, returning to his previous persona. Kunai and Yugao just stood there chuckling at Anko's gobsmacked expression. They had warned her and had been worried when she threw the kunai, but Naruto's actions were funny. Anko finally grinned before reaching down and plucking the kunai from his hand and whispered in his ear, You hurt my sisters and I will castrate you. Naruto simply nodded and whispered back, I would kill myself before allowing me to harm them. Anko looked in his blue eyes and nodded before turning to Yugao and Kunai. Let's go then. Naruto led them to Karisu's shop. He stopped in front of it, but the three kunoichi looked around and said, What are we looking for? Extend your senses a bit. Naruto replied. Each of them looked at the store and muttered, Genjutsu. Naruto nodded and led them inside. He greeted his brother. Ohio Karisu and Ai-san. Ohio Otuto, Karisu answered back. All three kunoichi now had their mouths on the floor. Here was the legendary Karisu and his shop, and Naruto called him an Ai-san. Karisu chuckled. Please pick your mouths off the floor. They promptly shut their mouths, and Naruto said, Ni-san, this is Megami-chan, Murasaki-heim, and Hibi-heim, pointing to Kunai, Yugao, and Anko respectively, earning blushes from the first two and a glare from the last. Using his names for them so Karisu could get a feel for them. He was particularly interested in Anko. He had heard of her treatment within the village and was interested in who she was. He could not stand for bigots who attack their own defenders. Oh, hail everyone. Pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard so much from little Naruto here. Especially you, Miss Anko. Anko growled and putting on her mask said, Yeah, what did the little bugger tell you about how good I am with a snake? Kurisu took her bad temper in stride and said, "No, he actually told me you were a beautiful woman who was looked down upon for no fault of your own." Enko's eyes widened before looking at Naruto, who smiled sadly. "Enko-chan, I want you to promise me something." Enko asked. "What?" "That you will go on a date with Kurisu tonight." Enko growled. "Why would I do that?" Naruto said. "Because if you do, I will remove your curse seal." Enko immediately tried to catch Naruto, but he had removed his seals before saying it and avoided her. "Damn it, Uzumaki, get here and remove this seal. You better respect me." Naruto's eyes turned red. "Respect is earned, not given. Even the Hokage had to earn my respect. Don't expect me to somehow respect you just because of your position. I had said I would remove the seal for little, but I don't think I should now with your little outburst. It took me years of studying to reach the level I am at, and many months to devise a counter seal for your particular seal." Enko was stunned. The Gaki growled at her, but not only that, Yugao and Kurenai were shaking their heads. "I will give you one last chance. Kurisu is a fine man, he simply wants to know you better. I only had that stipulation because he will never ask you out, and I know you two would work together." Enko considered it for all of 5 seconds and said, "Fine." Naruto nodded his head. "If you don't keep your promise, you will wish you had kept this compared to what I will do to you." He quickly pulled out a piece of paper and walked to Enko. Naruto slapped the paper on Enko's neck and yelled, "Fuyin Kai!" After a brief moment in which markings spread all over Enko's body, she blinked, and everyone saw a wisp of something that looked like a soul's head screaming in agony before disappearing. "Now enjoy your night, that is what I wanted to show you. Be ready to be picked up at 7 JNE. With that, Naruto shoved them out the door and into the street. Naruto sighed and said, "Let's get to work. Kurisu, you need an outfit too." Kurisu sighed. "Since you went through the trouble, I will go." The girls went their separate ways to get ready for their respective dates. That night, 7 o'clock. Naruto rang the doorbell at Kurenai's apartment. Curiously enough, Kurenai, Naruto, and Yugao were the only ones within this whole apartment. Kurenai's voice came from within the apartment. "Come in." Naruto walked into the apartment, and noticed it was sparsely furnished, but the predominant theme was a red color set almost matching her eyes. She had a sofa and a TV. A few pictures of past times, but otherwise a plain apartment. He heard someone moving from the hallway and stood near the door, so when she came around the corner he could get a decent look at her. Kurenai came around the corner, and his jaw dropped. She was wearing a red dress that reached down to her ankles. It stretched from right below her breasts to her ankles in a full wraparound. However, it was backless on the top, with the straps holding her breasts to her body. He managed to pick his jaw off the ground just to have it drop again as Yugao walked into the room. She was wearing a golden dress with a back that supported her breasts quite nicely that ended about mid-thigh. He looked between the two women, trying to figure out why both of them were here. Yugao and Kurenai were licking their lips and thinking, "Jackpot!" Naruto had gotten a kimono made for himself. It was black with crimson crescents on it. It showed very little of his body, but with his hair tidied up and combed, even with its spiky appearance, he was showing every bit of the correct atmosphere. Finally noticing his questioning glance, Kurenai spoke up. "Take a seat, Naruto, we wish to discuss something with you before this date." Naruto looked like a deer caught in the headlights when she spoke, and she was a little pleased they had guessed right. Naruto sat on the sofa while they sat on either side. "Now, Naruto," Yugao spoke up. "We already know you like Kurenai, but what about me?" Naruto flushed a little before responding. "You are amazing as well, Murasaki. I really don't think I could live without both of you." Both of them flashed a smile before leaning in. "That's good, Naruto," started Kurenai. "Because we decided we would share you." Yugao finished as they each took a kiss on the lips. Naruto was stunned for a few seconds before recovering. "Huh! I thought it was against the law for that." The women sighed. "We don't care about being married, Naruto, although it would be nice. It is not necessary. We are ninja, our lives are short compared to others. Whether we share the same name or not makes no difference to us." Naruto looked contemplative for a moment before responding. "So you both are going to be my girlfriends?" A slight hope in his voice. Both of them chuckled before saying in unison, "Hi." They giggled again. Naruto sighed happily before turning to both of them and saying, "I am glad for you solving my internal dilemma. I have been struggling recently to express that I like both of you. Now I am glad you both like me too." He kissed them both again before standing. "Now I believe you two ladies are in need of a date." He took Kurenai on his right arm and Yuga on his left, and they left Kurenai's apartment. He started walking around the city. He led them to the rich sector of the city. They stopped in front of the Leaf Dragon, the highest place in town. It had sprung up a few years ago, and immediately became the place for clan heads and the council to eat at. Naruto walked up to the door and ignored the muttering of the crowd. Naruto-kun, are you sure this is the place?" Yuga asked, not sure about it. Naruto chuckled as they looked at the bouncer and said, "Hi Yugao-chan, now may we pass Sukun?" Sukun, the bouncer looked at Naruto for a second and then bowed, letting them through. Yugao and Kurenai were stunned. Naruto walked right up to the maitre d' and said, "Table for 3 Uzumaki." The maitre d' looked up and scowled. "Get out of here, boy, before I call the police and have you arrested for trespassing." Naruto looked at the man and said, "How long have you been working here?" The man seemed surprised before responding, "This is my 3rd week here." "Ah, that would explain it. Please call the manager." The maitre d' did as was told, sure the demon was going to be thrown out. "Naruto-kun, let's just go somewhere where there aren't any stuck-up pricks," Kurenai said. Now, Megami-chan, this is all gonna be resolved in a moment." As Naruto spoke, the manager walked up and upon noticing Naruto looked at the maitre d' scowling. He immediately went up to Naruto and bowed. "My apologies, Naruto-dano. Please allow me to take you to your seat." Both the girls and the maitre d' were stunned. He just addressed him as if he were a visiting dignitary. "Don't worry about it, Takashi-san, simply make sure your maitre d's are more hospitable next time." With that they walked off to the table. As he sat after the girls had gotten settled on the balcony scene overlooking the entire city, he spoke up. "A few years ago, while I was still training, I began to sneak out and kill bandit camps for some experience." The waiter took their drink orders and entrees and went to place the order. "While I was out there, I came across a woman trapped in a cage being held hostage by about 50 bandits. I made my plan, and when most of them slept, I killed them to release the captives. Noticing the woman I saw earlier, she stopped and asked my name. I responded, and a few years later I am walking down the street when that same woman walks up to me. At this point the drinks are there, and they are munching on snacks. She introduces herself and says that she wants to thank me for my contribution to her store. She took all the money the bandits had and made a restaurant. Can you guess who this is?" Kurenai and Yuga were stunned for the 5th time tonight. "He saved the owner of the most popular restaurant in Konoha? So I gained instant access here and a reserved table for whenever I want to come with free food, though I pay because of the investment. My payout stays with the restaurant and more than covers my food costs." They had finished eating and were just enjoying each other's presence, making small talk. They turned to the city view and they each sat on the edge of the roof, Naruto in between the two girls. Naruto had an idea on how to end the day. "How would you girls like to see where I go just to think or get away?" Yugao and Kurenai both nodded. Naruto shined them all to the 4th's head and sat down. Kurenai laid on his right and Yugao on his left. He stroked their hair as they all watched the sunset from the mountaintop. They did not keep track of time until all of a sudden Naruto said, "Fuck! Goddamn villagers!" Both Yugao and Kurenai were worried. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" they asked. Naruto quickly said, "Girls, do you have anything hidden within your rooms under a strong genjutsu or in a safe?" Both shook a negative, and Naruto sighed. "I regret to inform you that our apartments have burned down. The villagers finally found out where I live and burned it down about 5 minutes ago. I just got a KB memory of it." Both Yugao and Kurenai were in tears, thinking they lost everything. "The KBs I had in my apartment saved all of your belongings and brought them somewhere safe. That's why I asked if you had anything hidden. I apologize for going through your drawers, but it was necessary." He hung his head ashamed, until he felt both their lips pressing against his. "Thanks," they both said. Naruto coughed and cleared his throat. Yes, well. I had not planned this so soon, but since our complex burned down, and I do not think you two have a place to stay. They both shook a negative again. Naruto cleared his throat and blushed a deep crimson. I would be honored to have you come live with me. They both blinked before asking. Naruto, didn't your apartment get burnt down too? Naruto replied. I had been saving up for a plot of land and building supplies for a while now. I just finished my home and I have 2 bedrooms with your names on it if you want. His blush creeping back. Yugao and Kurenai spoke to each other before turning around with a mischievous glint in their eyes and saying, Okay, we would like to take you up on that, Naruto-kun. Naruto gulped before nodding and leading them to his new house. He had made rooms suited to their individual tastes in hopes they would one day live with him. Kind of a lost dream to him, but he was overjoyed to finally share his living space with someone. Especially 2 women he loved. Meanwhile, Kurenai and Yugao were making plans to murder the poor boy. They arrived at the house and Kurenai and Yugao gasped. It was a large size, easily big enough to fit a nice family of 12 to 15. Naruto led them on a house tour. The living room was spacious with the same type of sofa of Naruto's apartment. A big screen TV. A small fridge for snacks and drinks. The kitchen was state-of-the-art, and had every gadget a person could ever want. There were about 10 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. The master bedroom and bath. A hot spring, a dojo, and a library which held the base for the matrix of seals that protected his house. He added their signatures so they could enter the house. They were surprised when he showed the 4 custom rooms. 2 of which were theirs. One of them was pure yellow. When they asked him why yellow, he said, I am not sure. It seems I was just pushed to make it that way. Another was adorned with a small pond and a mist machine. They asked, but he said he was just compelled to make it that way. Naruto then showed their rooms. Yugao was first. Hers was a pure gold color that matched her eyes. Stands for her sword and a desk with scrolls of kenjutsu. It had a queen-sized bed with golden bedcovers. Naruto led Kurenai to her room. It was red-colored like her eyes. The bedcovers copying that color scheme. Scrolls on genjutsu theory and some small plants for her to take care of. Both hugged him and took off to explore and unpack, having handed them their scrolls with their items sealed inside. He wandered off to his master bedroom. He was sad the complex burned down, but happy he got the girls. He decided to take a shower and hit the bed. It had been a long day. Once he was finished with his shower, just wearing his boxers, he stepped out of his bathroom to look at his king-sized bed. He saw a sight most men would dream of. Kurenai in a red teddy barely holding her breasts in and leaving nothing to the imagination with a red pair of panties. Yugao wearing the same, only golden. He wondered where they had gotten them for a second, then decided he didn't care. They both giggled at his expression and said, You wouldn't want us to be lonely in this big empty house, would you, Naruto-kun? Kurenai said suggestively, drawing out his name. You wouldn't want us all cold at night because of you and Naruto-kun? Yugao said, following the pattern. Naruto sighed. Megami-chan, Murasaki-hime, would you do this poor soul a favor and sleep with me tonight? They replied without hesitation. They threw him onto the bed. Kurenai taking her traditional right-hand place, snuggling up with him and pressing her body flush against him as Yugao mimicked her on the left. They both murmured, Night, Naruto-kun. Naruto sighed, content to go to sleep in the embrace of someone who loves him for the first time in his life. Good night, my little Megami, my little Hime. With that, Naruto drifted to his most peaceful sleep of his life. Chapter 6 Missions, Dates, and What? Naruto woke groggily as his internal clock rang at 4 o'clock that morning. He wriggled his hands and feet. Feeling a weight on his body, he assumed it was his seals. Strange they shouldn't feel this heavy. Naruto thought to himself as he tried to bring his hand up to form the seal to release a level of his resistance seal. He could hear grumbling in his head. Shaking off the grumbling as Kyubi, he again tried to move his hand. Only for last night to hit him with full force. Oh, that's what that is, Naruto realized. Quickly, making some kage bunshin to make breakfast. He looked down and smiled. On each side of Naruto lay a woman. The one on the right had hair as black as night. A body many women and kunoichi would kill for. His own little slice of heaven on earth, kurinai yuhi. To his left, hair as royal as the purple it was. His own little kingdom of paradise, Yugao Yuzuki. Both had admitted only yesterday they held feelings for the little blonde currently snuggled in between both of their expansive chests. Upon finding their apartments burnt down, Naruto had invited them to join him in his lonely house. Imagine his joy when not one, but both accepted without hesitation, and so on their first night here, they had slept in the same bed together. Now, Naruto believes the only way a good day can start, and stay that way, was if you woke up next to the person you loved. Currently, he was deciding this was the best day of his short 13-year-old life. Nothing could bring him down today. He felt the two moving and blushed as their legs moved in unison up his legs, resting in a very special place that all males have trouble with in the morning. He managed to stifle his groan as they brushed him. He hoped with all his heart that Kami would save him from his first good morning being embarrassing. He was disappointed. "Oh, Naruto-kun," Kurinai said sweetly. "What is that steak I feel poking at my thigh?" "Yes, Naruto-kun," Yugao chimed in. "I wonder what that could possibly be." Naruto started to sweat bullets and stammered out, "I am sorry, please don't hit me for being a pervert." He covered his head and waited for the rain of blows he would always get from girls who thought he was doing something perverted, especially Sakura. Yugao and Kurinai blinked, the playful atmosphere destroyed by Naruto's declaration. Kurinai spoke up softly so as not to upset him further. "Naruto-kun, that is a normal problem men have when they wake up. There is nothing perverted with that." "Who told you that? And why would you expect us to hit you?" Yugao asked. Naruto peeked through his protective arms and replied, "Whenever Sakura would think I was doing something perverted, I would be hit by her. She would always hit my head. I wouldn't dodge it thinking that I deserved it because I couldn't tell what I did wrong, but she was always so enraged that I must have." Faulty logic here, trying to show a little bit of immaturity and naivete because of his upbringing. It seems a little OOC for him, but trust me, this will work out. I have a few surprises. Kurinai and Yugao frowned. Neither liked that this Sakura would hit Naruto. Women in general don't like perverts, but to hit a kid just because you think he did something perverted was crossing the line. Yugao spoke up. "Naruto, morning wood is a natural reaction. I am sure you read the anatomy for your anti-rape seals. Didn't you come across this?" Naruto thought for a moment before responding. "I had heard of it, but this was the first time I have had it. I just had a natural reaction to Sakura's hitting. Sorry, Haim Megami." Kurinai and Yugao smiled but were musing in their heads. "Just so you know, Naruto-kun, women do not like perverts, that is true. However, women who have men they like. To see them get like this," Kurinai said and rubbed him again, "only makes the women feel, I suppose I should say, proud. At least it does to me, and I believe Yugao." Yugao nodded her assent. "Do not make this a habit, and do not show anyone this, but if it does happen while you are admiring your girlfriends, it is okay to feel aroused." Kurinai tried to explain to her new boyfriend. She did not want him to shy away from them because of some conditioning this Sakura seemed to be doing. Naruto nodded his head and said, "So I should only feel like this around my girlfriends?" Kyubi spoke up from the seal. "No, kid, that is a natural reaction to any female body you might find attractive. You will have that reaction to many women, but should it be a woman not interested in you, then they will likely call you a pervert. What Kurinai is explaining is that only those whom you are involved with would take it as a compliment. Others would see it as you simply cannot control yourself." Kurinai and Yugao noticed his far-off look and waited for a bit, knowing he was either talking to Kamikaze or Kyubi. Yugao and Kurinai both took a minute to concentrate on the feel of Naruto's manhood that was poking them. They both thought the same thing. Big. He was not huge, but he was big for his age and he still had some time to grow. No, Naruto is not going to be some huge monster of a third leg. That would hurt almost anyone he tried to have sex with, but he will be a decent size even if he is young when I write a lemon. They both blushed and turned away from each other, a little embarrassed at the thoughts running through their heads. Naruto was brought out of his musings by a slight honey scent that permeated the area. He sniffed the area slightly, trying to get a bead on it. He sniffed again and heard Kyuubi growl. This put Naruto on edge. Kyuubi hadn't growled since they first met. He sniffed again and managed to locate the honey scent from Kunai and Yugao. He opened his mouth to speak, but something stopped him. He looked at them and noticed their blush and the way they were looking away from each other and him. If Naruto was one thing, he was observant. He would notice details most would not, even if they held no relevance to him. So it was no surprise he noticed their slight movements on his manhood, and somehow, even being as dense as he was, recognized the scent. They were aroused. Naruto chuckled. This brought Kunai and Yugao back to his face, which was covered in a blush, and he said, "Okay, I think Kyuubi explained it. Basically only do this with you girls, but it will happen with others I find physically attractive." Yugao and Kunai nodded, both rather eager to end such an embarrassing talk. Naruto then clapped his hands and said, "Well then, we have spent about 2 hours of this morning in bed. What's another 30 minutes, eh?" Yugao and Kunai looked confused until a Kage Bunshin walked in with a bed tray filled to the brim with eggs, bacon, toast, and some broth for them. I do not know what a traditional breakfast for them is. I will try to make lunches and dinners with Japanese foods. Yugao and Kunai were a bit shocked but sat and ate in some light chatter. Kunai spoke up as the Kage Bunshin returned the tray to the kitchen. "Well, as much as this was refreshing, I believe we need to freshen up." Yugao nodded, and they both went to their own rooms to clean up and get ready for the team meeting in a few hours. Though not before kissing Naruto almost senseless. Naruto regained his senses about 5 minutes later and decided to take a quick shower before relaxing, since he could not do a morning workout, and it had been a while since he relaxed. He released all of his seals, as he had been doing once a week, to get used to his difference in speed and reflexes. He relaxed his body as he ran around the compound for a few minutes, getting his body used to the feeling and the speed. He was mildly satisfied before he returned and took a shower. He sat upon his bed and thought about all that had happened, just reminiscing the good and the bad. When all of a sudden Kyuubi came across his thoughts. Its actions of late have been awkward. A little more helpful and definitely less hostile. Kyuubi spoke up. "Oh really, Kit? So I don't seem as malicious as usual?" She chuckled deeply. Naruto responded, "No, actually." Kyuubi stopped chuckling. "Oh. So I haven't, eh? Well, maybe I should just return to being that big fox in your head that just gives you a headache." Naruto responded quickly. "Oh, you don't give me headaches. I quite enjoy your presence if you do not scream at me to get out." Kyuubi was quiet a few moments. Naruto was getting a little worried, but before he did anything, Kyuubi's voice boomed out from his head. "Thank you, Kit. No one has ever said such a thing." Naruto pondered how quiet the voice of Kyuubi sounded when it was being sincere. Wait a minute. Naruto's mind kicked into overdrive. Why would a demon care about others' feelings? The way it had been acting of late was against all the stories the village told, and for the second time in 1 hour a stroke of brilliance went through Naruto's mind, and he gasped. Mindscape. He entered his mindscape a little angry he had overlooked such an important detail. He marched across the plain, showing a pale moon on one side and a library being shone upon by the moon. He was a little too angry at himself to notice. He marched right up to the trees, now showing a plain with a forest, some game, and a small thunderstorm in a corner. He growled out, "Show yourself to me." Naruto took in Kyuubi with a single gaze. She was her usual 50-story high self. Still the reddish-orange tint to her coat. Wasn't she more red before? Naruto mused. Kyuubi raised one of her massive eyebrows and smirked after reading Naruto's findings. So my container finally decides to question this. Amused by this turn of events, she said. "Why should I show you? What is in it for me?" Naruto growled. "I did many things for you in good faith. One thing in return is not much to ask." Kyuubi grumbled, not happy, but what he said was true. "Very well. I am surprised you figured this out, though." Kyuubi immediately began changing size. Shrinking and shrinking until it was higher than Naruto, and about Yugao's height. Once the light had cleared, Naruto beheld her beauty. Kyubi was standing in all her glory, about 5 feet 6 inches, with full round lips, a heart-shaped face framed by 2 bangs, hair as blonde as the sun, an hourglass figure with large teacup breasts, wide hips, and legs that seemingly go on forever. All in all, perfection. A demoness in her own right, but what drew Naruto were her eyes. Her eyes were not the menacing red that he had come to see. No, they were still slitted, however they were a color of yellow filled with power, but seemingly benevolent. Her eyes seemed to dance with lightning sparks. He quickly tore his gaze from her and noticed her clothing. She was wearing a white kimono with yellow flashes of lightning. "Like what you see?" Kyubi smirked as she took in her container's expression. Naruto quickly schooled his face. "Why did you not tell me you were a woman? Why are your eyes yellow and not red?" he almost shouted. He was frustrated he had not considered this possibility. It changed little but seemed a big deal to him for some reason. Kyubi smiled her fox smile and said, "Don't demand stuff from me just because you did not consider I was female. I know you do not look down on females and have saved them, hence I will assume you ask out of your own irritation and not out of incomprehensibility that a woman might be the strongest being alive. As for my eyes, that is a story for another time." Naruto was not happy. He felt like he was duped. He had been going on an assumption. He does not do that. It did not sit well with him, this revelation. How were Kurenai and Yugao going to take this? Kyubi frowned with the way his thoughts turned. "Do not mistake me when I say this, Naruto. You are mine! My container. You are bound to my life and bound to my soul. We are stuck together so much even I doubt we could separate anymore. Demons are attracted to power. Your potential is limitless. You are the only one capable of attaining the power to rival or even defeat me." Naruto was a little scared at that concept. He worried he might have to give up the only happiness he had outside because a possessive demon inside him claimed him. He totally overlooked she called him by his name. Kyubi saw his dilemma and said, "Do not worry about your other mate's kit. You are not ready to try and mate me. There will come a time when you realize most of your potential. When you start on that path, I will be there, as I have been through your entire life. We shall see what happens. I do not love you. I am attracted to your power. None have been close to you in power. Likely I would have to wait thousands of years for someone again. You are simply convenient for me. Even if we are stuck together, I could easily drag you wherever I wish when the seal weakens. That is all." With that being said, Kyubi kicked him out of his mindscape. Real world. Naruto woke in his room and looked at the time only to notice he had about a half hour before team practice. He quickly went and splashed some water on his face, calming himself down. It wouldn't do to alert the girls to some problems. He figured he could gain power until he was strong enough to take Kyubi down and keep his girls. "Not in this lifetime," Kyubi spoke up. "Naruto-sama, please do not listen to Kyubi-san. She only seeks to weaken your resolve. Stand firm, and you shall always prevail." Kamikaze spoke up for the first time since his talk with the Hokage. "Kamikaze, where have you been?" Naruto thought. "I have been reviewing some things for you, Naruto-sama, and got carried away. I am sorry for having been absent almost 2 months. I have everything remembered, so I should not need to leave you again," Kamikaze answered. "Ah," Naruto answered. When Naruto was younger, Kamikaze would go to the realm of the ancients who created him and look up some advanced stances or techniques. Because he had not been used, he did not remember them all. Seems even as a sword he was able to look information up, although only on himself. Naruto pondered Kyubi but decided he would ignore her threat and deal with it when he came to that crossroad. Yes, he would eventually cross it, but he was gaining power each day by training, and he rarely ever had a day off as it was. Pushing any further would lead to exhaustion, which would lead to counterproductiveness. So decided, he pushed the matter to his corner of solve later folders in his mind and headed downstairs. Yugao and Kurenai were waiting for him. He spoke up before they left. "Yugao-chan, Kurenai-chan, would it be a good idea to not be openly public about our relationship until after the Chunin exams?" They shared a look. Yugao spoke up. "Yes, it probably would. But how would we hide the living with you?" Naruto answered. Well, we don't really have to go on popular areas as dates, and if we act normally it shouldn't be an issue. As for the house, well, with the seals no one will notice it is you entering. It will seem as if it was a plain person entered here if you have the key. Both were surprised at the seal, but saw the necessity of it given who he was. They nodded agreeing, and Yugao went to the ANBU headquarters as Kurenai and Naruto headed to their training ground. They had lived in the same apartment complex, so no big deal for them to arrive together. Kurenai and Naruto arrived to find Shino and Hinata waiting for them. "Hey guys!" Naruto said happily. "Well, I think we should get our first C rank today. What do you think, guys?" Hinata nodded. "I think we have the skills necessary for it." Shino added. "Yes, we seem to be at an appropriate level for it." Kurenai nodded and said, "Well, let's head to the tower and see what they have. The whole team jogged to the tower for a light warm-up and walked into the door. They were greeted warmly by the Hokage, who seemed to be giving missions out. "Ah, teammates, so good of you to come here today. Let's see what D ranks we have available," he said as he reached for a scroll in the big D pile. Kurenai spoke up. "Actually, Hokage-sama, I feel my team is ready for a C rank mission." The Hokage chuckled as if expecting such a response. "I was wondering when you would ask for one. Your team has done exceptional. I have a C rank ready. You must simply go to Tanzakagai and wait for a man with a package. Retrieve it from him and bring it back here." Kurenai looked at her team, who seemed excited for such a mission, and said, "We accept, Hokage-sama." The Hokage took a puff of smoke and said, "Very well, you leave in an hour. Dismissed. Naruto, Kurenai, stay a moment please." Shino and Hinata left, casting glances back at their sensei and teammate. The Hokage watched as they squirmed, but he did not have time to wait them out. "As of last night, you two have no homes. I regret to inform you that your apartments burned down, and I am sure you're aware," the Hokage said with clear sadness. Naruto brightened at the Hokage's news. He was sad to lose the apartment, but nothing was damaged, and it resulted in him not being as lonely. Also, he did not want the Hokage to know of their relationship just yet. "Don't worry about it, Gigi. I managed to save Yugao-chan's and Kurenai-chan's stuff and offered for them to stay with me. My house was big enough to fit them, and I didn't want them to be out on the street. They can stay as long as they like." The Hokage looked olishly. "Naruto, I only bought you that land a month ago. How did you get it up and running?" Kurenai nearly choked at hearing Naruto had built his house in a month. "That was amazing." Naruto chuckled at both their faces. "It's the same answer to your paperwork problem, Gigi." All at once the Hokage was on his knees in front of Naruto. "Please tell me how to beat paperwork. Please, I will give you anything. Anything," Sarutobi pleaded. "Sannin traveling rights for now. 2 more reasonable requests later, and not telling the next Hokage, so I can laugh a little before telling them," Naruto said after thinking about it a little. Sarutobi blinked at the last request but pulled a pass out of nowhere and handed it to Naruto with a puppy dog eye jutsu in effect. Kurenai's sweat dropped in the background as Naruto said, "2 words, Gigi. Kagabunshin." The Hokage looked at Naruto, walked back to his desk and opened a drawer. He pulled out a folder with some dust and blew it off. Naruto and Kurenai looked at the folder, reading its contents. "To Sarutobi, please open this when you realize the answer to paperwork. Signed, Yondaime Hokage. P.S. This is not the secret, so do not open prematurely." Complete with a chibi Yondaime with AV sign. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the chibi. Sandaime opened the folder with a small burst of chakra and out popped a piece of paper. It floated to the middle of the desk and Naruto leaned in to read the writing. It contained a circle in the middle of the paper with the words, "Place head here." The Sandaime looked at it and started to bang his head, muttering, "Stupid, stupid, stupid." Kurenai's sweat dropped at seeing her leader hurting himself, and decided it was time to leave. Naruto and Kurenai headed home to pack for the mission. At home, it had taken minimal time to get ready, and even with the Hokage holding them up, they had about 40 minutes before they had to meet the rest of the team. Naruto decided to get to know Kurenai a bit more. He knew she liked the color crimson, but that was about it for her more personal life. Obviously she hated perverts, like genjutsu, seemed to enjoy the fragrance of vanilla, and had friends in Anko, Yugao, and the rest of the Jounin senseis. So Kurenai-chan, I would like to know a bit more about you. Naruto started as they lounged on the sofa. Well, what would you like to know, Naruto-kun? Kurenai replied with a mischievous smirk. How about some hobbies? Naruto said after pondering a bit. Well, I like to read folk tales. It gives me ideas for genjutsu. The different things some writers come up with are astounding. Kurenai said with enthusiasm. How about a favorite food? Favorite accessory? Naruto questioned, trying for more information. Well, I like yakitori especially. My favorite accessory would have to be some earrings, though I cannot wear them on any missions. So lipstick is always good. But what about you? Kurenai said, turning it around. Well, I like to collect scrolls that people throw away actually. You would be surprised at the useful things people throw away. As for a favorite food, I don't really have one, though if I were pressed I would say ramen. My favorite accessory is a haori. Naruto responded. But I think we are done for now. We need to meet the team in about 10 minutes. Kurenai nodded and they headed out to their meeting place, leaving a note to Yugao that they would be gone about a week. Kurenai and Naruto arrived at the gates and waited for Shino and Hinata to arrive. They had been enjoying the silence for about 5 minutes before Shino and Hinata came up and Kurenai spoke. Okay, this is our first mission outside the city walls. Be careful. Just because this is a C rank does not mean it isn't dangerous. Naruto will take point. He is our hard hitter and with his enhanced senses will be able to tell if there are traps. Shino next, watching the left side and keeping Naruto covered should he engage. I am next covering the right side. I will fall back and use my genjutsu or assist Hinata. Hinata is watching our backs with the Byakugan. Everyone ready? She looked at their determined faces and said, Move out. Time skip 3 days. They arrived in Tanzakagi a little behind schedule. They had run into some bandits that assumed they could take on a team. Naruto and Kurenai had made short work of them. Shino and Hinata were still not sure of killing, so Naruto took the initiative and killed 3 of the 5 before they could blink, and Kurenai had the other 2 down in the same time frame. They had spent the rest of the trip in uncomfortable silence. Naruto was hoping they would ask their questions before it interfered with their teamwork. They had seen him kill before, but with all the information loaded to them afterwards it seemed to have fled their minds. This was fresh. Ano, Naruto-kun, how can you be some comfortable killing? Hinata finally spoke up as they were nearing the village. Kurenai was about to respond when Naruto spoke. Hinata-chan, what would happen if I simply knocked them out and released them afterwards? They would continue on their rampage, Naruto. Shino spoke up in his monotone voice, finally understanding Naruto's calmness. Exactly, Shino. When I was younger I would go kill bandits to enhance my skills. I was doing a service. Bandits are some of the worst. They rape, pillage, and kill without mercy. Tell me, why should I allow someone like that to live when he attacks me? Naruto questioned. I do not relish killing them, Hinata-chan, but it is a necessary part of my life. I have said it before, I will say it again. Do not relish it, but do it because it is necessary. I will kill because I have found my peace in doing what I do. Now you must do the same. For the next time I may not be able to kill them before they reach you. Kurenai nodded when Hinata looked at her for confirmation. Now let's get settled in our rooms. It has been a long day and we all need our rest. Tomorrow we are to receive the package, Kurenai said and led them to their hotel. The girls shared a room while the boys had their own room, and each went to sleep thinking about what Naruto had said. It had been 3 days since they arrived in Tanzaku. They had decided to wait a minimum of 3 days before returning and stating the mission a failure. Currently, Shino and Hinata were roaming the streets looking for the client under guise of a young couple in Henges. Kurenai and Naruto were sitting in the cafe they were supposed to meet the client, sipping on some tea. Well, Kurenai-chan, since we have some time, let's finish our discussion from before, Naruto said. Kurenai looked confused before remembrance shone in her eyes. They were on a little date, so Naruto decided to treat it as such. What else would you like to know? Naruto responded almost instantly. Since you read books, do you collect anything to do with them? He had thought about what he wanted to ask and had about 3 things he wanted confirmed before they finished this mission. Of course, even with them relaxing, they still kept their eyes open. Kurenai blushed and responded in a quiet voice. I collect bookmarks. It was one of the more awkward things a shinobi might collect, but she liked reading and bookmarks were very useful. She had grown a liking to ones with smart quotes on them. Naruto nodded. His first question confirmed he had run across some interesting details after having meditated from sealing their rooms. A favorite color or colors? Kurenai responded. I like crimson because it reminds me of your attack. Lately I seem to have developed a liking to gold and yellow, she said, admitting her liking of his hair. Naruto smirked. Like my hair? He chuckled at the blush that spread across his sensei's face. Anything you like to collect besides bookmarks, perhaps something that might be seen as a weakness? Staring at her in a I know something you probably didn't want me to know yet type of way. Kurenai started sweating. No? Naruto grinned his fox grin. So that crimson dog plushie that was on your bed is just a decoration. Kurenai cursed. She had forgotten he sealed her entire room. She sighed, deciding to give up. Okay, I like to collect plushie toys. For some reason it placates my need for soft things in a hard world. Naruto smiled. Thank you for telling me. Now I know a little more about you. He was genuinely happy that he managed to get her to admit it. They went back to enjoying themselves, making a little small talk while waiting for the client. About a half hour later, the client stumbled up to them and handed the package, which looked ripped. Kurenai raised an eyebrow and questioned the man, but he just said to get it to the Hokage without delay and left. That was weird, Kurenai said. Hinata, Shino, we are leaving. Go pack. Meet us at the exit to the village in 20 minutes. Kurenai said through the radio, and Kurenai and Naruto headed to the meeting point with the package. 18 minutes later they were on their way home. Time skip. The trip home was uneventful despite the appearance of the package. They were not attacked, and arrived at Konoha 3 days later. They immediately went through the gates and proceeded to the Hokage Tower. Upon arrival they were ushered into a briefing with the Hokage. Hokage-sama. Team 8 reporting from a successful C-rank mission, Kurenai said with authority. Very good, Kurenai, Sandaime said. Report. After hearing the breakdown of the mission, leaving out the minor dates Kurenai and Naruto had, and hearing the alarming state of the messenger, he said, Excellent work for your first C-rank. Your pay will be available, and you will have a few days off for reward of your first C-rank. Dismissed. Team 8 filed out of the room and everyone went to their separate homes. Kurenai and Naruto arrived home and Naruto spoke up. Well, I am going to head to take a shower and head to bed. You should relax, Kurenai-chan, and take it easy. Good night. With that he kissed her full on the lips before hurrying to his room. Kurenai stood there a little while, amused at his shyness after kissing her. She decided she was going to soak in the hot springs before heading to bed. She entered her room and made her preparations and then headed to the hot springs. Kurenai entered the hot springs only to hear the splash of another using the hot spring. She came around the changing partition and saw Yugao soaking in the water. Ohio Yugao, Kurenai said. Yugao jumped before replying. A little miffed, she had been caught off guard. Ohio Kurenai, how was the mission? It was fine, Naruto, and I got in some interesting little dates. Kurenai responded and continued to regale her fellow Naruto lover on their little talks and some of his personal info. You should go sleep with him tonight. I got some dates and I am sure he would appreciate it. Yugao nodded, having been thinking the same thing, and took her leave. Naruto climbed into bed fresh from his shower. He was happy with his first C-rank. It had been relatively easy, and he got to spend some more time with Kurenai. He only wished Yugao could have accompanied them. Once that thought crossed his mind, he heard his door open. He looked up to see Yugao in an overlarge shirt barely hiding her, and she spoke. Could I sleep with you tonight, Naruto-kun? Naruto was more than happy to let the girls sleep with him, and responded instantly. Of course, Murasaki-hime. Yugao smiled and climbed into bed on his left side. pressing herself into his side once again as she had 1 week ago. How was the house while we were gone home? Naruto asked. Lonely, was Yugao's wistful sigh. I heard your mission was a success. Yes, and I learned a bit more about kunai, but now it's your turn, Naruto said. Oh, so you want to know the same things about me? Well, since you searched my room, I guess there is no point in hiding it. Just know what I say has never been told to anyone else, Yugao said. Naruto chuckled. What, no fight? I had to wrestle some of it out of kunai, but whatever you want to tell me, I am all ears. I will always listen to you girls. Yugao kissed him and started. I like swords, as you can tell. What everyone doesn't know is I like collecting bracelets. Ankles and the ones for your wrists. I also like collecting mugs or antique cups. Especially ones with funny sayings on it. Naruto nodded. After each of these he had noticed this about her trinkets when he sealed her things. Now one thing even you may not know is that I love looking at the moon. Naruto's eyes widened a little. He had not known that or deduced it. It pleases me and sets me at ease almost as much as you do. Naruto smiled. That's it for tonight though, Naruto-kun, get some rest. I will be here in the morning. Naruto kissed Yugao one last time. Arigato, Murasaki-hime. He laid his head down and went to sleep. Time skipped 2 months. Naruto and the girls had taken to leaving the village and going to little towns about a half a day's travel to take little dates on their days off. No one had seemed to take notice, and they were leaving it that way. Naruto's team had taken a couple more C ranks but remained doing D ranks for now. Naruto was off training in the training grounds while kunai and Yugao enjoyed a rare mutual day off. Naruto had revamped their wardrobe and he had bought them whatever they wanted. He was spoiling them, and they knew it. He knew it too. He just wanted them to live like he thought they should, and if he could provide it for them he was going to give it to them. Naruto's resistance seal was up to 6, he was almost ready for 7. You know, Naruto-sama, the first difficult kenjutsu master you face in battle will probably unlock my true form for you. Kamikaze spoke up. He had mentioned this a few times, but it never came to anything. He would have to fight missing names for someone to be powerful enough to awaken Kamikaze. Spars would not do. Yes, I cannot wait until the higher missions. The thrill of the battle. The feeling as you kill a worthy opponent. Kyubi spoke. Yes, fighting a worthy opponent will definitely be worthwhile, though not for what you think of it, Kyubi. Naruto responded. I cannot wait either, Naruto-sama. Fighting against a worthy blade will be amazing. Kamikaze spoke up, completing the feelings of want for battle between the trio as Naruto sheathed Kamikaze and made his way home. With kunai and Yugao. They were both lounging in the living room. They had on some mindless sitcom as they enjoyed their day off. Naruto had plans to take them to a festival tonight. All of a sudden the doorbell rang. Yugao said, I'll get it. Yugao got up and padded to the door and pulled it open. She was met by an ANBU with a NE symbol on its head, and the ANBU spoke up. The council would like to see you and Yuhi-san in the council chambers now. With a monotone voice. Yugao was sure this was something bad. So she responded while keeping her ANBU face on. I need to get presentable. We will be there shortly. Yugao closed the door and headed to kunai and informed her of the predicament. They got ready and left Naruto a note to bring the Hokage to the council chambers once he got back. He should be arriving soon. They opened the door to the same ANBU unit, and shined directly outside the chambers. Wait here. The ANBU operative said and entered the chambers. Kunai and Yugao waited patiently until they were called in and entered the chambers. They were met by the civilian council with Danzo, an ex-ANBU commander with a penchant for stirring up trouble and being a warmonger. Do you know why you are here, Yuhi-san, Yuzuki-san? A pink-haired councilwoman said. No, they replied. We are here to discuss the young boy currently on your team, Yuhi-san, she replied. Yugao and kunai's eyebrows rose. This was not going to be pretty. It has come to our attention that the two of you have been seen entering and exiting Konoha, seemingly going on personal excursions into the nearby towns. What business is it of yours what we do with Uzumaki-san? Yugao questioned, more privy to the council's working than kunai. Danzo spoke up. It is our business because young Uzumaki should not be cavorting with women. The boy should not be given the chance to create continue his line. Yugao and Kurenai bristled. What we do with Naruto-kun is none of your business, Kurenai finally said. It seems our conditioning did not work, Haruno-san, Danzo said. Kurenai narrowed her eyes. What conditioning? Naruto said. The council was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Naruto within the room. What conditioning, Haruno-san, Danzo-san? Naruto questioned. The conditioning to make you dislike women. Did you ever wonder why my daughter constantly beat you? The council gave her a mission to beat you in the head, hoping for some brain damage and to keep you from creating demon spawn. The Haruno councilwoman screeched. Danzo, have your root ANBU take these women and remove their, how shall we say, what makes them women so that there is no chance for them to bear children. Yugao and Kurenai sent death glares at the council. Root! Danzo said. All of a sudden 4 root ANBU appeared holding each of the girl's arms and attempted to shun Shin away. Naruto muttered Kai, the counter on his seal dropped to 0. He disappeared in a burst of speed, and before any of the ANBU could move they were beheaded, and Kurenai and Yugao were by the doors leading outside. Danzo's eyes widened. I barely saw him move. He must be close to the Yandame's speed. But before he could do anything, things went to hell. Naruto had his head down with his sword dripping blood. His eyes were being shadowed by his bangs. You dare to hurt someone just because they are close to me? He asked in a deadly silent voice. Haruno screeched. They are demon lovers, of course, we who work. She was stopped as she choked on the ki exuding from Naruto. Oh, this is going to be good. Kill them, Kit. They dared attack your mates. Kyubi smirked from his mindscape. She was not lending anything to the impressive display of power coming from Naruto. For once I must agree with Kyubi-san, protect those precious to you, Naruto-sama, Kamikaze said. Crimson and gold started swirling around Naruto. None of the maliciousness of Kyubi, simply an overwhelming sense of certain death. The council members were choking in their seats, and even Danzo had a bead of sweat coming down his face. The council chamber's door flew open, and there stood the Sandaime with the ninja council heads. There were 5 council heads with 3 open seats. The 5 council seats taken up were Hyuga Hayashi, Aburame Shibi, Inuzuka Tsum, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Chuza, each for their respective clans. The ones not being represented were the Namikes, Uchiha, and Senju. The Hokage held his own council seat, bringing the total ninja council seats to 9. The Hokage was impressed by the show of Naruto. Even he had not known he was this powerful. Naruto-kun, please calm down. They will be punished for their actions. Thank you for sending me that Kage Bunshin and gathering the other council heads in the same manner. Kurenai and Yugao, seeing Naruto not calming down, put their hands on his shoulders, and Naruto looked into their eyes with his crimson eyes with the S pattern. He sighed and flicked his blade, cleaning it of the blood. Very good, Naruto-sama. Kamikaze spoke up. TCH should have killed them, Kyubi said. Naruto calmed down, and his eyes bled back to the usual sapphire blue. He looked at the Hokage and bowed. Hokage-sama, Hayashi-sama, Shibi-sama, Tsum-sama, Shikaku-sama, Inoichi-sama, Chuza-sama. I thank you for coming on such short notice. Each of the council heads nodded in response and went to take their seats. The Hokage snapped his fingers and Anbu came in and removed the 4 dead root members. What is the council doing questioning 2 of MY shinobi? The Hokage asked, fire in his eyes. Danzo's eyes sparkled. The god of shinobi was in session. He had seen Sarutobi get this light back ever since a few years ago. Now it was in full flame. Kurenai spoke up. Hokage-sama, they admitted to trying to get Naruto to not be able to have kids by conditioning him to not like girls and think natural reactions were looked down upon as perverted. Also, they threatened to. At this, Kurenai choked up. Naruto wrapped his arms around both of them and held them close, his sword hanging in front of his 2 girls with his seals still released, ready to fight should the need arise, as they bawled. They threatened to remove Yugao-chan's and Kurenai-chan's ovaries. Naruto spat out. The Hokage's eyes widened. What gave you the right to do such a thing to two respected members of the shinobi force? Cold steel in his voice. Haruno screeched yet again, Man, can't she be quiet? They are seeing the mean boy. He should not be allowed to create little spawn. The Hokage fixed her with a stare and said, Listen here, this is a shinobi village. As such it is not a democracy, what I say goes. I am the Hokage and you will not be threatening one of my shinobi with such a thing again. If I hear a hint of such a thing you will be charged with treason and executed. Do I make myself clear? The Hokage bellowed. The civilian council shivered in their seats and nodded. The Hokage fixed Danzo with a stare. Danzo reluctantly nodded, knowing he was caught, and that Sarutobi could execute him for keeping Root alive. Now get out of these chambers, we have shinobi business to discuss. The civilian council filed out of the chambers and Danzo reluctantly left. Hamura and Koharu walked in. They were the village elders and were present at most council meetings. Naruto inclined his head again. Hamura-san, Koharu-san. Some of the council heads were a bit shocked at the lack of respect, but all they saw was Hamura and Koharu shrug it off with some minor tightening of their lips. Now that is out of the way, the Hokage started. I had planned to wait to reveal this to you, Naruto, but it seems this is as good a time as any. Naruto's eyebrows rose and he unsealed a sofa for him and the girls. He laid Kurenai down on his lap and Naruto started to stroke her hair and Yugao leant on his arm as he made little circles on her hands, making a motion to proceed since he was comfortable. The council's sweat dropped at his actions, but taking into account the traumatic experience they just went through allowed it. The Hokage cleared his throat and started. Naruto-kun, you have exceptionally high senses, even higher than our own Inuzuka clans. Some snorted but could not deny the tests. As such, the council has been debating on allowing you to make your own clan within the village so as to continue such great abilities. The Hokage finished. Naruto's eyebrows rested back to their normal state and he responded. You are not even sure if my abilities will be passed on or if it is a perk of my Jinchuriki status. Kyuubi spoke up. It will be passed on, Kit. I made sure of it once I noticed your senses. Naruto came back to the world of the living and said, never mind. I heard Kamikaze confirm it. He shared a knowing look with the Hokage. The council had been informed of the sword Naruto had. Some of the civilians had attempted to get him to give it to Sasuke, but once the Hokage had explained the defense mechanism, they left it alone. So Naruto-kun, what would you say to starting your own clan? It would require you to marry multiple women, which you seem to have a start on already. The Hokage wiped his nose discreetly. You would gain a seat on the council once you gain Chunin status, and you can claim any newly made jutsu as clan techniques. Naruto looked down at his Megami and whispered to his girls. What do you think? Kurenai whispered. Well, this is the only way to marry us both. Though I am not sure if it will go that far, it seems it will at this point. I had always wanted a large family. The thought of claiming my techniques as my own and not being forced to give them up sounds nice. I think all in all it's a win-win. Just not too many wives, Naruto-kun. Yugao whispered straight in his ear and down at Kurenai. I agree with Kurenai. I do not want my personal sword techniques to be used just by anyone, and I would love to marry you in the future if everything works out. Naruto nodded and said, How many wives by what time, and do I get my own place or will I have to buy another plot of land? The Hokage was overjoyed. This set his grandson on a path to happiness. He could see what the three had and hoped it would endure. I believe the minimum we had said was 3 by the end of your 15th year. All of the clan heads nodded. Naruto spoke up. I pick my brides, no one picks for me. I will not marry if not for love. The council did not seem too worried but agreed, and the Hokage said, Very well, Naruto-kun. That gives you about a year and a month to find another woman. We will expect the name of your clan by then. Naruto nodded and the Hokage dismissed the meeting. Naruto uttered one last advice. Do not send your daughters to me looking to wed. I will sniff them out and they will be rebuffed. If they seek my friendship and turn it into love, they will be given their fair attempt. With that, Naruto, Kurenai Yugao, and the sofa disappeared. Kamikaze spoke up once they got home. Naruto-sama, any ideas for your clan name? Kyubi spoke up. Something foxy-like. Naruto responded. I have no idea. I will think on it later. I have 2 women to tend to. Naruto took Kurenai and Yugao to his room and sent KB to their room to get their night clothes. They both seemed to wear little over large shirts that would show off their bras and panties when they would move around. Kurenai's was crimson and Yugao was amber. He asked the girls, Would you two like me to wash you in the hot springs tonight, then we can go to sleep with my high-level security seals? Yugao and Kurenai nodded. Naruto took them to the changing room and they all got their towels on. Naruto washed their backs and they sat in a comfortable silence while soaking within the spring. He was not going to leave them alone, not after that threat. They finished their bath and headed for the bed. Kurenai took her right side and Yugao took the left. He spoke up once he was sure they were settled. Megami-chan, Murasaki-heim, you will never have to worry about such a thing. I will protect you from everything. Nothing will harm you so long as I draw breath. Kurenai and Yugao teared up and kissed Naruto with such passion he was dazed. Arigato. They both said and fell asleep peaceful that Naruto would protect them. Sleep well, my little slice of heaven, sleep easy, my little kingdom of paradise. With that, Naruto closed his eyes and drew his loves closer to him. Chapter 7: The Mizukage and Allies? Naruto woke to the most enjoyable feeling in the world. Love. He was smothered in his 2 girls' loves. He seemed to be waking up like this more and more often. Over the past few months the girls had taken a certain liking to sneaking in some nights and asking on the others if they could sleep with him. He would never deny them. He enjoyed finally being able to have physical attraction and attention. The girls picked up on this and would hug or kiss him whenever they could, almost as if to make up for the years he had been deprived. He was never really lonely with Kyubi and Kamikaze, but the physical interaction was indescribable. Their favorite nights seemed to be when they would just cuddle in bed after a long day and just chat. They had become especially clingy since that council meeting a week ago. No one had been stupid enough to try to hurt the girls, but someone had tried to infiltrate the house. The root Anbu was found staked outside the front door the next morning, a warning to any and all that they should not mess with anyone Naruto considered precious. The civilians had been a bit rowdy about it, but the Hokage had come down and said in no uncertain terms that no-one had the authority to infiltrate the premises of another. To prove his point, he knocked on the door to show that there was no foul play, and the Anbu had just been trying to visit, as the civilians put it. Other than that one incident, Naruto tried to stay out of the public eye and live a quiet ninja life. He figured it would be through actions that he could win some people over. Indeed, after his stunt with the civilian council and how he put them in his place, many of the shinobi saw him in a different light. The ninja did not like the civilian council, and as such when Naruto pushed them and came out on top they were appreciative by at least no longer glaring at him. He figured it was a start. The Hokage sighed. I'm getting too old for this shit, he thought. He was happy for Naruto. He wished he would take his father's seat, but Sarutobi was sure he would at least incorporate the Namake's seat within his new clan. He turned from his clones doing paperwork and looked out over his beloved city. He was planning on sending for Jiraiya to track down Tsunade and bring her back. He was getting too old for this job and it needed new blood. He could feel something was going to happen in the upcoming Chunin exams. However, on to more immediate matters. The tension between the council and Naruto was affecting the village. Only the one incident so far, but if Naruto stayed within the village for much longer, he was worried more drastic measures might have to be taken. He was wondering what to do when one of his clones walked up to him with a mission and a request. The Hokage's eyes lit up. Ah, perfect, and if this is who I think it is, Naruto would be the most ideal person to send. Hinata needs the practice. The only problem is Shino is out on a mission with his father yet again. Who else can I send? Oh, Yugao's team is off assignment. Yes, that will work, and a perfect protection. The Hokage stamped his seal of approval and pressed his intercom button for his secretary. Please send a request for Team 8 and Anbu Nico. The Hokage sat back in his chair and chuckled. This was going to be interesting. Naruto was watching his love sleep on one of those days off they all had together. Whenever they all had a day off, they would sleep together, and lay in bed till late morning, which for them was 7, and enjoy each other's company. Nothing beyond kissing had been done, but they enjoyed it nonetheless. He shook his loves awake, whispering to them, "Wake up, Megami-chan, Murasaki-heim." Yugao moved first. He kissed her awake. I could get used to that," she said after grabbing another kiss. Naruto turned to find a pouting kunai. He immediately moved to rectify the situation. He kissed her full on the lips and for the first time asked permission to add tongue by running his tongue along her bottom lip, and she quickly granted him access. They battled for dominance while Kyuubi held the internal commentary. "And he goes in for the kill. Damn straight Naruto wins!" Naruto and Kunai broke apart, each panting, and Kunai said, "Yes, I could definitely wake up to that every morning." Naruto smiled before attempting to get out of bed. He was roughly pulled back and engaged in a tongue battle with Yugao. After winning that battle as well, he had plenty of practice since they had decided to up their kisses and had been teaching him through practice. Until today he had never initiated it though. Naruto got out of bed and the three of them headed down to the kitchen to eat breakfast. The girls hanging on Naruto's arms. Naruto had grown to about the girls' heights now. He could look them straight in the eye. He was the tallest of his age group. The trio ate their breakfast, making small talk and making small plans for excursions today since they were off. "So Kunai-chan, Yugao-chan, what do you have planned for today?" Naruto asked. "I wanted to go check out that new bookstore that opened on Central Street," Kunai said. "I was going to go visit Karisu's shop and check out this new shipment of kunai he was supposed to get," Yugao said. Naruto nodded. "Well, why don't I dash?" Just then the doorbell rang. "I'll get it," Naruto said. He got up and dumped his dishes in the sink, and went to get the door. He pulled it open just enough to stick his head out, and saw an Anbu standing outside. "Hokage-sama wishes to see you, Yuhi-san and Yuzuki-san." Immediately. Having said his piece, the Anbu shined away. Naruto stood looking for a few seconds more, then promptly closed the door, and grumbled about old men, and running his fun day off. He walked into the kitchen and said, "Gigi wants to see us." Kunai and Yugao nodded and walked off to their own rooms to get ready as Naruto took to his room. About 10 minutes later they were all ready and the trio walked out of the house and continued to the Hokage's office. The Hokage was waiting for Naruto, Kunai, and Yugao. Hinata was sitting in here sipping a teacup, politely waiting for her teammates. She had not been informed of the mission, but she was fairly certain it was not a normal mission considering the Hokage had pulled them off leave. Hinata had gained quite a bit of confidence in the last few months. She grew at an incredible pace once her shy exterior was, for lack of a better term, killed. She was still very kind to all those around her, but she could be vicious should the situation call for it. A true kunoichi if the Hokage ever saw one. Those training seals Naruto had come up with were amazing. Unfortunately, the seals were made with his teammates specifically in mind so no one else could use them. Hinata's chakra seal was incredible. It took all that excess chakra the body just naturally exuded, and at night when she was tired from training would reapply the chakra to her coils to expand them while she rested. Should anyone else try to use it, the carefully calibrated chakra amount which changed depending on Hinata's body weight, etc., it would either expand the chakra coils too much, or do so little it would not affect the coils at all. Shino's stamina seal was complex. It targeted certain areas for Shino to allow him to move around without using so much chakra and therefore feed more chakra into little kawarimis and the like. An aburame was different from most because of the bugs inhabiting their bodies, and to make a seal to increase Shino specifically was a bit rough on Naruto, but he pulled through and managed to do it. Kunai's seal, however, was one of the most complex the Hokage had ever seen. It was almost a resistance seal. It would take every action and enhance the muscle it needed to do it, and cause more work to be done by said muscle. Once the muscle broke down, it would allow the muscle to hyper-regenerate using healing chakra. The downside to this was that if the seal was on for too long or Kurenai used it too much, then it might cause more damage than help and shorten her lifespan. Naruto monitored his team carefully, and made sure to remove the seals when they got to a certain point, and told his team to continue training without them. They agreed because of the seals they had reached levels far faster than normal, and they all wanted to work for their skills. The Hokage was wary of letting them use the seals, but Naruto explained the risks, and they accepted, so he had little choice. Just as the Hokage finished his musing on the training seals, Kurenai, Naruto, and Yugao walked into the room and presented themselves. "Ah, teammate, and Yugao, glad you could make it." The attending ninja sweat dropped. "Well, seeing as Shino is out again on another mission with his father collecting rare insects, Yugao shall be joining Team 8 for this mission in co-leadership with Kurenai," the Hokage continued. "Mission Gigi?" Naruto questioned. "We are supposed to be off." Angry at losing time with his girls, but happy at the same time for Yugao joining in on the mission. "This is a diplomatic mission, Naruto-kun, and yes, I got this mission from Mist a week ago and need to send an emissary to meet with the new Mizukage and invite them to the Chunin exams in about a month and a half," the Hokage said with a smirk. Kurenai and Yugao's eyebrows rose. "Not to be rude, but why us, Hokage-sama?" Kurenai asked. "You were requested," the Hokage said simply. "How? None of us know someone in Kirigakure." Kurenai looked around to make sure she hadn't lied, and it appeared she hadn't, as they all shook their heads. "You were requested by Hayashi-san," the Hokage supplied. "Ota-san?" Hinata said. "Hi, he believes you need some diplomatic experience, and because Kiri is so new, he believes it would be a good test for you. He hopes you will do well," the Hokage said with a comforting smile. Hinata smiled and nodded. Kurenai looked around and said, "Very well, we accept, Hokage-sama." "Gotcha," the Hokage thought. "If the new Mizukage is who I think it is, Naruto is in for a surprise. God, I love getting him back for all those times he switched my Ika. Oh shit, Gigi has that look in his eye," Naruto thought. "Indeed, Naruto-sama, it seems this mission is as much for the Hokage's enjoyment and for his village," Kamikaze answered back. "Either way, it should be interesting. Just hope he isn't trying to pull the same thing he did with your team and set you up again," Kyubi said. That clicked a light bulb in Naruto's head. Hey, wasn't there? He was caught off from his musings by the Hokage. The Hokage had seen Naruto thinking about it and ran interference. "Very well, you leave within the day, dismissed." As they were filing out, the Hokage smirked in a very Naruto-ish manner. He wiped a bit of blood from his nose and pulled out his Ika. "Damn you, Naruto!" Naruto smirked as he made his way out the tower, twirling a familiar orange book. "Mess with the best round like the rest," Naruto thought as he made his way home to pack. About 20 minutes later, the team was situated at the gate leading to the port that was going to take them to Mizu no Kuni. "Okay, everyone, this is a diplomatic mission, but there is no reason to treat it carelessly. This is to another hidden village. Diamond Formation, Naruto, take point. I am west. Yugao east." Hinata watched the rear with the Byakugan. "Any questions?" Kurenai said. The entire team shook a negative, and Kurenai said, "Move out." Time skipped 1 week. The team was making their way through the morning fog. It was about 8 in the morning. It had taken them a week to get to Kiri. They had seen the poverty of the outlying lands, but the living conditions improved closer, and though not by much. Evidence of the bloodline wars pocketed the landscape. Nothing had happened during the travel. They had made good time and had been in town a day early for their boat. Now they were steeling themselves to meet this new and mysterious Mizukage, hoping to create an alliance with the newly remade village. They had attempted to gain some insight, but the only real information was the previous Mizukage was killed by the current one, whom held not one, but 2 bloodlines. Apparently, she was also the first female Kage in the history of the elemental countries. Kyubi had had a few positive things to say about that. "About damn time men started to see us as equals," she had stated. Naruto wisely did not comment when the man insisted it was not to be and that she would not be in office long. Needless to say, the man had not remained in their presence for long when Kurenai, Yugao, and Hinata heard this. Kunai was wearing her trademark bandage dress with a bit of a flair to it. She had on crimson earrings and some lipstick. Yugao had on Anbu dress but with some silver moon earrings and her sword hanging across her back. Hinata was wearing a kimono she had changed in the village before they left this morning to be more presentable. It was white with blue flowers. She had her hair left down in a shimmering fold that fell to her shoulder blades. The person who looked the most mysterious though was Naruto. Naruto had on black pants with his kunai and shuriken pouches, one on each leg. His shirt was crimson silk. Simple yet elegant. He wore around his neck a chain with the kanji for Haim and Megami hanging from it, a present from Kunai and Yugao. He had a earring on his left ear. A single black sphere hanging from it. Quite the clever little thing. It was a bomb full of sneezing powder used for escapes. The thing that caught people's eyes though was his hawari. He was wearing the same one Karisu had given him on his graduation day months ago. Kamikaze swirled around by the QB being blown back. He had put his face mask back on to hide his whisker marks. He did not want to be too conspicuous. Naruto was brought out of his musing when he heard, "Halt! State your business in Kiri." Hinata raised her voice and said, "Emissaries from Konoha here to meet with the Mizukage to discuss the upcoming Chunin exams and a possible alliance." The guard was silent for a moment before mist appeared from their sides and the captain said, "We will escort you to the Mizukage and be your guards within the village," which translated into, "Don't do anything funny or we will cut your head off." Hinata nodded and Naruto faded to the back, allowing the girls to lead the way so he had time to assess any threat and act accordingly. He had recently upped his seal to 7, so he was moving a bit slow compared to normal. Naruto kept an eye on the mist troops while they marched through the village, catching things on the sides of his vision. It seemed the life here was peaceful. They had been hidden by their borders for so long that once the war had ended, nothing was left here to disturb them. The children played in the streets as their mothers watched them. They greeted the Konoha shinobi warmly once seeing them escorted by mist. The mist herded them to the Mizukage Tower, easily seen once you entered the city as it was the tallest structure. They were herded to the waiting area and sat there for about 10 minutes before the secretary spoke. "The Mizukage will see you now." With that, the team filed into the Mizukage's office, hoping to establish relations. Mei Terumi was not having a good day. Not a good day at all. She had woken up and her favorite coffee mug had a crack in it. Then she had come to the office to find piles of paperwork which she was sure she did not have the night before, and now Chojuro had done something stupid and Ao had said something about marriage which she was always worried about for some reason. She could never seem to find a decent man. She had beaten the previous Mizukage and restored order enough to enter the upcoming Chunin exams with the Hokage's approval. However, she had never seemed to find a man worthy enough for her. All of the men she met were either weak or perverts. She was only 22, but it still weighed heavily on her mind. She needed a man strong enough to hold off any enemies she might make in her Kage position. He had to be kind and considerate too, though. Definitely not a pervert. She would boil his manly parts before allowing that to happen. "Is that too much to ask?" she asked herself. "Mizukage-sama, the Konoha delegates are here to see you," her aide informed her. "Very well, send them in." "Ao, Chojuro, behave yourselves," she said with a deathly smile. She watched as the 4 people filed in. The first 3 surprised her. It was a team of almost all women. The leading one was young. But she had the eyes of a Hyuga, obviously their delegate, and here for some practice since a simple letter would have sufficed. The next 2 were women she was familiar with. The first, Kurinai Yuhi, Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, ranked low A in the bingo books. She was a woman world-renowned as being second in Genjutsu only to Itachi Uchiha. Mei was glad the Hokage had sent a strong woman to her in the team, and not some weak fangirl. The second, Yugao Yuzuki, sword mistress of Konoha, ranked mid-A in the bingo books for her mastery of the sword and slight Genjutsu usage. She was one of the foremost women sword users in the world. Again, the Hokage had sent a strong woman. Mei was pleased at the Hokage's choices. However, the last one eluded her. He stayed at the back, obviously a protective position. His hawari keeping him slightly covered. The hilt of a sword peeked from his back and his blonde hair spiked in all ways. A face mask blocked the lower half of his face, but his blue eyes seemed to draw her in. She noticed how his aura calmed the entire room down. Oh yes, this person interested her greatly. Perhaps she had found a man worthy? If he wasn't a pervert, she would have to get to know him better. The Hyuga brought her out of her musings. Mizukage-sama, I am Hinata Hyuga, heiress to the Hyuga clan. To my right is Dash. The Mizukage was a bit stunned at the heiress of the Hyuga clan coming out here, but finished her introductions without letting any of her emotions show. Kurenai Yuhi Genjutsu, mistress of Konoha, and Yugao Yuzuki, sword mistress of Konoha. I do not recognize your companion, however. Hinata frowned as Naruto spoke up. Oh, you will recognize me in time. Naruto had noticed the woman immediately as the same one he had met directly after the Hokage's meeting with Kurenai all those years ago. Mei frowned at not getting his name but smirked soon after. Perhaps we should meet after this so you could help me remember you. Continuing her flirting game. Naruto chuckled as Kurenai and Yugao sent blank stares between Naruto and Mei. We shall see, but first I believe we have terms to discuss about upcoming events. Kurenai and Yugao were obviously not happy. They knew he would have to marry another, but it still invoked feelings of jealousy. So they schooled their faces and bottled it up so they could speak to him later. Hinata began the real reason for the visit. Mizukage-sama, we are here to inform you that you would be most welcome within the upcoming Chunin exams in Konoha, and that you are welcome to come and watch at any point within the exams. Mei looked excited for the first time their visit. Thank you. When should my teams arrive within the village? Hinata answered swiftly. They are allowed within the city walls 1 week before the start of the first exam. Mei responded. Very well. As her eyes wandered back to Naruto, hopeful to end this meeting soon. Hinata cleared her throat and said, The Hokage had wanted me to ask you if Kiri would be interested in creating an alliance with us? Mei blinked and said, I would have to consult with the council and discuss terms with him. Hinata nodded and said, Then please contact the Hokage at your earliest convenience, and he will see a more appropriate emissary be dispatched to negotiate a treaty. Mei nodded, happy to gain such a strong ally. Very well, now I believe our business is concluded. Hinata nodded. Then my mist will show you to the hotel you will be staying at. Mr. Mysterious-san, would you stay a moment? I would like to get to know you better for the sake of the villages, Mei said. Kurenai and Yugao turned to Naruto, who nodded and said, Indeed, it will be good to catch up. I will see you girls in the hotel. Yugao and Kurenai did not want to go until he turned his back on the Mizukage and kissed them both. Mei frowned at the show of affection. If he is a pervert, she started to think of boiling his manly parts. Team 8 filed out, leaving Naruto alone with the Mizukage. No, miss, just the two of them. You know, I am surprised you have not melted or boiled my balls off by now. I always wondered why you smelled of lava and steam, Naruto said, indicating his knowledge of her bloodlines and her dislike of perverts. I am considering it, she growled out. Naruto chuckled. Not just for my loving two women, but for what I called you all those years ago in Konoha. I had heard that anyone who called you that got their balls melted off. Mei blinked before asking, What are you talking about? I never met you. Of course you did, Mei-chan, Naruto said while pulling his mask down, showing his whisker marks, as he watched the Mizukage's eyes widen. Called it, Kyubi said in a bored voice at another girl in the running. Mei sat there stunned. This guy was that same little blonde-haired boy from the Hokage's office. Mei chuckled before bursting out in laughter. Oh! I needed that, Naruto-kun. How have you been? You seem to be doing well for yourself with two girls, and your aura and that weapon seem to scream to me. Naruto smirked before sitting down. Being awful chummy with me, but I will take it. Yes, I love them. As it turns out, the council liked my enhanced senses. Naruto saw Mei's eyebrows raise. Seems I have enhanced senses past the Nin dogs. At this, Mei's eyes widened just slightly. And some big chakra reserves, so I got accepted for clan status and am marrying 3 women by my 15th birthday in about a year and a month. I am hoping those 2 will be 2 of the 3. Mei digested all this and smiled. She had a shot, and this man exuded power to the maximum. Must not be a pervert, or so good in bed those two don't care. And he calmed everyone down. So far he was matching up pretty good. Now she just needed to see him in action. So what have you been up to? Naruto asked as he relaxed, effectively dodging her last two questions. Besides stabilizing this village after the war and coming out of it alive and well. Seems your blessings seem to work. I am looking to settle down, Mei said. Her eyes widened. Why the hell did I just say that this guy is a potential enemy? Why am I being so nice? Naruto chuckled before saying, any man who would be lucky enough to acquire your affections would be a kami among men, his natural flirt kicking in without him noticing. Mei blinked before they continued on about menial things in their lives. How Mei was trying to rebuild the 7 swordsmen of the mist. How Naruto was dealing with the council's power play. How Mei was improving the medical facilities and reforming the academy. How Naruto was treating and living with Kunai and Yugao. This seemed to be Mei's favorite subject. Naruto also talked of his pranks. So I managed to keep the secret to paperwork from Gigi till I really got the full effect of it fr-. He cut off in mid-sentence to see Mei puppy dog eyes him. Must resist puppy dog eyes. Give it up, Naruto, only girls can ignore it, men are prey to the ultimate female technique puppy dog eye, or in my case kit eye, no jutsu, Kyuubi said. Naruto eventually gave in. Seeing his defeat, Mei asked sweetly, Naruto-kun, what is the way to defeat paperwork? Naruto answered, Mei-chan, one word. Bunshin. Mei blinked, then blinked again and jumped over the desk and kissed Naruto on the lips. He was so stunned he didn't even respond until she pulled away. That is for being the genius you are, she said. She immediately made 3 Mizu Bunshin who set to work. Naruto's sweat dropped and said, well, I'd better get back to my team, they probably think I am being interrogated. Mei smirked. I hope to see you around, Naruto-kun, she said suggestively. Naruto quickly left the room as Mei chuckled. Mei pondered to herself. Maybe I need to see what is needed for a political marriage. Naruto felt a shiver run up his spine. Oh, you know what that means. Another girl just fell in love with you, Kyuubi said, taunting her container. Why not? I like her. I am sure I could come to love her given the chance. The same to you if you did not try to claim me just for your own power play. From your personality that you have shown, you show just as much in a woman as any of the ones I might potentially look at, Naruto replied. That shut Kyuubi up. She did not talk again for the rest of the evening. When Naruto walked into his room, he felt a slight ki coming from his living room area. He sighed, deciding to get it over with. Hello, Megami-chan, Murasaki-heim, Naruto said. Kunai and Yugao simply continued to glare. Naruto-kun, where do you know the Mizukage from? Yugao asked sweetly. Yes. And why did you not tell us you knew her? Kunai asked just as sweetly. Naruto sighed yet again and began his tale of how he met Mei. I met her in Gigi's office right after Kunai left, when she had woken the day after I saved her. She was requesting reinforcements for the bloodline wars, and I had said some things to her to get her to stop being mad at Gigi. Kunai and Yugao blinked. Okay, but why didn't you tell us you knew her? Naruto responded. I had only met her the one time. I didn't even know she was the Mizukage. The only reason I recognized her was because of her scent. She is the only one to smell like lava and steam. Gigi did the same thing when he assigned you to train me as a genin. I didn't know you were my senseis until that day. Kunai and Yugao slowly looked at each other, then looked down. Gomen, Naruto-kun, they both said. Naruto frowned. For what? Doing what comes natural. It is okay to be jealous, it will keep the posers away if I can't sniff them out. I love you too, first you will decide if the other girl joins us or not. Besides, you two looked cute when you were jealous of Mei-chan. Yugao and Kunai looked at him olishly before kissing him and engaging in tongue battle. They had expected Naruto to just fall in love with someone else, and they would have to accept them, but to give them a choice in who he would consider to marry was huge to them. So Naruto told them of what they talked about, and after a couple more hours they all headed to bed in their own rooms. The next morning Naruto woke up. They had 3 days scheduled to stay in Kiri before returning. He intended to take full advantage of this. That is until Kurenai came in and said, "Team meeting 5 minutes my room." Naruto cursed at losing his precious time with Yugao and Kurenai. He was up and dressed almost instantly, and after taking care of hygiene he walked to Kurenai's room. Naruto walked into the room to see Kurenai reading a note with a monkey near her. He recognized it as one of the old man's summons and waved to it. It waved back. He had been watched by them when he would go to the Hokage's office when he was younger, so he was well known in the monkey realm. He noted the frown on Kurenai's face, and noticing he was the last one here, spoke up. "What's wrong, Kurenai-chan?" Kurenai reread the note before looking at Naruto. "It seems Team 7 with Kakashi has embarked on a mission to Wave when they had run into the Demon Brothers. They decided to continue despite the fact they should have returned and sent a higher team and ran into Zabuza Momochi and a fake Hunter Nin from here. They are now requesting backup and we are the closest team. If we are already finished, we are requested to move to Wave and assist Team 7 while taking control of the mission because of Kakashi's odd decision to continue," Kurenai explained. Naruto frowned and thought about it. Zabuza is an A-rank nuke Nin. This unknown could possibly be as strong as Zabuza. This was 2 A-ranked shinobi. But Wave was owned by Gato of Gato Industries and he was known to hire missing Nins to do his dirty work. Naruto thought quickly and spoke up. "Well, we could take out the current enemies, but if we come across any more ninja of the same caliber we could get into some serious trouble. I have an idea to even the playing field." Naruto shared his plan with the rest of the team and they agreed and sent a message to the Hokage, so they went to see the Mizukage. Naruto led his team into the Mizukage office and greeted Mei with a warm smile. "Good morning, Mei-chan, how are you today?" Mei chuckled at the glares given her by 2 other kunoichi and responded, "Good, Naruto-kun, but what brings you back here? I thought our business was concluded. Though maybe you wanted to see me again? Well, Mei-chan, I remember you saying you wanted to reform the 7 swordsmen from the mist, right?" Naruto asked. "That's right." Mei turned on the Mizukage mode. "Well, I have information on where Zabuza Momochi is currently and was wondering if you would like to do something mutually beneficial," Naruto offered. "I'm listening," Mei said. "Well, one of our genin teams is under attack by said ex-swordsman and a cohort who is masquerading as a Hunter Nin. We were requested to go back this team up since we are in close proximity to this team. We were wondering if you would allow us to escort you to the location and you could attempt to negotiate with Zabuza to stop the bloodshed between the teams and offer him a home again," Naruto explained. Mei pondered for a moment before responding. "That is an awful big risk for a Kage, Naruto-kun. Nevertheless, I feel I can trust you as I felt I could all those years ago. Give the information to my aide and I will accompany you. If I acquire Zabuza, I will see you are paid for an A-rank protection mission. If I do not, I will send a recommendation to your Hokage along with a B-rank commission for your quick thinking of helping your potential allies." Naruto smiled before bowing deeply. "Thank you, Mizukage-sama, we won't let you down." Mei smiled down at him. "No formalities, Naruto-kun, I hate them. Let's get a move on, we don't want them jumping the kunai, do we?" About 2 hours later, Mei had the village running steadily without her, and was surrounded by the Konoha Nins. "We will take a diamond formation with the same positions as on our way coming here with Mizukage-sama in the middle. Everyone ready?" Kurenai asked. Everyone nodded. "Move out!" They all took to the trees hoping to get there in time. Time skipped 2 days. The trip had been uneventful. They had managed to avoid bandits using Naruto's and Hinata's abilities. They were closing in on the town in Wave that Kakashi and his team were supposed to be staying at with a bridge builder named Tazuna. When Naruto walked into the town, he got flashbacks of his childhood when he saw the amount of kids living in the streets. The women had watery eyes at the sad state of the village. Naruto gave all the money in his current wallet to a grocer and said let the kids eat what they want, even though most of it was past its fresh date, it was still edible. He handed the man over 20,000 ryu. He said, "Give whatever you can spare after paying for your wares to the children, or use it to feed them again later." Do not cheat me on this or I will hunt you down and make you suffer worse than Gato has made this village. The grocer quickly nodded and thanked Naruto for his kindness. Naruto spoke to the girls. When I find Gato, his head will be served on a silver platter to these people. He spoke it with such vehemence that the girls flinched back from the malice rolling off him. I agree, Naruto-sama, no one deserves to live like this. Kamikaze spoke, agreeing with his wielder. Let's find Tazuna-san's house. If we stay out here for too long I might go a bit crazy, Naruto said and continued his trek through the town. Naruto questioned the elderly couple near the edge of the village if they knew where Tazuna was located, but they just pointed them down the path towards the sea. The group decided to go to the sea and figured they would find a bridge builder near the bridge. They walked for about 20 minutes before coming into view of the bridge and its workers. Naruto saw Sakura sitting on the side watching an elderly man directing the rest of his workers. Naruto was about to speak up when a worker walked up to who he assumed was Tazuna. I can't continue, Tazuna, it's getting to be too much. I can't continue. Tazuna tried to argue with the man, but he just walked off and Tazuna just sighed. Naruto walked up to Tazuna, his haori whipping from the wind coming off the sea. How many workers do you need, Tazuna-san? Tazuna looked up surprised before responding. Who are you? Naruto ignored the question and said again. How many workers do you need? Tazuna said. Oh, about 200 more would be more than enough. Why? Naruto said. Kagabunshin. In an instant 200 Narutos appeared on the bridge. Startling Sakura, she was supposed to be watching Tazuna, right? You've heard the man, get to work! Naruto shouted to his clones. Each of the clones started to pick up the discarded tools and got to work on fixing the bridge. He had read a lot of books. Tazuna's jaw dropped. Mei was gaping like a fish. Kagebunshin? How can he make so many? Kurenai and Yugao giggled while Hinata tried to hold it in. Naruto-kun is special, they all said at once. Mei simply blinked before smirking. Oh, he was good. Naruto oversaw the clones with Tazuna. Tsuna didn't bother to ask who this savior was now. Sakura walked up to one of the clones. Naruto Baka stopped trying to show off, and attempted to bop him on the head, but he dodged. Haruno-san, please do not attempt to do that again, you might hurt yourself. Sakura got furious and attempted to bop him on the head again. Once the clone dispersed, Naruto heard a scream, then a clang, then someone whining about a bruised toe. His sweat dropped, getting the memories from the clone. Kurenai, Yugao, Hinata, and Mei all thought at the same time. TCH, fangirl. Haruno-san, where is Kakashi-san? Kurenai asked. Sakura answered with tears in her eyes. Teaching Sasuke-kun and Kiba-san tree walking. Kurenai and Yugao raised their eyebrows. You are just now learning tree walking? Hi, was Sakura's reply. The rest of the day went by swiftly with the girls watching Naruto help Tazuna, speeding up the process so that it could be finished tomorrow. They were sending the workers home when Tazuna finally revisited Naruto. So who are you? Naruto looked at Tazuna and said, Tazuna-san, I am someone who does not like what has been done to your land and am here to help you. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I swear to you that Gato's head will be served to this village. I am reinforcements for the current ninja guarding you. My team is over there. He motioned to his team sitting on the guardrail. Tazuna was overjoyed. So you're here to help Cyclops, Dog Boy, that Sakura girl, and the Bug Boy? Naruto was confused. Bug Boy? Tazuna replied. Yeah, his father dropped him off on their way back to the village, stating something about meeting up with his team. Said his name was Shino? Yeah, that's it, Shino. Naruto was a little taken aback. Well, let's get you home, Tazuna-san, before Kakashi-san comes looking for you. With that, they gathered themselves and headed for Tazuna's home. Naruto informed his team of Shino's presence, and they were all happy for another talented person on this mission. They arrived at the modest 2-story house. They were greeted by a black-haired woman about Kurenai's height with brown eyes which spoke warmness. Please come in, she said, seeing the new arrivals. Who are you? She asked as they filed past her. We are escorts to the Mizukage, reinforcements to the ninja already stationed here, Ms. Kurenai trailed off. Tsunami dear. Well, dinner will be ready in a few. Please sit wherever you like, she said, motioning to the sofa. She walked into the kitchen. So Tazuna-san, can you fill us in on what has happened here? Mei said. She was curious as this was a neighboring country. So Tazuna told of how Gato had came in with his company and monopolized the shipping. How Gato starves the island and how his son had tried to stand up to him only to die. How he sneaked to Konoha and tricked it into helping him, and how he was finishing the bridge to fix the problems. By the end, Naruto was livid. He could not stand people like Gato, but the presences of his lady's distress calmed him, and he wrapped Kurenai and Yugao in a loving hug as they all three sat on the love seat. This was the scene that Team 7 plus Shino came in on. Shino! Naruto said. Good to see you, man. Kakashi spoke up. What are you doing here, Kurenai-san? We are here to take over this mission. Your leadership has been called into question by letting Genin decide whether to continue a mission or not regardless of procedure, Kurenai said while handing the letter to Kakashi. Kakashi read the letter while Sasuke spoke up. I will not take orders from the Dobe, Yugao said. You will take what orders are given Genin, putting emphasis on Genin. Naruto is team leader when we are out on mission, and that is the way it is going to stay. Should myself, Kurenai, or Kakashi not be there, Naruto is in charge. Kakashi stopped the Uchiha's tirade. She is right, Sasuke, drop it. Just then Kakashi seemed to notice Mei. Who is this lovely lady? Kakashi said with a bit of a perverted leer. This is the Mizukage who will melt your balls off if you read that normal book of yours in front of her. Naruto supplied as Mei smiled and Kakashi back away. She is here to stop this fight before it begins by offering Zabuza and his cohort asylum within Kiri. Naruto noticed how Shino fidgeted when he mentioned the cohort. Yes, they will be offered asylum and freedom from all past crimes if they come back with me, Mei confirmed. Everyone settled down to eat when Naruto noticed the little boy who was mentioned before, Inari, walk in. Inari sat down and began to eat in silence as the rest of the table ate and talked. Why? Inari said quietly. Everyone seemed to hear him though. Why? It's pointless. There is no way you can win. Gato will beat you. Inari almost shouted. Naruto scoffed. There is no way a spineless coward like Gato could ever beat a shinobi, much less me. Stop whining. Honor your father's sacrifice. Inari looked at Naruto with hatred. What do you know, huh? You probably never had a hard day in your life. Everyone who knew Naruto flinched. You know nothing of our pain, or our suffering, Inari shouted. Naruto's bangs came down and blocked his eyes from view. I don't know pain? I don't know suffering? Ha! Tell me, kid, have you ever lived out on the street scrapping from garbage cans for food? Have you ever once longed for someone to hug you only to see others being hugged by their mothers and being told you don't deserve the same? I know more about suffering than you do, I can assure you that. You have a family that loves you. Food on the table and a bed to sleep in. You know nothing of suffering. Someone always has a worse life than yours, remember that. Naruto stood up and walked out of the room, but not without signaling Shino to follow him. He is right. He understands you better than anyone else can, Shino said in his monotone voice before leaving. Kurenai and Yugao were almost crying from the pain being exuded by Naruto while Mei was thinking. What happened to you, Naruto? I think that's enough for tonight, Hinata said, and everyone filed upstairs to their rooms. The girls shared one. The boys another, and the regular occupants got their own. Naruto was in his battle mode. Naruto-sama, you must calm down. The little boy did not know the meaning of his statements, Kamikaze thought. Kyubi was unnaturally quiet. But if you could see into Naruto's mindscape, her tails were flailing around while a lightning storm engulfed her. Naruto sensed Shino behind him and stopped his rampage. Shino, how long have you been here? Shino responded. About a week. Naruto nodded. You know Zabuza's cohort, don't you? Shino flinched, or Naruto thought he flinched hard to read him through that coat. Hi, he said. Naruto could almost always read him. Very little to lie about Naruto would help him, he was sure of it. Naruto thought for a moment. So what's she like, this girl that has managed to capture your heart? Shino looked taken aback before actually chuckling. She is incredible. She has a bloodline, that's why she was driven out of Kiri. Zabuza saved her so she serves him, but it sounds like he likes her like a daughter but treats her like a tool. She is kind, compassionate, hated for something she holds. Very like you almost? Oddly enough. Naruto just stood there and let Shino talk. This girl must be amazing to get Shino to talk so much. Even Naruto only managed to get a few sentences if he was lucky. Enough, Shino! I got it, you love her. But what if she goes to Kiri? Naruto questioned. Shino frowned. Then she will go. I will not hold her back. Have you told her of your feelings? Naruto asked. Shino shook his head. In my limited experience, it would do better to let her know than to try to hide it from her and let her leave not knowing you love her. If she loves you back, I will give her asylum as will your clan, and we could probably get the Hokage as well. No one will touch her, of that you have my promise, Naruto said and patted his friend on the shoulder. Tell her on the bridge tomorrow when Zabuza and the Mizukage negotiate. I will back you up. Do not let her go if she returns your feelings. Such things are rare, and when you have them, do not let them go. Shino nodded, touched by his friend's compassion. Neither noticed the shadow watching their moment. Time skip at the bridge. Kurenai, Mei, Naruto, Hinata, Shino, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Tazuna showed up on the bridge. They were greeted with the sight of a deserted bridge with all of the workers knocked out. The rest of the teams were back at the house protecting the family. Mei stepped forward. Zabuza Momochi, missing Nin from Kirigakure, come out so we may negotiate. Zabuza appeared before Mei from the mist and said, We have no negotiations. I need the bridge builder, and you are going to hand him over. Mei held up her Mizukage ring. I am the Mizukage. I am looking to rebuild the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and wish you to return to be one of them. In return I will give you asylum, recall all of your crimes, and reinstate you and your accomplices in Kiri. Zabuza raised a non-existent eyebrow. Oh really? He made a hand sign, and his hunter Nin accomplice, whom Naruto had learned was Haku, and the demon brothers walked out of the mist. Well, we can't just follow anybody. Can we? Zabuza smirked. Truthfully, he liked this deal, but appearances must be maintained. Yotan, Yogenboru, lava release, lava balls, Mei said. She shot the balls of molten rock over the edge of the bridge. Zabuza looked at the boiling water that was ice cold a moment ago. I accept, he said with a smile. Now he could stop running, and this girl was packing some serious firepower. Shino had taken this time to grab Haku off to the side. Naruto was keeping Mei and Zabuza talking so Zabuza wouldn't interrupt them. Shino said, Haku-chan, I know we have only known each other for about a week, but we don't have a lot of time to do this. He was stumbling over his words. Haku giggled at his antics. I like you too, she said. Shino simply looked at her with big eyes before asking, Would you come to Konoha with me? Even if it does not work out, I will do all in my power to get you to Kiri if that is what you wish. Haku hesitated. She had a family with Zabuza, and the demon brothers were nice, but Shino made her feel so welcomed and warm. Alright, but you have to get Zabuza-san to agree, she said, showing her breaking the master-servant relationship she had with him. Shino gave Naruto the signal, and Naruto put his plan into action. So Zabuza-san, what's up with Haku? He asked, gaining the attention of Zabuza and Mei. She is my tool. I found her, and she serves her purpose. Why? He answered. Haku and Shino walked into hearing distance at this point. Haku hanging on Shino's arm, coming from behind Zabuza. Good, so you wouldn't mind if I bought her from you, huh? Naruto shot back. Zabuza was a little taken aback but said, How much you willing to pay for her? He said. How much you asking? Naruto answered. Zabuza pondered a bit before answering. 1 million ryu. He was sure no one would pay that for someone who was not even Regis. Sold. Pleasure doing business with you, Naruto said as he pulled out his checkbook and started to write a check. Wait, I changed my mind. Zabuza started sweating. Oh? It couldn't be you actually see the girl as your daughter, eh? Naruto taunted. Zabuza sighed. Yes, I do, okay? As a missing nin, I was not allowed to give her a stable household. This is part of the reason I am accepting a position in Kiri. Haku was tearing up at Zabuza's acceptance, but Shino kept a hold of her so Naruto would finish the deal. So if she loved someone from, say, Konoha, would you still go to Kiri and let her go to Konoha? Naruto questioned. If that's what would make her happy, I would do it in a heartoof. Zabuza was tackled to the ground by a bawling Haku screaming, Thank you, thank you. Zabuza was a little confused until he saw the smirk on Naruto's face, and he was a little angry at first, but without the ruse he probably wouldn't have admitted it. So he just smiled and patted Haku's back, telling her she could go wherever she wanted. Mei looked at Naruto smirking. I knew you had a big heart, she said. Only to my friends and precious peoples, Mei-chan, he said with a smile. Unfortunately, some emo duck-ass decided to ruin the moment. Why are we letting them go? They almost killed us! Sasuke all but shouted. He had been grinding his teeth from the beginning. This did not sit well with him. He had trained all this time to fight, and now the dobe was taking it away from him. Naruto frowned. Sasuke, today's friend, is yesterday's enemy. This is one of the basic shinobi laws. They did what they had to complete their objectives just as we did ours. Now we have managed to avoid bloodshed, we should be happy. Kakashi spoke up. He is right, Sasuke. If you cannot see this, you are not looking underneath the underneath. This helps to solidify inter-country relations and gives the village a new bloodline and ally. Naruto has done a remarkable job for his country and for Kiri. Sasuke mumbled something but seemed to let it go. Everyone was gearing up to head back to the house. The bridge was finished and would be open tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, this is when Gato decided to show up with about 500 bandits. I see even the great demon of the mist couldn't handle some genin. Get them guys and bring the girls for some fun later on tonight, especially that red-eyed one and the one with the long hair. They seem like they would be a lot of fun. The bandits started to move towards the group. However, Gato had done the wrong thing and Kurenai knew it. He threatened rape to one of Naruto's precious people. She wasn't sure if he included Mei as a precious person yet, but it was getting there. She could see it. She liked Mei so far, so she had no problems with it. But Naruto's Ki suddenly skyrocketed. Even Mei was shocked at the amount of Ki. All the females were blanketed in a comforting aura. All the males, however, were sweating seeing their lives flash before their eyes. Naruto-sama, protect your precious people. Use that attack we have been working on, Kamikaze said. You are borrowing from me, but I will allow it. That disgusting vermin needs to die, Kyuubi said. The seal will be weakened after this. Only one more push, she thought. Naruto's chakra spiked. Gold, yellow, and crimson swirled around him. He spoke. Gato, for your crimes against humanity you must be punished, for starving people, for stealing, for forcing women into sex, for almost destroying the land of Wave, but most of all for threatening my precious people with rape. Dine in hell, you son of a bitch! Naruto then put his sword point down facing the bandits, who were starting to charge again. He pulled his sword up in a diagonal path from his right hip up to his left shoulder. Benikei's no Kizu. Crimson Wind Scar. No, I don't own Inuyasha. This will be the last thing I base off something else, hopefully. The group watched in awe as the wind in front of Naruto rippled, and it headed toward the group of bandits. It easily tore through the men like a hot knife through butter. It cut the men into pieces and made it look like a slaughter. When the attack was done, just under 50 bandits and Gato was left. Naruto made quick work of the shell-shocked bandits and appeared in front of Gato. He beheaded the disgusting man and handed it to Tazuna. He hugged Mei and Kurenai before blacking out. That was the cost of such a technique. He would black out once his adrenaline stopped pumping, as such it could not be used very often. Time skip. 2 days later, everyone was ready to go their separate ways. Mei-chan, are you sure you don't need an escort back? Naruto asked. Hi, I am sure Zabuza and the brothers will protect me. I will see you again at the Chunin exams and Naruto-kun? Mei answered back. Hi, Naruto said. Well then I will see you then, Naruto-kun. Mei kissed him on the cheek before walking off with her new ninja, ignoring the glares from Kurenai and Yugao. Well everyone, let's go home, Naruto said to Teams 7 and 8 plus Yugao and Haku. They walked off amidst cheers from the land of waves. The bridge was named the Bridge of Hope, for the hope inspired by Naruto for peace. Time skip. They were in the Hokage's office giving a report on the mission. They had just finished the report when the Hokage rubbed his temples. I'm getting too old for this shit, the Hokage said. So basically you want to give Haku-san here citizenship and you let Zabuza go to Kiri? Naruto unleashed some attack that killed almost 400 people in one stroke? Everyone nodded and the Hokage sighed. Very well, I will have the papers drawn up. Oh, by the way, Naruto, Hinata, good job. The Mizukage was very impressed by 2 genin. Dismissed. Everyone filed out of the office and headed home for a well-deserved rest. For in 2 weeks the Chunin exams begin. And that concludes part 1 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Crimson Wind Red Dream, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Tsukun08, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.